history continues to be made in season 2023. Well, it might be the last week of the season, but history continues to be made in season 2023. The first ever Women's European Cricket Championship on the way. 5 teams here over the next 6 days. We'll have 23 matches. We'll have 1 European champion. I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome. This is the European Cricket Championship W, and it starts right now.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. We are super proud to have the first ever ECCW taking place from the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. This truly is the home of European cricket. So we have 4 matches every day coming up to a finals day on Friday. We have 5 teams here. We have Spain as well as Austria, we have Italy, the Dutch, and of course the England 11. Now we are starting with match number 1. It's the hosts who are on the rack first up, Spain versus Austria. Let's see what happens at the very first coin toss. We've got Ian Ramage over there with the 2 captains.
Okay, so Spain, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Okay, Austria, you're the away team, you will call. Okay? Heads has been called. It has come down, tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay, toss has been won by Spain and they will bowl first.
So it is Spain that win the toss, and their captain Elspeth Fowler has elected to bowl first. So putting in the Austrians as far as the hosts are concerned. Watch out for the captain Fowler. She's a very useful player. Wonder where she'll bat. Probably somewhere in the middle order, I would imagine. And then also, let's not forget Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. She scored 99 not out on this ground earlier in the year. And these 2 teams, they did play earlier in the year in the ECIW here at the Cartama Oval. On that occasion, Austria just a little bit too strong, but I do think there's good players on both sides and this could go either way. Speaking of the Austrians, watch out for their captain, Joanne Stiglitz. She is quite a live wire. She has lots of energy in the field. She's a very good leader as well. I think she's going to be a really important player for Austria this week. So yeah, it is the first match. There's talk conditions. We are at the Cartama Oval. Pretty kind of frosty is probably how I'd put it early in the morning, but I think that'll burn away as the sun's coming out. Currently it's a bit chilly, it's about 8 degrees at the moment. We should get up to about 17 a little bit later. Well, it is a big day for European cricket, and Rico Full will be with me for the first game. National anthem's on the way as well. Well, let's finish with a bang. The first ever ECCW is on the way. It's over to you, Rico.
Muy buenos dias, mi familia. What an amazing day this is for European cricket. It is the very first Euros of women's cricket. We've just seen the 2 teams stand proudly to hear the national anthems being played. We heard first the national anthem of Spain and then of Austria. And well, there's the equipo rojo. And the news from the middle, as you saw there, that Spain won the toss and elected to field. Now, a bit on the conditions, you can probably see that with the ground. A lot of dew this morning. In fact, I have to say now, of course, most of you know, I live in Spain. But see, está muy frío esta mañana, eh? Muy frío. It's the coldest that I've known it in Spain for a while. I mean, especially coming to this beautiful Cartama Oval, surrounded by the Sierra de Cartama, those mountains, which makes it really cold here. In fact, an hour ago, there was actually some frost on the ground, and a lot of effort's been made to get rid of a lot of the dew. So, in a way, I can understand that decision there from El Capitan, from, of course, from Elspeth. But I think it's going to be a little bit tricky for some of the ladies to find control of this ball first up. It wouldn't surprise me if it slips around a bit, catching is going to be difficult as well. But I think on the batting front, it's going to be difficult to get away as well. This is what the win predictor is saying. You see there, 61% are the odds. So I think I think we're in for a very good match. You heard Vinny Sandhu say that these teams, they've had battles in the past here. So 61% to 39% to Austria, but I'm told that Austria have a good record against Spain. Last time when they played here, Austria were victorious. We're just waiting for the two batters to come out. And they're on their way out here now. So a big welcome to everybody to this very, I suppose, wintry feel and a festive feel to this Euros of cricket here at the Cardam Oval. Spain taking on Austria. And a very good morning to a lot of people on our chat as well. Lovely to have you all with us. It's Wayne, Rob Thompson, Christopher Ward, and I think we're getting ready for a fantastic event. 23 matches, 5 national teams will play. We're starting off with Spain versus Austria. Also, of course, have got the England 11 here as well. Italy, and I think it's going to be an absolute cracking event, and the Netherlands as well. So ready to start. It's going to be Sabu and Yuka are the openers. Sabu to face the first, and with the ball, it's going to be Amy Brown Carrera. Vamos, chicas. Let's get ready. The battle of bat versus ball about to commence in the very first Euros of women's cricket. What an amazing moment this is. What an amazing moment it is for the girls out there as well. As you get ready to go, Vinny Sandhu is joining me in our commentary box here as well. A very festive commentary box as well.
Yeah,
Buenos dias.
It is Buenos dias, bienvenidos. Yeah, history in the making, Rico. A lot of emotion around this morning as well. As we get ready, it's as easy as ABC. Amy Brown Carrera, the first ball of ECCW.
Yeah, she goes in the right area, it's just outside the up, a little bit too wide there, corner wide by the umpire. So the umpires for this match, Stefan Gooch and Joe Foster.
They are very tight on wide, I think, in this format. And look, these two teams, they did meet earlier in the year, actually at this ground. So they're the two teams with some experience on this cricket ground.
This is up in the air, chasing the wild one. It could go all the way, you know, it will go all the way. Bolle, Ginna Sona. Well, I tell you what, that'll warm things up this morning. 6 carreras, the very first of the Euros of women's cricket, the first ever that there'll be, because this is the first ever Euros. What a hit. Maximo, you're in the house, and there's the Maximo.
Well, we didn't have to wait too long, did we? Priya Samu getting going, and now next ball she's going to cut away, and some hesitation. They will get through for one. The end. It's pretty tight at the end as Uka took a little bit of time to get there. But I've got to say, Priya, she's a very, very good batter. We saw that earlier in this season. 93 runs she scored on this ground at an average of 31. And look, it's hard to say what a past score will be. We've got the kind of dew factor. Well, I call it dew, but it's more ice than liquid.
It's a little bit frosty.
It's frosty.
You know the saying, it's starting to look a little bit like Christmas? It certainly is, isn't it? I tell you what, it is in here as well. That one, I think, probably would have been a wide, but went for the shot. Did Uka, but misses out on it. That's handled nicely by the keeper.
Uka will have the gloves as well for Austria in this one. Yeah, so nicely, so many familiar faces. And that's what's great about this tournament as well. We have seen a lot of these players during the year. There has been a big focus on developing the exposure of women's cricket in Europe. But then also, some new players, and even England 11 playing the format for the first time, and just chatting to some of their players this morning at the kind of conference meeting. It's a bit of a leap into the unknown for them. I think they're very skillful cricketers, but we know that this format throws up a lot of question marks.
Okay, in the air, this could be a chance, and it's been well taken. That's a really good catch in these conditions. It's cold. It's a lot wet, and that is well held. It's always going to be a tricky one. I think that's a Solera.
Yeah, I
that
think
takes it.
Andrea Davidson Solera. She's new into the side, and look, it's not as easy as it looks. I tell you that much. It is not too warm at the moment. It's about 7 degrees, probably slightly less out there in the middle. But you know what I really liked about that? She cradles the catch, looks after it, and Buzra, unfortunately, she's going to have to go. And the first wicket falls It's 8 for 1. Hey, look, disappointment. That's the name of the game. But you know what I like about that innings, though, is that she's tried to attack. And I think it's been a real conscious effort from Austria so far to go out there and attack. Now, I've got to admit, when I saw 38% chance for Austria, it surprised me a bit because earlier in the season, these two teams, they met 3 times and Austria won all 3.
Yeah.
So maybe the supercomputer knows something that I don't. I probably would have had Austria as pretty narrow favourites, but, you know, slight change in personnel. Andrea Davidson-Soler, one of those players, straight into the action as number 3 comes out, Malika Mahadewa. Pretty spot on so far from Amy.
It's a nice looking pull shot, and well, it's a slight fumble in the field, which allows the batters to come through and take the single.
One thing I will say, and as we get to the end of the first over, 9 for 1 after 1. One thing I will say is that the running between the wickets has been a real focus, I think, during the year. As we've probably, I don't know how many matches it would be, but we've had quite a few matches. But yeah, the run between the wickets has to be spot on. Well, we are here for the ECCW, but of course, after this week, it is the end of the season. We'll be back at the Karma Oval, 71 days. That's only 10 weeks tomorrow for the ECL, the men's ECL. It is the Champions League of European cricket, bigger and better than ever, 35 sides. So,
yeah.
and when I see this ECCW starting with 5 sides, I always think back, the ECL started with just 8 back in 2019, and now it's grown to 35 sides. Obviously, starting with 5 sides in the first of ECCW, I really hope it experiences similar growth. Usman Saeed to bowl second over. This is up in the air, and probably just plug. One thing I'm really liking so far, I'm going to take on a slightly dodgy 2, but that's very, very good running. As they will get back for a couple. But yeah, I'm really impressed with the intent of the Austrian batters so far.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm liking also is I'm watching here now Usman Saeed. She gets a loopy one in there, hit a bit up, is now there. Once again, a little bit of hesitation between the 2 batters, but they do take the single. That's good running. But, yeah, I mean, I remember it's probably less than 3 years ago, Vinny, when I went up to Barcelona and I saw some of the girls doing some training, and Usman Saeed was one of them. And I remember going to their school where they were training sort of in like an outside playground facility. Who would have thought that her and some of the other players in this national squad in such a short period of time would be out there in the field of dreams representing their country playing international cricket?
Definitely. It's a wonderful story, really. This has hit really hard. I mean, we've already seen Sabu whack a 6 now. She goes a 4. And she certainly is somebody that Spain are going to have to get sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're going to be chasing a bunch here in match 1.
Yeah, it's a very good shot. Maybe just a little bit short, but this is all about positioning. Gets into position pretty early. And, you know, the bounce is going to be pretty true here. And that's clobbered. Nice shot. So, Sabu looking dangerous. I'm just wondering whether there could be a field change here as well. This one is hit up in the air, just gets it over the field. Now the chase is on, and with the heavy dew, well, it's time for sliding. And I'm liking the look of Andrea Davidson-Soler. She is throwing herself around, and well, she's getting stuck in there, isn't she? Getting stuck there, getting dirty for a side. The
enthusiasm's there. For sure, I think the outfield will quicken up once the sun pokes out from behind the mountains. But yeah, you can see the ball is kind of holding up pretty quickly at the moment. Still, you know, I think extras is going to be important. We've seen that all year as well in ECN cricket. So far, Spain have been pretty much on the money.
Bold gets this fuller. And this is one where Sabu has to decide, right, do I come down the track and try to turn it into a full toss, or do I just become a little bit defensive? And defensive is the word. Can I just say, look, I've got to say a big shout out to Jay Wan, because before we came here, I said to Jay, I've got to admit, rather jokingly, more on this after this delivery, hit down the ground, this is going to be 4 more, that's a good hit, solid strike. So Sabu, liking what she's doing here, she's staying still to the last moment, watching the length, watching the bounce, and this time she decides the option is to hit this straight down the ground. That's 4 more runs, and that's the end off a pretty decent over. And the score, well, ticking along quite nicely as well. Moves to 23 for 1 after 2 overs. That over going for 14 in the end.
It was a cracking shot, really. She played it pretty straight and had some length to work with, so she kind of flat batted. You can see the other sides we won't see until a little bit later on the day. Netherlands and Italy, we'll see them in match 2 for the first time. We'll see the England 11 starting in match 3. 4 matches a day. The teams will play each other in a double round robin format, and then we'll have the bottom team drop out on finals day. Top 4 will get the chance to play for the trophy. The higher you finish, the better your chances, or the easier your path to the first ever ECCW trophy. And just like this, through the good hitting from Sabu in particular, this game is back at a 50-50. Amy Brown Carrera to bowl out.
It's good pace from Carrera, and good pace, pretty good length. That one just started down the leg side, and get the appeal in there, but this is going on to miss. But I like that. There's a good bit of pace there. Yeah, so going back to Jay, you're a star. I asked him for a Christmas tree. Boy, have we got a Christmas tree. Have you noticed the bourbons? Have you noticed the bourbons?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You didn't notice?
That's
I
brilliant.
just clocked that. All the bourbons, I mean, we'll maybe let you see
you'll
this later.
see it
All the
shortly,
bourbons
yeah.
are cricket balls. That's fantastic. And they've all been decorated. That's fantastic. That's giving me idea for my tree at home now, you know.
Speaking of fancy cricket balls, that was an absolute seed by Amy Brown Carrera, getting past Mahadiwa's outside edge.
This one cuts away, but I think it stays inside the line.
Yeah, well, you'll see that shortly, but right now I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the comments section as well, to Chris Ward, hello to you, hello to Kroom, hello to Wayne, hello to Terry in there, watching from Estonia as well, to Ivan, and anyone I've missed. Welcome. Let's get ready for some action.
This one is going to be extras. The batter goes for the shot.
Just feel the energy out there.
It's going to be wide. It's too wide.
It's true. It's cool conditions. Sun's coming out now, so I think it'll defrost pretty quickly. But there's no doubting the enthusiasm and the energy you're feeling out there. All the build up to a big tournament like this. We've been counting down for weeks and weeks and weeks. Here we are.
Good delivery. What a good seed that is. That's a great ball in the right. You can see how cold it is. And I'm not blaming anybody. Most of in between balls, most of the girls are just slip their hands in the pockets for a moment just to get warm again. You've got to keep those fingers warm. And I'm like you. I'm up here. I've got my hands in my pocket. In fact, Vinny, I've got one of my hand warmers on.
I'm already recharging mine.
This one skids onto the bat. And Sabu gets a bit of bat onto it, sort of digs it out. And also, we should say hello world, because the world is watching. So hello to everybody. Happy Sunday. And happy to everyone watching from wherever you are around the world. It's great to have you with us here on the European Cricket Network. We're watching the very first Euros of women's cricket.
That's right. And yeah, of course, a lot of people watching in various platforms. Last ball of third over here.
It's nicely played. Wants a single. And we'll get it.
It's good running, lack of hesitation. Hesitation kills you running between the wickets. That was a confident hit and run. End of what's a pretty good power play for Austria, I think. 26 for 1 after 3, though they do lose the 1 wicket. Yeah, so hello to you if you're watching on Fancode, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. And, of course, a lot of people watching on our YouTube channel, as always, European Cricket Network on YouTube. But also, we're on W Sport in Europe, the Middle East, and Sub-Saharan Africa. We're on Streamstar in Austria, and I'm sure they're taking a special interest in this game. Sportsmax in the Caribbean, to CEN in USA and Canada, to Sports Deutschland in Germany, and also Swiss Sport TV. So no matter how you're watching, welcome. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fool, taking you through the first innings of the first ever ECCW. Terry actually had a good point in the chat. He was saying, you know, with no Andrea May Zepeda, who scored 127 runs for Austria in the series earlier this year. She's not in the squad, but Priya Sabu stepping up. And where are the runs going to come from? I think Priya is a huge key. There's no mistake about her facing the very first ball and taking that responsibility.
Yeah, well, change in the bowling here. So Payal Chingalaya is coming on to bowl. Looks like a little bit of a left arm round. Starts a little bit wide. Good stop there on the 45. These ones are always going to sting. Yeah, there you go. You see, stings a little, but she makes a stop. Well done. Saves the boundary for sure. And that's a Tabiat Mirza. Nicely done.
Yeah, very good stop. Fielding's going to be important. It's kind of fundamentals, I suppose, is what I'd call them. This is Chilangia, who It's a pretty decent left arm spinner.
That's good length, isn't it? Nice length. And this is one of those, a teasing length. The batter is then in two minds. Come forward and allow maybe an opportunity for Zamorano behind the stumps, or to try and just defensively play it away. Good length, just a little bit down the leg side, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far here for Chilungia. Once again, well bowled. This one just escapes the fielder, but what I do like is the running between the wickets is good. I mean, they're basically going on hit, aren't they? There's good understanding from both the batters.
We've seen ECRWs played at probably different levels during the year, so teams are in different places. Obviously, we've got 5 premier teams here at the ECCW, and I think they just have a bit more of an inkling of the calculated risks required to get a score on the board, and that does involve pushing things between the wickets.
Floated up, well met by Sabu as well. Will take the single, nicely fielded on the boundary there by Amy Brown Carrera. Got to say, her figures outstanding. 2 overs, 1 for 12. Well bowled, Amy.
Yeah, bowled really well. I should mention as well, that there's no real discernible differences between the men's and the women's conditions as far as the field goes. So just like all of our ECN cricket, our 10-over cricket, 2 outs in the first 3 overs, and then you're allowed 5 outfielders. So at the moment, I have elected to put everyone back.
That's a good hit. That's going to be 4 runs. Just a little bit shorter, but very quick to pick the length this time on Lika. That is a really good hit.
It's absolutely tattooed, really. And they haven't elected to go 5 outfielders just yet, but maybe they'll have to sooner rather than later with hitting like that. And you can see why Mahdiwa's been trusted in that number 3 position. It wasn't the worst ball, but it was met and it was hit very firmly to the mid-wicket boundary.
Bit more flying. This is uppish. Work to be done there in the outfield. Lovely slide and stop. That's what you'd expect from that young lady. Andrea Davidson-Soler once again.
Well, she's a gun in the field so far. Yeah. You see that already. There's fantastic technique. I was a little bit worried about this one skating past her with the side spin, but she judged it perfectly, and the throw came rocketing in as well. Austria 34 for 1 after 4, being sent in by Spain in match 1 of this ECCW. What do you think about Spain's decision to bowl first?
I think if they had played more cricket and there was a little bit more, they were over the nerves of this big event, they probably would have batted first. I just think being the first match, you just want to get out there, you want to get rid of some of those nerves, because I think it's difficult conditions to go out there and field first. I mean, the ball is going to be very wet. You can see the rag being used a lot. The catching and fielding will be hard. And I think the conditions certainly will suit fielding in when we get to the second inning. So I think it was an interesting one, but I think it's one of those decisions. It's an opportunity for the team and all the girls to get out there, start playing, get the confidence in them, forget about the cameras, and then concentrate the task at hand later on.
Always going to be a few nerves around it. If there's not, there's a problem. But yeah, I agree with you. I think the early morning dew and the moisture, it affects everyone in a negative way. So yeah, it's tough for the batters. The ball gets heavy, hard to hit as far. Bowlers obviously gets a bit slippery and it's hard to catch. Basharat comes on to bowl over number 5. First one just loses it a bit to the left. Of course, got the clock on the screen as well, which, unfamiliar with ECN cricket, you need to finish the 9th over before that clock runs out, otherwise there is a 5-run penalty. Say a quick hello to Mahmood White, watching from Bangladesh. Hello to Malcolm, says he's watching from New Zealand on a Sunday evening. I bet it's quite warm there.
On the clock front, that's the better delivery on the stumps. If you miss, I hit from Basharat. Once again, well fielded, just gets past the Julia behind the stumps, Julia Zamorano. Yeah, on the time front now, obviously it's confirmed that once a wicket falls, a minute is added on straight away.
Yeah, so it will, I'm not going to call it the Corey loophole, but yeah, every wicket is now equal and you'll get a minute allowance.
Yeah.
I think it's sensible. I think we had a situation, if you were following the men's, where it could be used tactically. Teams were getting punished for a wicket sometimes, I suppose, late in the piece.
It's a bit short. It's worth an appeal, but I think it might have been just outside the line.
I reckon this is really close. It hits her on the back leg. Let's see where this hits her. It comes back a long way. Oh, I've got to say, I liked it. I mean, keeper not really going up. It came back a long way and it hit her. What do you think? I think looking at that, she's a bit lucky to be there, Sabu.
Yeah, I mean, it's a close call, umpire's call, but I think it may be just outside the line of off. This one's going to be down the leg side, and it's going to be a wider batter. You can see Sabu a little bit disappointed. She doesn't get anything on this one.
If you were watching the Barcelona final last night, you would have known there was a pretty controversial LBW in the last over that wasn't given.
Oh, don't get me back there. Don't take me back there.
I mean, again, we've certainly been on the move. It's quite crazy. The very next morning we're here in a different city, but thrilled to be here.
Okay, she gets enough of this, and now we'll see the test of the outfield. Oh, brilliant. Shaba, Kinna, Sona. What a great bit of fielding that is. And that's Mirza. This is fantastic.
Yep.
Doesn't let the Grizzly get away from her, and she pounces on it. Así me gusta. Andre, iba, and gets a stop in. Brilliant.
Some of the men's players should be taking a few notes on some of the fielding that we've seen so far from Equipo Rojo, the Spanish side. That was excellent work by Mirza.
Well, Mirza will be, oh, now this could be an opportunity. Misunderstanding. She's got to be quick, and I think she's going to get there.
Yeah, it's kind of changed her mind at the last minute where to throw. She recognised it, but it kind of affected the throw. So that was probably the first bit of miscommunication we've seen. You know, that fine leg spot is a real hot spot in the women's game. I've noticed that. You need to have a good fielder there, and I think it's smart. You know, Mirza, obviously very, very courageous and skillful in the field. She's been brilliant so far, almost created a run out there.
It's not a bad delivery, a little bit short, and there is a sweeper out there. But you can't stop that. That's been well hit. That's Naomi Hillman. Mahamo out there. Can't stop it. It's going to be 4 runs. I like the line. It's on the stumps. Maybe just a tad short. And seeing that Malika is getting into the groove here now. Adawar gets a boundary to her name. That's a nice shot.
Said it all year, though. You need to try and be drawing the batter forward, I think, and drawing them into a mistake. If you let them kind of sit and see the length, then if you let them go cross bat comfortably, they can really generate some power. Last ball of the 5th over coming up.
And this is another one that's going to test the field, and I think it's going to be the Grizzly that is going to beat the fielders. It's going to be 4 more, so just starting to get the acceleration in now at the right time, and closing on the 50. 48 it will be at the end of 5 overs.
Yeah, lovely shot to finish the over. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back in the dream box. I'm here with Rico Fall. Also, big shout out to Corey Ruckers, who was meant to be there. Unfortunately, a few things came up and he's not with us, but I know he is watching. And, well, Merry Christmas, everyone. Feliz Navidad. Okay, can you pull one of those off? The Christmas tree we've got actually has cricket ball decorations. So it's a time to celebrate many things. We're celebrating, obviously, the women's game, something that we've been able to show a lot more of this year.
Fantastic this is.
There's a sense of excitement, though, around
Never seen it. This is the first, everybody. So if you're a cricket lover, there you go. Your old cricket balls. Get artistic, get creative.
Also, we'll say that's great that we're back on board with Share the Meal, and we'll be talking a bit more about that as this week goes on, ways that you can make a tangible difference in the world. The World Food Programme, the UN-backed organisation, Share the Meal Programme, is something we'll be supporting all week as well. I love it. It's like an earring. All right, so right now, what I've seen is the ball is travelling, even with the dew. So I think this outfield looks in great condition. I think we're going to see high scores, I think, compared to what we've seen in some of the ECIWs. But everything seems elevated so far. The fielding's been probably better than we've seen a bit earlier in the year in ECI cricket. The bowling has been a bit more on target, and the ball striking's been very, very good. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. Rico will be with me for the week. Also, looking forward to having a few special guests from the player group in here with us in the box.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great as we see the start of the 6th. It's going to be a wide.
The other thing, Rico, you might notice I'm wearing the golden suit today and the golden shirt, and I've gone full on golden. You know why?
Yeah, you've got a feeling, have you?
We need to get a golden ball, and we actually start the day with 350 matches since our last golden ball.
Yeah,
we almost had a couple really in the knockout stages. Hey, look who's getting a bowl here. Andrea Davidson-Soler, who, she's UK based. She's certainly had an impact so far. This one, she just loses again. Now wide of the off stump. Not a bad spot to miss outside the off stump, but it's great to see a few more players getting integrated into the national setup as well. With more matches come more opportunities. Probably one thing for a lot of these players, because I'm kind of out of the main season here in Europe, is that, they might not have played a lot recently. Some of them have played since October or September in a serious way. You can only prepare so much in training.
Better, here he is. That's better. Just gets this one a little bit closer. I think he's getting a bit of shape and movement here as well, So that's well bowled. So that'll give Solera a lot of confidence. Nice to see that the captain is always there, Elspeth.
That's a
Fowler.
very good ball, and that's kind of I think what she was trying to do the first couple of times. But she's still a youngster. She's only 17 years of age. Again, still pretty frosty conditions, but slowly warming up.
Just a little bit too wide here again. And this is the other thing here, and it's the same with boys and girls. I mean, we've seen a lot of youngsters playing. I mean, even in Barcelona, we saw Ibrahim Yunus bowling, 13 years old. As you get older, you'll get stronger. So this is some really good signs here from Andrea Davidson-Soler. She's getting the ball up there, and as she will get stronger, she'll get that ball a little bit fuller. She'll get a bit more pace on it. I mean, look at that. That's a perfect delivery. What a good delivery that is.
Yeah.
That's up there as the ball of the day so far. Full straight, and there's nothing the batter can do about this. Great delivery, great areas.
Well handled though by the batter as well, Sabu. I think Sabu's got a pretty clear strategy. If it's on the stumps or if it's a good ball, just keep it out. If it's a ball she can go after it. But I think you don't want to throw your wicket away to a ball like that. Mahmood White was asking me who's my favourite female cricketer. That was a question in the chat, and we do love the interaction. I'll let you know after this.
Firmly hit, but they've got a field well placed here now for that straight shot.
Sabu does play pretty correctly, so I think it makes sense to have someone back there. Amy Brown-Carrera does the fielding. For me, actually, I am originally Australian, so you might think of me an Australian, and there's many. I actually really like Sarah Taylor, the English keeper. Being a wicket-keeper myself, I thought she was a bit of a genius with the gloves. So that's my answer. Mahadiwa moved to 19 off 13.
Shot, a little bit too short, but picks this up properly, and I like the way he gets a little swivel on this. Lovely shot, and Mahadiwa brings up another boundary. Good hit, good shot, 4 runs.
Can really draw a pretty straight line to, if you get the ball in the right place and what your outcomes are. And you see when Davidson-Soler's got it right, she's troubled the batters, she's been able to keep them quiet. But, if you get short, if you get outside the legs, I think you're bowling right into the power zone. So you can kind of see there from the condensation. I mean, she does live in the UK, so she should be somewhat familiar with these kinds of conditions.
Cold. It's like they're all
2 to come in the 6th.
breathing fire. Oh, I think there might have been something on this, Vinny,
By
from
the
the reactions.
Yeah, and we'll check it out here on the replay. Just not really staying low enough, long enough there. Look, Julia Zamorano, also a pretty young player behind the stumps. Couldn't reel that one in.
I like the encouragement. Say, come on, you can do it again. Don't worry about it. You can do it again.
Last ball off the over. Not a bad over at all. 8 off it at the moment.
Let's that hit down the ground again, but they've got the field well set here now. Amy Brown-Carrera makes the stop, and that's a very tidy over from the young bowler. Solera, well bowled. Just the 10 will come off it. The score moving along quite steadily. 57 now for 1 at the end of 6. So they're on course for sort of around about 100 score. And, I think one thing that we have seen is that, especially early on, that there's been struggles there for the bowlers and the fielders, no doubt, that the ball probably in some areas a little bit slow going across this very dewy and damp surface, but the sun is out and it's starting to burn it away.
Yeah,
surely but surely.
It's welcome.
Yeah.
Hey, Jaime has dropped into the chat. Jaime Gonzalez saying, buena suerte, chicas. Buena suerte a las Rosas Rojas del Cricket Español. Saying, good luck to the Red Roses.
Yeah.
Of Cricket Spain.
Buenos días, Jaime. ¿Cómo estás? Así, qué día grande por España y por todas las chicas que jugando hoy. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, it's a memorable day here today. The first ever Euros of cricket. Of course, starting with 5 nations, but just look, I mean, Vinny, let's look how much, not just international cricket, European cricket, but cricket in general here in Europe has moved on in, say, 4 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's incredible.
Just what this will turn into is going to be quite sensational. I'm going to tell you that now. Be another one that's just a little bit too wide here.
You know, not a bad spot to miss is what I'd call it here. You know, I think you'd rather miss offside than leg side. Leg side, you know, it might just be left for a wide or it might get pounded. The only thing as well with Rabia Mushtaq is she's got a lot more room with her front foot that she could get a bit closer. You know, I think the closer you go, that obviously the less the distance you're trying to hit. But just have a look, see, she's a long way back. This one is a bit more on line and she does well to field a stinger that comes back at her.
What I do like, though, is it's got a lovely smooth action. So if you watch her running in, nice, upright, smooth action, and then the arm comes up nice and straight, got a good follow through. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The radar needs to be tuned in.
Yeah, no ball for off the pitch. So, I mean, this is something like what I used to bowl in the outswingers. You've got a natural kind of outswing action. So sometimes it can be difficult to control that and locate that. She does get good movement there. Probably my tip would be if she started a little bit wider and she's approaching from an angle, then she's already facing a little bit more towards their target. Free hit coming up, and that's going to go the journey.
This will go all the way. It's going to be manos. Arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. El segundo en este partido. Well, there you go. There's the second. What a hit.
Yeah, well struck again. This is probably because she's had some location issues. That's one she more kind of puts it there rather than bowling it. So yeah, with Mushtaq, you'd love to see her keep her natural attributes and her natural outswing, but obviously with accuracy she's sacrificed a bit of pace, and now she loses another one to the left. And this is also something I think that we see in all ECN cricket. You know, bowling depth, batting depth. It is tested in this format where you do have to use 5 bowlers.
Yeah, what you see here. You're absolutely right. She could start wider, but one thing she needs to do is get closer to the stumps. If she could get closer to the stumps, then she'll get the ball in the right ears. If you look, that she bowls from really wide, and I think that's probably what Elspeth might be saying to her here, to say, just try and get closer to the umpire. You know, get closer to the umpire, close to the stumps. So here she goes again. That's better. That's a better delivery. So, I mean, another way that you can also do this, and I used to find this helpful to me, is just get the umpire to stand up a bit. You could say, because if the umpire stands up a bit, then naturally you get a little bit close to the stumps as well. So that's another option. But that was a good comeback from Mushtaq. Let's see if she can repeat it again. So here we go. And once again, I think that's okay. Oh, Gucci. Well, umpire's going to have to be pretty consistent with this, so maybe this just catches a bit of the line. So it's a wide call, but getting movement as well, Mushtaq as well. But something really to work on here. But I'm liking the length, and I think she will. Once she gets the line right, she'll create problems. That one. See, again, she's actually falling away before she even delivers the ball. If you look here, look where the body is going. So already she's falling away. She's too wide. She just needs to get a little bit closer to the stumps and then go with the same action, and she'll get lovely movement away.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like I said, there's a lot to work with there. I mean, maybe you'd be thinking I'd be thinking maybe to go around the wicket now or something like that. I just think maybe, you know, that way it'll swing into the allowable zone. Anyway, another free hit coming up.
Better delivery. It'll be one bounce and stopped on the boundary there by Amy. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, much better. I mean, that's the thing. When we look back at this over and we see the 6 balls that will be the legal balls, it's a very good over. Yeah, it's just a matter of consistency. I suppose bowling is one of those things as well, you know, that you can practice it by yourself as well. That's what I think a lot of bowlers, they all say, you know, I've bowled a lot at nobody.
Yeah.
when they get to a high level.
Well bowled, really well bowled. That's better. So you can see what she can do. He gets it right, she would trouble the batters. And that one, well, Sabu can't do much with it. And Sabu, by the way, has been overtaken here by Malika Madadawa, who has played some cracking shots. She's on 31.
She won't mind, though. I think, you know, Austria in a pretty good position at this stage. Still a long way to go.
Again, good areas, good delivery, and you can't be hitting those to the boundary. You either defend them or you take the singles. They do take the single. It will be the end of the over. So despite those issues with the wides and the no balls. Still a very decent over, just the 14 from it. And the score moves on to 71 for 1 at the end of 7.
These are the squad lists, and of course, we've got Spain and Austria playing in the first game, and we'll have Italy and Netherlands in the second. England 11 in the third match, and yeah, all the teams will play 8 matches in the preliminary stage, and there'll be a final series on Friday. Just saw Uswa Saeed there for Spain. She's got the war paint on. I've seen her a couple of times, had to do a double take. She's got the sunglasses and the kind of the yellow. In fact, she's going to come on to bowl now. Perfect timing. And yeah, check that out. It's a good look. I'm liking it from Uswa.
Bowling a second, up in the air, and just doesn't carry to the fielder.
It was, yeah, I thought maybe half a chance when it went up. Chilungia had a long way to go. In the end, it pulls up short, but that's a really good start from Saeed, just coming back for a second over. Got that very dangerous spot.
Good areas and gets the wicket. Jog the patte. Inni Sony balls the बहुत अच्छी, full and straight, knocks the timber over. You just had the feeling about this one from the moment it came out of the hand. It was well directed, it was full, and it gets the wicket off the dangerous Malika. Well bowled, and well, she's got the Spanish colours, wearing the Spanish colours, got the Spanish face paint on as well, and what delight there for the bowler. Uswa Saeed, magical moment for her.
Yeah, the first one was in a good spot. This one was as well. You know, ended up forcing the batter into hitting across a fairly straight one and loses her form. And you see she's flying up, of course she is. And Equipo Rojo needed to break that partnership. It was worth 64 in the end, but it is Uswa Saeed that's able to do it. 72 for 2 as the Austrian skipper Joanne Stiglitz comes to the crease.
Yeah, well batted though. It was a very good partnership, and Malika played her part in it and hit 4 fours and 1 6 on her way to 31 of 23. So it's well batted. But anyway, here comes the captain, and like they've done all the way through this innings, ran really well. She just plays his hat into that sort of point area, and the call is yes.
Smart cricket, and she's experienced, Joanne, and she's very, very smart actually on the cricket field and off the cricket field. This will be a good contest, I think. Sabu facing up on 26.
Pitched up, firmly hit, trying to get it in between the two fielders, but the ball just slows up. And once again, courtesy of that early morning dew, and they'll take a single.
Got to say, I really like the innings from Malika Mahadewa, though. 31 off 23. The intent was there. I think the decision making was there. All right, in the end, goes after a ball that's straight. And maybe it wasn't the best looking shot, but she understands the format. I'm liking this over from Saeed, though. And what I'm liking about it in particular is there's not a lot of length for batters to kind of swipe to the leg side, you know, forcing them to play with a straight bat, forcing them to come forward, and forcing them to take risks to score. So I think it's been an excellent over here in the 8th. There's a bit of momentum going back towards the hosts.
And this one, look at the bounce on that. And that just goes to show, I mean, how the difference really is between this surface and what we're used to, of course, in Barcelona, where we just spent 3 weeks. By the way, congratulations, of course, to Catalonia Jaguars that were crowned the champions there yesterday. But a bit more bounce than the spinners will, if you're allowing the ball to bounce. Batters need to be aware of that. The ball does pop up. Very good over, well bowled. And a wicket also from the Uswa Saeed, and well, hello to her brother as well, who's a very well-known and talented cricketer in Barcelona. And I'm sure he's watching with pride.
Yeah.
And so is
a young gun.
The family, and the family of all of these girls, of course. A very good morning to mums, dads, and family members and relatives that are tuning in to watch the ladies play. I bet it's a very proud moment for you, as here comes Chilungia once again, and a good delivery. Swing and a miss on the batter.
It's funny. Cricket in the end is a pretty simple game. The bowler is the one person that can control the game. They decide where the ball's going to go, and really everything else is just reacting to them. And when Spain have put the ball in good places, they've had good things happen. That was a good start to the over from Chilungia.
Fuller, and it just gets played. So a little bit of tiki-taka here. So I was saying at one point, it looks like they're heading Well, we're heading for around about 100 score, but a good flurry here and a good finish here from Equipo España can keep them maybe to under that, and that'd be a really good achievement.
Chilungia's got the radar going now.
Once again, it's played out on the offside. They'll take a single, so the running is good, but they'd like to find a boundary or two. But I have to say, you know, the last sort of 12 to 16 deliveries bowled here by the Spanish bowlers has been very good. There hasn't been too many loose ones. Well, there's some of the spectators are looking on, and some of the other players.
11 ready to go as well, I think. But I got to say, you know, they've really zoned in, and so I guess the battle is, you know, to maintain this level for as long as you can.
Yeah.
You know, if you're Spain, it's good timing. Chilungia giving nothing away. Sabu just finds herself being bogged down at a time where she'll really be wishing she could accelerate.
This is flighted up. She'll be looking to try and come back for 2 here. And yeah, once again, good running. Just turn and go, good communication. Well chased as well. I've liked the field that's been said as well. I mean, only the good hits, the powerful hits have got past them. Otherwise, they've managed to contain pretty well.
It's been a really good, kind of fairly even contest, I'd say, through this first 9 overs. Chilungia's bowled well. Here's her last ball.
It up and they'll take it on. Can she get there? She probably will, and she does. And that's going to be out. Good work from the bowler, Chilungia. First of all, it was a good delivery. It was floated right up there. Sabu, of course, wanted more of it. She wanted to try and get the boundary. Just a little bit slow, maybe getting into it. Got a bit stuck in a crease, and then decides she's got to go because the captain's already coming your way. And that's nicely done. And another wicket falls. This is the third that goes. And Austria, they're 80 for 2. And that also, I think it was the end of the over as well. So
yeah,
great work here from Spain, especially in the last 3 overs or so. They have only allowed, I think, 9 runs.
You can't really blame Sabu for that. I mean, she goes on the hit, probably regrets it immediately. But I think that is just a build-up of pressure from not having received too many hit-me balls.
Yeah.
You know, and I think even that last one's up in the block hole. Also, is pretty well executed the run out because, you know, could have thrown in a bit of a panic, and we've seen that missed a million times on ECN. But it was smart work by Chilungia just to run it in. She knew she could win the foot race. And it looks like Naomi Hillman-Bermejo is going to bowl the 10th and final over here. So she'll just get the 1 in this innings. And she is bowling to the new batter. It's Bardwaj out there. And that first one goes pretty close to knocking her over.
Yeah, well, how does this miss? It's Bardwaj. It's a little bit fortunate. Obviously needs to try and get bat on the ball. This one she does. Lucky she does. All right, will she ever go? No, decides against it. I think
would have been tempted.
Yeah, Elspeth was there backing up.
She actually kicked it towards the bowler. Did herself a bit of a disservice there. But Bardwaj gets a little bit of wood on that as well. She's off the mark. Joanne's got to lift it a gear now.
It's uppish and will be taken. And there's the captain in action. Big smiles all around. Here's another wicket goes. Well, captain caught by captain. As Stiglitz wants to go for the big shot outside the off. Doesn't get the power in it. It sort of hits high up the bat, but that's a good catch. Gets herself in a good position in the palm of the hands as another wicket goes. This is a crazy finish from Equipo Rojo. Remember, there was 71 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. And here, only 10 runs have been added. And in that period of time, they've taken a further 3 wickets.
Yeah, you've got to give credit to the bowlers. I think in the first place, Elspeth has such a good pair of hands. She's certainly a player you're not going to get away with hitting the ball in the full to very often. Anyway, it's been a pretty good over here from Naomi. Been asked to do her job essentially as the 6th bowler. So one captain catches another in that passage of play. Just 3 balls remain in these first 10 overs of the ECCW.
Oh, that's another beauty. And like the first ball she bowled, I can't believe that it hasn't hit the stumps.
That's fine though at this stage. That ball's a good ball. It's HSP, Hannah Simpson-Parker, brother of Mark Simpson-Parker, who we've seen playing for the men's Austrian side many, many times.
Oh, they're going to have to run here. The non-striker's not looking. Oh, dear. Well, that's not a good look, is it?
She just didn't realise what had happened, and I think it's because the batter's in the way, so she doesn't have a clear sight line.
Yeah.
And that's a run that should have been taken that wasn't. But maybe, silver lining, it does give HSP a chance to score a run that she wouldn't have had otherwise. Last ball coming up.
Or it could be an opportunity to get a... So, yeah, she'll be looking at Bardwaj and say, I'm out because you didn't run, you should have faced this. But what a great over this is. Sensational. What a finish from Spain. It's quite crazy. Only the 10 runs coming off the last 3 overs. And wickets falling as well, 4 wickets. And that over there from Naomi.
2 for 1.
I mean, you got to ask the question why she doesn't really bowl earlier, but that's brilliantly bowled by the young lady. And I know that her father's going to be very proud as well. He's here at the ground. Brilliant work, excellently done. And Spain, well, I think they put themselves as favourites here. I think if that score went to 100, 90 to 100, I would have said around 50-50. I think with that performance, they certainly do go in the interval the favourites in this one.
Yeah, I'd say so, but I don't know. I still have a feeling it's around 50-50. I think a lot of pressure on a couple of particular batters, and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo has to be in that category. She is one player that if she scores a lot of runs, I think Spain get up in this. But Austria, they've got a pretty disciplined bowling unit. That's what I remember from last time as well. But it was lights, camera action here at the Khartoum Oval as we had our first ever innings of Easter CW. And we didn't have to wait too long for the action to start as Priya Sabu went maximo. Bushra, though, she didn't last too long, unfortunately, popping one up, and that got Andrea Davidson-Solier into the action fairly quickly. And one thing that was really clear here is that we are in for a treat. There was action, there was excitement, there's everything you'd want in your first innings of a major tournament.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But some of the hitting, I mean, it was a great partnership, wasn't it? A 50-plus partnership with Sabu hitting the ball well, and then it was Malika Mahadawa who found her form as well and started to play some lovely shots, some great pull shots, some good hits down the ground. But then I think the likes of Spain, they're just tidying things up. The bowlers started to bowl a better line, fuller, didn't give too many loose deliveries, didn't give it too much width for the batters to get away. There was that opportunity where Malika could have gone for 23, Zamorano not quite taken the catch, sort of pops out of the glove, but it was not to hurt them that much because then this happened. It was the accuracy of the bowling of Uswa Saeed that got the wicket onto the stump, full and straight, knocks them over, Jatne Fateh style. So Saeed getting the breakthrough, and then there was this run out as well when Sabu really needed to try and get the acceleration in, knew that the runs were drying out and the boundaries were dried up, but the bowler, Tilinga, held her nerve and got the run out, and somebody else who held their nerve and really captured the team brilliantly there with the dual positions, etc. was Fowler. Fowler taking the catch, was never going to drop it. Then right there towards the end, unfortunately also for Hannah Simpson-Parker, trying to get a boundary, trying to get some extra valuable runs for a side. Plays all around that one. What a finish though that was, and what an over that right at the end from Naomi. Just the one run from it and picking up 2 wickets. That was quite sensational. That's the scorecard for you. So 2 lots of 31 from the number 1 and number 3 batter. Sabu and Mahadewa batted very well, but then after that Spain came back with a bang. Then they only conceding 10 runs in the last 18 deliveries, and well, picking up a handful of valuable wickets as well. 4 in total, 5 would have fall in the innings, which means, well, for me, I think the way that innings ends, I think Spain will fancy themselves to knock these runs off. But again, it won't be easy, and it all depends on the line that we see from Austria here in this one. The sun is coming out, the dew and the dampness around the ground is starting to dry off, and the clouds starting to disappear. We're in for a fantastic day 1 of the Euros of women's cricket. There's the mid-match summary for you. We're going to leave that on the screen for you. And just to remind you, myself, Rigo Full and Vinny Sandu will be back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the very first match of the Euros of women's cricket here, happening here in Andalusia, Spain, at the Field of Dreams, the Khartoum Oval. We'll be back in 10 minutes time.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hola, buenos días, and welcome back. Bienvenido. Eso es the Campeonato de Euros de la Femenina. And welcome to the Euros of Cricket as we get ready for the reply from Spain, needing 82 to win. Taking on, of course, the Austrian national team. We're going to start with the wide, just a little bit too wide here. As Madawa is going to be doing the bowling. Played a big part in this match already, scoring 31, joint high score with Priya Sabu. The two put a good partnership together. Now Malika trying to get the breakthrough. Bashra is the opener. And that's played away nicely. Should be looking for at least a single. And she's out there with Naomi Hillman. Who, well, what a final over that was from Naomi. Just the one run conceded, picked up 2 wickets as well. And now the young talented player looking to make a good start with the bat as well. And Mahadoa will be looking to get the breakthrough early here. Welcome to everyone, and if you are tuning in, you are watching the first ever Euros of women's cricket, starting with 5 national teams, 2 of them out there, Spain, Austria, yet to see the England 11, Netherlands and Italia. Welcome to all the players and their staff. It's not a bad delivery, gets a little bit of shape that comes back into Naomi as well. It's a cold start here in Andalusia, Spain. We're in the region of Malaga, surrounded by the Sierra de Cartama, the mountains, and that's why it's a little bit nippy, but the sun is out, the clouds disappearing. We're in for a lovely hot day, and it's going to be a treat as Malika comes in again to Naomi. And well, Naomi has to play at this. There's an indication there of how due it can be. That is Parker. That goes down, but keeps her eye on the ball, makes a stop, but a good delivery that as well. I think Naomi, if she doesn't play that, she would have been in a bit of trouble. And well, have a look at what the wind predictor is saying here. That will change ball by ball. In just a moment ago, it's 50-50. Like the sound of that. We've got 300 matches on the network without a golden ball. Malika comes in again. And if you're wondering about the golden ball, well, I can tell you, somebody who can tell you all about it. The man who's golden himself and looks pretty golden with the suit he's wearing today. It, of course, is the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo, who is doing match number 3001.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this innings goes. And Martinez has been impressive.
Oh, well, didn't fancy getting hands onto this. Sort of leapfrogs it, does Madawa. And that means it goes straight down the ground for a beautiful shot. Well, the timing on this was great. I suppose I'm not surprised you don't want to get your legs anywhere near that.
I actually think that's a smart decision. I mean, you've got a limited squad. Yeah, you know, you could try and stop that, but I think it's a long week with a broken shin bone. I think you just got to tip your hat to Naomi and say that was a cracking straight drive, and you get Spain their first boundary. Wasn't the worst ball, though. I mean, challenged Naomi to come forward, but she is a prodigious talent.
Now gets one into the body. It's another one that gets past the fielder. And Hannah has to chase after it, but it was well backed up in the end. But they do get another run. So
Bashrat was a bit slow to go there. You know, the running was really important, I think, as one of the cornerstones of what set Austria up in the power play and in the first half of the innings. Then some good bowling kind of got Spain back in the contest. But have a look where we are. 350 matches since the Golden Ball. I know, Rico, that We've been waiting. I mean, we got pretty close over the last couple of days. Some real tight finishes. Of course, the golden ball is the tiebreaker here on ECN. If the scores are tied, the batting team gets one more delivery. They need 2 runs to win the game. If they don't get the 2 runs, they don't win. And guess what? Austria men's team, they were involved in the last golden ball 49. So we've got a lot to celebrate. Obviously, you talked about the 3,000 and all these things, but the next golden ball is golden ball 50. And we've been waiting a while now. We've been waiting. It was the 22nd of July, right? So it's almost 2 months. All right, here we go with the start of the second over. And look, basics, and we talked about them earlier. Running between the wickets, not bowling extras. Those are 2 basic ones. You know, if you can do those things right, then you really give your team the best chance to shine.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, historical moments, that golden ball you're talking about. Are we going to get one? We were sure we were going to get one in Barcelona. It didn't happen.
Looks like it.
It's Komati bowling. That's a nice looking shot. Well fielded though. Lovely pickup. No run there. Así me gusta. Que no hay carrera aquí. No hay nada. Nada de nada. Well fielded.
Cracking fielding. A great shot to start with. Good bowling all round. Probably the only thing I'm still a bit worried about, the running between the wickets there. You know, okay, there's no problem there, but that's the sort of ball that Austria would have taken a run on. A very good ball next up from Komati.
Yeah, that's good delivery. It draws Naomi out. Who wants to hit this on the up. She wants to elevate it. Misses out. And I think she does draw herself out of the crease as well. So that's maybe something that the keeper is maybe keeping an eye on. Might be tempted to actually stand up. That's a Uka that's behind there. Here comes Komati once again. This one's going to be too wide and get signalled wide by the umpire.
Pretty good keeping there by Uka. Had to go sideways pretty quickly. Like I said, I don't mind bowlers missing that way though. I mean, at least if you're trying to bowl one side of a wicket, you kind of set a field to it. I think you're forcing the batters to play more difficult shots. Okay, occasionally you go a little bit too wide. It's an acceptable price to pay, I think, if you bowl 1 or even maybe 2 of those and over.
Short again. And probably spoils this one. I think that one would have tested the width as well. So it's another dot. So once again, just have a look how that wind predictor keeps changing ball by ball. Like I said,
it's
ball by ball.
hovering around the 50-50 though, isn't it?
50-50 again.
Emma Kirkman doing the fielding there. She was one of my favourite players to watch back in the ECIW here in March.
Goes for the big shot, and it's just over the field, and now the chase is on. Iba. No hay cuatro. Oh, well, it's a bit of a wild throw. It could be going for a third here. They want it, and well, this could be a better throw. Would have been in trouble. Still an opportunity. They're asking the question, but creo que no, Creo que no. Creo que bien.
I don't think so either, but yeah, a rare all-run 3. I actually think that could be our first all-run 3 in international women's cricket that we've had this year, but it all came from a slight miscommunication. It was like an impulse from Sujanya to hand the ball off at the last minute, missed her target, and that was quite good awareness from Naomi to get through for the third. Also puts her in a good position potentially to face the next over with 2 to come here in the second.
Yeah, it was a bit of an error from the fielder as well, just getting the throw a bit wrong, and this one ends up a bit of a hoik from Basharat. Just trying to make the most of the field. I'm just having a look at that field. They have got the 2 players that you've got out. You've got a fine leg, and you've got the mid wicket that's sort of in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. And,
yeah, you got to hover out at mid wicket. You do see some funky fields, I suppose, in this format of the game. That'll be the end of the over. And in the end, Komati, I think, can hold her head high. She only goes for 5 in the over. And it's 12 with that loss after 2. So, yeah, this is the bonus point which we brought in, which it's a fairly simple one. Basically, each team gets 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss, ordinarily. But you can steal the other team's point. Now, for Spain to do that, they need to chase the 81 in 7 overs. For Austria to get a bonus point out of the game, they need to restrict Spain to 56 or less. So it's very, very simple. If you're able to do either of those things, then the winning team would get 4 points and the losing team wouldn't get a point. So I also think of it this way. You get a point if you don't get thrashed.
Okay.
All right, that's probably another way to look at it. Anyway, here is the start of a new over, and it's Priya Sabu coming on to bowl. She's a very important player. Right on the money first up, but Naomi Hillman-Bramako will work her way to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, Sabu, once again, a bit like the opening bowler, Malika, batted very well for 31. And I was hoping that maybe she could get the breakthrough.
So I suppose what it means, for example, is let's say that you're chasing and the target's a bit beyond you. It becomes pretty clear early. You still can kind of play to keep that point.
Yeah.
So it creates a secondary point of interest.
I think she could be gone here. You know, they're asking the question, going to go to the third umpire, and that's going to be Snehal who's going to be looking at this. But let's just see. Is it cleanly taken? Yeah. And let's see here. It's
maybe she does get back.
I think looking at that,
Yeah.
I can see the bat just hitting the ground.
Obviously, Sheetal Bhardwaj isn't made of glass and in the way of the camera, but I think it's going to be not out. I think based on that, I mean, you couldn't give it out.
I think you got to go with umpire's call here
Yeah.
now, because you can't. I mean, though you can sort of
This might be a good
work
shot.
out when the bat actually goes down from the vibration of the body of the batter.
The bat goes down and stays down as well. It's
Yeah.
not one of those ones where it bounces up. You can be still stumped off a bounced bat.
Yes.
But now you can't get run out that way. Not out's the decision. Good decision. Also pretty quick keeping. But then also, I'd probably ask the question, for Buzra up behind the stumps, maybe if she'd feel confident going another step up, and then she would have had time to execute the stumping.
Yeah.
But then also, you lose a bit of lateral range there if you're keeping up. If the ball is wider, it's harder to adjust and get there.
Sabu focused, ready to get in again.
Such a good game, actually, first half, isn't it?
So that's going to be a challenge. Fielder comes across and good stop.
Very good fielding.
That's the way to do it, you see. You smother it.
I'm going to shame, just as a player group, some of the Barcelona fielding we saw.
Yeah.
We need to see more of that there.
Yeah, get down.
That was very, very
It's very
good
easy,
fielding.
isn't it? You're right. It's very easy to just put a foot out, isn't it? But
It's not smart either.
But we've seen that go wrong too many times.
Yeah.
You've got to get down on it. That's good. That's smart
Great work
play.
out there, Sriya Kamati.
Here's to the fielder. This is, for me, this is a run. I think as soon as because he's not being pelted and he's not going at a pace, you run there. And that's one thing maybe that Equipa Rojo can learn from what Austria did well. They're taking those singles. They're going on the hit. Naomi, speaking of hitting, that's hit well, just out of the reach of the infielder. I mean, it would have been a great catch if Emma Krukman was able to take this, but she gets enough power on it, and that's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, and that's the first boundary for the Spanish team, and it comes from the bat of Naomi, who looks a very talented young player.
First this over, remember there was that shin buster she hit straight down the ground a little bit earlier on. But Emma's actually a really interesting player to watch. She's one of my favourites. That's the Emma zone. She likes to creep in there at cover and create some catching opportunities. It's interesting. Yeah, the run between the wickets is a good point. Slight difference in intensity, I think, between the two teams so far. End of the third over, and it's 18 without loss. I think perhaps what it is they really feel that Naomi's a boundary hitter. They wanted to be on strike as much as possible. So maybe when she's hitting one to the circle, they're not running, whereas I think early on the responsibility was shared a bit between Mahadewa and Priya Sabu when they were batting together.
Yeah.
So I think that could be it. But I mean, just look at the proofs in the pudding. 18 off the first 3 overs, not quite at the rate so far. And they have probably missed a trick a little bit on the running. Some good running as well, like the 3. I think that was well run.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think you kind of need that boundary and over to keep pace with the rate, which started at 8.2 and over. Currently, it's just crept a little bit over 9.
Uppish, but in the gap. Now, will they come back for 2 here? Probably not, because I think Naomi will feel that Bashrat's role maybe at the moment, especially with her going at that 7 balls. 6 balls now for 3, and maybe Bashrat's role is to take the singles and give Naomi a bit of a break in between some of the balls, but she's got to be the main striker here. So plays this into the deck, we'll take a single.
Yeah, keep scoring. I think that's the thing. If you score off every ball, then it's hard to see you're not going at the rate. Probably get an extra or 2 in this format of the game as well. Needing about 9 and over at this stage. And the odd boundary. Hello to John Woodward, good to have you with us. And thanks to everyone that said hello in the chat. Helix is watching from Australia.
Yeah, hello to John. Hope you're well. Swing and a miss again here from Bashrat. That's Spain have to keep an eye on. It can't be too many dot balls. So Basharat, if she's, like I said before, if she's not able to get the big shot in, I think she'll be trying to get back onto ball. A lot of areas where you can take that single. Kamati looking to finish a good spell once again in that off stump corridor, which has been an issue for Basharat. Good applause for the bowler Kamati. Once again, a big hello to everybody that is on our chat. Helix is on there, Christopher Ward. Lovely to have you all with us on what is a historic day on the European Cricket Network. This one is just too wide. Wants to try and keep it in that area. I don't mind that at all. There's a plan.
Like I said, it's not a bad spot to miss. We see it all the time, don't we? And we probably watch an unreasonable amount of cricket in this format. But, you know, it's much better than losing it down the leg side, where you might actually get whacked for a boundary, or it could be a wide. Kamati.
Okay, up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? It was. Fingertips to it. I think that's Parker. Does well. Makes up a lot of ground actually to get there. I like the fact that she wants to go for this catch.
Yeah, I agree. And to be honest, I don't think that many of the fielders would have reached this. But Hannah Simpson-Parker, again, because she's not completely balanced, because she's on the run, it was just a matter of whether it would stick or not. It didn't, but still, I like the effort.
Yeah, run it once to single, because that will take Naomi back on strike. Well, we're seeing the action there in the middle. We can see in the background there some of the other teams doing some warm-ups. That looks like, is that the Netherlands?
That's the Dutch team in the background. And look, they are a force. I'm telling you something. They actually rearranged the record book during the year, including the fastest chase, only 5 balls to chase a score. And what I will say is a few different looking players in there compared to that, because they have some availability issues. Some players playing in Australia, for example, in Southern Hemisphere, but still a lot of quality in there, and quite an organised domestic cricket structure in the Netherlands, which is something that not all the countries we'll see have at that level. Sabu comes back for over number 5. This hit hard and it's going to be fumbled over the line. That was just power and brute force. I think Stiglitz, the captain, did everything right, didn't she? But just couldn't quite deal with the final bounce of the ball. And that's a badly needed boundary to Team Spain.
Yeah, I mean, this was hit with a bit of power, wasn't it? It's a little bit over pitch going for the Yorker, but it's that final bounce as well. Gets an awkward bounce. So, though, I mean, bravely gets the body behind it, the ball still ricochets to the boundary.
You can't criticise the effort. That's the thing. You put yourself in the right position. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Chance. Oh, that could have been a great one. Now, that's a great effort. I mean, some of the effort we're seeing here from the fielders, and the same applies to both sides, is outstanding. This one has been mullered. It's been hit hard by Naomi. We know she can hit the ball hard. It's a great effort. Gets 2 hands to it. I've got to say, that's those. They either stick or they don't.
They either stick or they don't, but it's a big moment, isn't it? Naomi Hillman-Bermejo is a bit of a key to the chase. She's dropped on 19, but don't know if you can call it a full chance, really.
Dot ball to come back. That's the thing here, though, isn't it? We keep getting those dot balls in, and as long as the dot balls keep coming in, I mean, all right, there was a boundary in the over, but now those dot balls are coming back. So that's something new we're doing here, aren't we, with the bonus point?
Yeah.
So yeah, when you get a chance, run that through us again, because I think there's probably a lot of people that have been following European cricket now for a long time that are looking at this saying, Vinny, tell us one more time how it works.
Yeah, I'll probably bring it up again maybe at the end of the over. But Spain, essentially, obviously, if they win, they're going to get 3 points, right? Okay. And if they were to win within 7 overs, they get 4 points. So that's one way to look at it. That's the batting team bonus point. But the other thing is, Spain, to earn a point out of this game, they need to get to at least 57. So Spain will get a point out of the game if they can reach 57.
Right, so 3 points for a win, you said?
3 points for a win.
So it's not 2 now, it's 3 for a win.
So basically, each team's given an extra point compared to what used to happen. So you used to get 2 for a win, 0 for a loss. Now you get 3-1. But what you can do is you can steal the other team's point. If you win by enough, then you get 4 points and they don't get anything. But there's always 4 points on offer in a match. I think it's one of those things, it'll become quite clear once we see it a few times, as that'll be the end of the over, 29 without loss. I want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. And yeah, so far we've got a bit of a nail-biter, to be honest, in the first game of the ECCW. 23 matches across the next 6 days. Yeah, so Rico was asking, and a lot of people asking about this bonus point system. How does it work? I sometimes put it this way. Rather than think of it as a bonus point, I think of it as a reward for making sure you keep the game close. So, you know, if you get thrashed, you're probably not going to get any points out of a game. But if you lose in a close contest, you will get a point out of the game. So you can kind of see it in this innings for Spain. If they can get to at least 57, then they will walk away with a point. And if they are restricted 56 or less, then Austria will steal their point. The other side of the equation is, let's say you make a lowish score first innings. If the other team are able to chase it in 7 overs or less, then they'll steal your point. So I think it'll work pretty well. It's a good way to split teams that might have the same amount of wins as well. As we've got a long chase here for Hannah, and that's a nice bit of fielding. I've been really impressed with fielding this morning. Well, they take on a 3. Well, she wants it, and bowlers ends on here, but again, they take a risk, they get away with it. Second 3 of the innings. Basharat will enjoy that. Takes her into double figures.
It's good running, isn't it? Good running. I think they chance the run on the arm of the fielder. It's a tremendous save, though. It still saves, for me, it's still saving 1 run. It's a hard chase there for Hannah. Gets it, flicks it back as well, but can't stop the 3, but saves the boundary. This one I think is going to be a no. You're going to have a look at this. I think this is going to be too high. We could see the first no ball because of height here. Let's have a look at this side on if you got it. Enough. Let's see. I mean, that's where it's hit. Yeah, it's called. That's the correct call for me.
Yeah, I think it is. It's going to drop, but because of where the contact point is, yeah, I got a feeling that's the right call.
Yeah, it's called, and you see the warning for the bowler, and the captain is being informed there as well. So Stiglitz will know, and the free hit though gets missed. That's the only downside to that, is that they cross. So Naomi's not on the free hit, and then the next ball's a dot ball. So Basharat here, you know, what's that now? 15 balls for 8 runs. It's those dot balls, unfortunately. Let's see if she can get this one away. And they will run on it. I think Naomi has to take that on, and she will. They'll get, I'm guessing, the wide, and yep.
Yeah, 2 bonus runs. Yeah, look, Naomi, she did carry the batting of Team Spain, I think, in the ECIW. That was pretty clear to see. So Basharat, a bit more of a support role. Got to get Naomi on strike. Now let her do the business. This rate required's gone over 10 and over now.
That's been well hit, trying to get it in the gap. 2 fielders should deal with it. To do nice clean pickup, and no chance after 2 this time. That's nicely done, liking that. That's Malika, who's out there. She's having a good start to the Euros of women's cricket, isn't she? I'm
impressed with the calculated risk taking so far in this game, from both sides really.
Yeah.
Something probably I noticed in some of the ECIW cricket we did earlier in the year.
That's a good hit. Now this is going to be a challenge, and it is going to be 4 runs, and that is huge for Basharat. It really is. Huge cheers from the Spanish girls in their dugout. It's a really good hit. She waits for it, gets inside the crease, and look at the way she executes that. Delightful shot. Oh, that's going to be something she's going to go back and look back at. That's a great shot and a great highlight for her, and of course for the Spanish girls.
Great timing there, and found the gap, and it was kind of in the general vicinity of the fielder, but she couldn't quite get there. Yeah, I was just going to say, we saw a lot of innings where the scoring rate wasn't great, but they didn't lose a lot of wickets earlier in the year.
And goes for a similar shot.
Confidence building that shot. You can already feel it for Basharat as she swats that one away for a single. End of the 6th over, the score 42 without loss. Yeah, so this is a chat I've had with a few teams. Maybe some of the women's teams that aren't quite the level of some of the teams we'll see here. But just saying, you know, it's a team game, especially with things like running between the wickets. If there are 1 or 2 run-outs, I mean, we said it when we were in Croatia, didn't we?
Yeah.
You know, if there's not 1 or 2 run-outs, you're probably not trying for enough runs. You've got 11 batters there, 11 players to shoulder the load of the batting. And yeah, you don't want to lose wickets by being crazy, but you do need to kind of put that pressure back on the fielding side and make them make the play now and then. As Joanne Stiglitz, the captain, is going to come on to bowl here in the 7th over. First one's popped back. So where are we at? So we got 10 and over basically required. Basharat on strike. They've had about an even share of the strike as well. Spain, of course, is 15 runs away from that point, guaranteeing them a point. This is good. See, that's a hit and run. And look, if there's a perfect piece of fielding that runs you out,
that's
so be it.
That's almost a hit and run as well, isn't it?
It's a hit and run.
There's no running away from here. Well, I think that's one that gets worn there by Basharat, but she's okay.
This is a big clash coming up between Joanne Stiglitz and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo.
Okay, up in the air, but he's in the gap. This is going to be a long chase.
Go for 2.
And well done. The fielding has been exceptional. They will come back for 2, which is key. But once again, saves the boundary.
Yeah, very good fielding in the first place. I mean, again, not too much negative about this play. It just makes sure it's not going to get past her, Priya. But also, Naomi was determined to get back on strike.
This gets played out in leg side. Would love to if they can get it. But not going to be. I think, I will say though, from the shot that Basharat played earlier, the boundary, she'll fancy this because it's a similar style of bowling to what we saw from Bangalore earlier. Stiglitz is pushing it up there. She will, I mean, it's a risk going across the line, but she will take it on and just gets this over the outstretched hand of the Austrian captain.
That's a shot though, isn't it? I mean, she plays that shot really well. It's kind of like a standing sweep.
Yeah.
Or like a swat using whatever length she's given. But I've got to say, Joanne's come on at a time where there's a bit of pressure. You know, if the over went off the rails, it makes it pretty tough. But she's been right on the money. Last ball, the over.
Big shot coming. And it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. That's the shot they needed.
She's a special talent, though, Naomi. I mean, that is absolutely crunch. And the fielder wasn't even that far from her. She had absolutely no chance to finish the over. And the 50 partnership comes up 51 without loss.
Yeah, cracking shot. Here we go. Shot of the day so far. Well, there you go. That's one of your HCL software moments. Straight down the ground. 4 runs. Just went. Look, if that over went for just 5 or 6, it's a big win for Austria. Needing the boundary to keep Spain in it and gets it. And, well, you can see they're 31 required of 18 deliveries. The 50 also comes up with that shot. 51 without loss. A 50-run partnership. Well batted to both those girls.
Yeah, this is good. These two teams have got history. Coming up next, Netherlands versus Italy. Italy winning the toss and electing to bowl in that one. It's coming up in around about half an hour. You can check out more on our website, europeancricket.com. All right, we're back into the action. This first ball hit on... kind of hit it on the way down almost. Barnward's coming on here in the 8th over.
It's not out, I suppose, straying down leg side. Yeah,
just going down leg side. Joe Foster, good to see him back at the Cardamom Oval. He was unavailable for the ECC men's during the year, but we've got him back, and he's a very experienced official.
Bardwag probably will want to make sure she can go a little bit fuller this time. It was short, even though she got away with the dot. It's short again, and fielder does well because it would have been a wide anyway. So in a way, spoils are wide, but probably importantly, gets Naomi on strike. Now, Naomi, you'd expect her, if she gets similar sort of length here, to be putting these away. So they're making a slight adjustment to that field on the leg side. Fielder Parker, is being dropped back. So somebody's got to come up from somewhere. Just keeping an eye on this field.
This is the over, isn't it? You feel it already. Naomi in the driver's seat.
It is short. It's crunched down the ground, but it gets picked up. Well, that's a result for Austria, really.
That's brilliant fielding because, any sort of fumble there, if the ball gets away, they're getting 2. I think who's on strike is super important at the moment.
Kamati's been fantastic.
That was
patrolling the boundary brilliantly.
Perfectly done. Even the presence of mind to throw to the keeper's end.
Yeah.
What an arm and what a bit of cricket IQ there. In case Naomi did want to steal the 2, she would have been the one in jeopardy. Basharat's got to step up now.
And stopped by the keeper, used the leg, so still a little bit too short here is Bardwag. And just having a look at where Hannah Simpson Parker has gone, she's sort of in between 30-yard and the boundary. I think she's got to make up her mind,
get
one
back
or
on
the other.
I think
get on the boundary, walk in from there.
Saving the 4's everything, even if you give away a 2, especially I think with Basharat on strike.
Okay, that's a better delivery. Gets a bit more flight on it. They will take the single, so going at more or less run a ball here, even with the extra. So once again, Naomi, she knows what the team needs here. Needs that boundary. They need to be getting at around about 11 and over. If they don't get that here, then that rate will just keep creeping up. So a couple of boundaries here will be just what they need. Well, that's that big hit, and that's why she's going to be dangerous. And once again, you know that area is going to be targeted. If it's short, she's going to get the shot in. That's a terrific pull shot. Naomi now going strong. Wonderful shot.
Looking at this field and obviously what's being bowled as well, they've still got 5 on the offside. They've got 2 fielders kind of hovering around backward point and then kind of short third.
Yeah.
I'll probably have one of them out there on the leg side. I think that's where the boundary is going to go. It does on that occasion. Naomi to 34. Can she pull off a remarkable victory for Equipo Rocco in their first ever Easter CW game?
Well, this is hit high in the air and it's well stopped. And had to make that stop. That was a important bit of fielding. And Naomi, you can see she's perhaps looking for that single play. I think she's better off just go with the single, go back on strike. Good stop there from Parker. And she was pushed back on the boundary then as well. And that was important. Because I think if she was in midway between 30 and the boundary, that one may have gone past her. Makes a stop, quite important. It's an over that goes for 9, but it's a win for Austria. That rate now goes up to, 11 required. So they need 22 off the 2 overs.
It's tense. I'm loving it. It's such a great gripping contest. Okay, during that over, Spain do go past the 57, so we know they walk away with a point from this game. We already know that by taking the game to the 8th over, that Austria get their points. So again, this is a close match, so both teams deserve something out of it. I like it. Anyway, this is going to be Mahadiwa. Pretty good bowler to be able to bring back, and that's the thing. They have used 6 bowlers. They have options here, but this is the biggest over of the game so far. 22 required, and Naomi on 35. I think this is where she has to take a few chances, I think, to get the strike back. 9th over.
Oh, that's ends up being a very important stop. You know, the field has also been adjusted. That's a brave stop from Maroa.
I think it's pretty important because I think if she doesn't stop it, there's a very good chance it might be 2 or more. Yeah, because it's hit very well. Okay, if you're very harsh, you might say it's a drop catch, but it means that Basharat is facing up 21 off 11.
Plays it out, but it'll just be a single.
Can I say something that could happen here? I'm not saying it will, but it's never happened in 3,000, I don't know what, 800 matches.
What's that?
A team's never lost a chase on it batting second without losing a wicket. It's almost happened a few times. I'm not saying they're going to lose. I'm just saying haven't lost a wicket and they're slightly behind the rate. 2 ball required now. 10 remaining. Naomi.
Yeah, and they will come back for 2, I'm sure. It's chased hard. In comes the throw.
2's your par here now. 2 doesn't move the needle at all. So you can see a fair bit of tension around the ground. You can see a few people coming in as well. As the day wears on, I'm sure we'll see the fan zone building up. 18 off 9, Mahadiwa doing a good job for Austria.
Plays at this one, probably, I'm guessing, may have been a wide. You know, I wonder if we get a chance to see this again.
For everything. Hitting the ball.
Nice looking shot, but the field well set for this, and good pick-up, good throw. Fielding from both sides, I have to say, I'm very impressed.
Definitely.
With the ground fielding, the outfield fielding, and I like the way that the captains have controlled and set the field as well. They basically said to the bowlers, this is the field, bowl to it, and the bowlers have done just that. And I have to say this as well. The line bowl from the bowlers is far better than we saw on average in Barcelona. As this one gets played out the offside, it will be a single.
I would have thought tactically maybe you'd refuse that one, honestly, because I think if you need to get 16, 17 off and over, I think Naomi's probably the one that's going to find you the 3 boundaries in 6 balls. Excellent stuff from Malika Mahadiwa, and she finishes her spell, none for 13. So no one taking wickets, but you know, just look at the economy rates. Got 5 of the 6 bowlers there in single digits, and so I think for me, I'd go Stiglitz last over, the captain. I think that's the call I would make, and I think it will be Joanne. She does like to bowl the 10th as well, provided us with 1 or 2 viral moments bowling the 10th over. She'll know what I'm talking about there. But yeah, now amidst essential, I think that Basharat gets off strike here. 16 off 6, so 15 for a golden ball, 16 for the win. Spain need boundaries, 10th over.
And, well, she will get Naomi on strike.
So you got draw
Straight
card
away.
versus draw card here now in the 10th over.
Yeah, I'm looking at the field set here. All right, you're getting one more going. So you see Parker going
Gotta
back
go
on the boundary, but I
5-4
think
here.
you've got to get another one on that side. We haven't seen too many cut shots played.
With the pace of Joanne, you're not going to have a lack of pace. You're not going to get a lot of cuts going for 4. All right.
It's pretty wide. Well, that's going to be 4, you know. Game on here. Game on.
Well, yes, game on. And that's the thing about ECN cricket, the bound.
Okay, here we go. It's a bit fuller. It's
Got to run for 2. Got to run for 2.
Yeah, go for it.
Got to go.
Comes
Got
the
to
throw.
go. Oh, they don't go. That's for me, it's a tactical misstep. I just think at this stage, and maybe that's the experience factor coming in the format, you had to take the risk there.
Yeah, I
You
think.
had to take it, and the throwers come into the bowler's end anyway.
Yeah, Naomi, I think, realises that. Look, I'm looking at her now. She's thinking, yeah, why didn't I do it? You got to go for it because you know you're going to get to the safe end.
Got to run no matter what here. Hit and run. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take the
So
single.
now we're at 9 off 2, so 2 4s for a golden ball. Tell you what, wouldn't put it past her. She's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't.
She's got the power, and well, she's on 44 as well, Naomi. Can she bring up the first ever half century in the Euros of cricket
All
women's
right.
and also win the match here for Spain? Here we go. Oh, well, what a stop this is. It will be a wicket as well. So the wicket goes down, and I wonder if I want to see where the non-striker is standing. Is she standing outside of her crease? Keep an eye on this.
Good question. I mean, it's
Keep
probably
an
all
eye on it.
academic. They
Keep
needed
an eye
2
on
to
it.
keep the game going. Yeah, I know what you're saying here. Let's have a look. I think she does go back. Yeah, see.
The bat just goes down there.
So Naomi will be the one run out. But you're going to say it's potentially a match-winning stop. And I'll tell you why, because if they had gotten 2 off that, and if it gets past Joanne, I think they are getting the 2, potentially, then you've got a last ball finish. You know, it's a great start to the series, even though Naomi won't get Spain the win here. But she has batted really well, against such a prodigious talent. It's just the first step of a slightly longer journey, so she can be very proud of her 44 with 6 boundaries in there as she departs. We do have a wicket, so that record will stay. 73 for 1, and now we're getting to the last ball with 9 required. All Joanne has to do here is bowl a straight one.
Legal ball will do it. And there's the legal delivery, and it will finish with a dot. So it will be victory for Austria. Austria, congratulations to the Austrian women. They win the very first match of the ECCW Women's. That's right, it's the Euros of Women's Cricket, the first ever here in Spain, Andalusia, in Malaga at the Carnaval Oval. It was a close contest as well, a bit of a thriller to start things off, but Austria, they held their nerve. I have to say, I'm going to say, Vinny, they win that match because of their fielding.
Yeah, I think both sides fielded well, if I'm honest. I actually think there wasn't much between them, just like I said at the start of the game, and it proved that way. But just some key moments, I think, for me, Austria's tactics. They tactically were a little bit better about when they took the risks. You know, when they're running between the wickets, for example, you know, it is tough. This game, this format puts you under a lot of pressure. I just think Austria seemed a little bit more equipped to handle that pressure. But in the end, it's only 8 runs between the teams. Austria 81, Spain 73. Coming up next, the Dutch will hit the park against the Azzurri in only 25 minutes' time. Italy winning the toss and electing to bowl. They've listed Adamine Thompson and Karlin van Kolvik in the opening position. Stelanger, I like her. She's a very good spin bowler. Hannah Landia, very good pace bowler. Iris Villing, very good all-rounder. In fact, they're all very good in Italy. Well, they knocked off the Dutch. They've got some very good players of their own, including Bartram and Sudadai. Let's go back and have a look at this chase. So, at Equipo Rocco, it was a brave effort, but they fall just short. a very entertaining start to the ECCW.
Yeah, it was indeed, and it was one player that was keeping Spain in it really early on, and that was Naomi. Though, well, there was a couple of chances. We know that Bashtarat, she gave a chance to Hannah Simpson on 3. It wasn't quite taken, and Naomi herself, it was a difficult one. The Sabu could have taken her when she was a 19. But one thing that the two batters kept doing is they kept building on a partnership. They were rotating the strike well, and when needed be, getting the boundaries at the right time.
Yeah, I still go back to the fact that the fundamentals were done pretty well by both teams in this game, I think, including extras. I mean, that innings we had 7 wides and no balls, so it's less than 1 and over. This is when it really came down to it. I mean, they needed 2 to essentially keep the game alive.
Yeah.
And due to that, I suppose the golden boot from Joanne, it meant that they weren't going to be able to get 2 at all. Yeah, Austria certainly tested them, and they're up to the test. I think that Spain will be very proud of their efforts. These two will meet again later in the tournament, don't forget. But yeah, it lived up to the billing, this one. Bashtarat with 21 of 27, but probably didn't quite have the Rangers stroke play compared to a Naomi there, who finishes 44 off 33, run out in the very, very last over. We only saw Andrea Davidson Soler for 1 delivery, so can't read too much into that. But I think team effort, it's a team game, and really I think the bowling team for Austria did a great job.
Yeah, it's a cracking start. The bowlers bowl well, and they bowl to the field. I think I mentioned that before. So I think the captain and the coaches will be very proud of that performance from Stiglitz. But also, I think the Spanish team, they won't be too disappointed as well, because they did most things well as well. I mean, the way they restricted Austria to this score in the first place, only allowing just 10 runs off the last 18 deliveries, was quite brilliant. But in the end, yeah, just little things made a difference. I mean, maybe the power play, 18 coming off that the first week. That was the time when Bashtarat was playing and missing at a few. So a few too many dot balls in the power play, though they did get going after that. So small margins, but a cracking game to start off the Euros of
Well, just like my first cheeseburger at the airport on Thursday night, it's only made me want more, and you'll get more. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the second game of the day. It's the Netherlands versus Italy in match 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, alongside Rico Full. Back soon with more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. It's the first ever day of ECCW cricket, the Women's Euros, and we're in full swing already. Coming up next, been waiting for this game for a long time when I saw it on the calendar. It's match number 2 between the Netherlands and Italy. A little bit of history between these two teams on ECN this year. Right now it's time for the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Okay. Netherlands, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Italy, you're the away team, you will call the coin.
Thank you. Head.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
Okay. We would like to ball first.
Okay, toss one by Italy, who will bowl first?
So Italy win the toss and they have elected to bowl first, kind of follows the trend from before. And look, the reason I said I was looking forward to this matchup in particular is that probably our game of the season in ECIW cricket was between these two teams. It was the Netherlands that needed to defend 6 off the last ball. Italy needed a 6. Amelia Bartram put it out of the park down the road at the Rock to seal a memorable 1-run victory for the Azzurri. And Amelia Bartram will be a key here. Regina Sudade as well. Remember, she took a hat-trick on her ECIW debut earlier in the season as well. So watch out for her with the ball and the bat. But the Netherlands, they ultimately did win that trophy in the series earlier in the year. But then also, they had a couple of players there that aren't available due to, playing in some other locations, some Southern Hemisphere locations as well for this series. But watch out, Iris Villing is a very, very good cricketer. She's going to be a real key. She leads the side, important with the ball and the bat. And there's quality all through there. I also like the variety in the Dutch bowling lineup. We'll tell you about that a little bit more as the game goes on. Rico Full standing by. Rico, looking forward to this one. Italy winning the toss and sending in the Dutch. Could be a bit of a risk. Let's see how it goes. Let's get ready for match 2.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, looking dashing out there in the sunshine, the sunshine of the Costa del Sol. That's where we are. We are in Andalusia again. Thank you, Andalusia, for being our host once more. Andalusia Malaga, we are at the Carnama Oval. You can take a look at the two teams. And interesting words there from Vinny Sandu about when these two teams met before. That means we're in for a real sizzler. Italy taking on the Netherlands. This is what the win predictor is saying, having Netherlands 82% to 18. So despite the history between these two teams, Netherlands are big time favourites in this one. A very good morning to our viewers worldwide. And namaste, assalamu alaikum, sastri akal, abawan, welcome to everybody joining us via the Indian subcontinent. It's lovely to have you with us, and lovely to have all of our chatters with us as well. And Helix, Jeffrey Mobbs and Kroom, John Gray, Christopher Ward, all ready for the start of this one. And of course, hello also to Petra as well. Let's get ready to rock as we wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the thumbs up. Here we go, first ball coming up, and it will be Amelia Barton to bowl. He's a little bit short, straight to the fielder. They're taking on the single, and they'll get there. And a little bit of a collision here between the batter and the bowler. And that's going to be Iris Zwilling. That bangs right into Bartram. Bartram needs to try and get behind the wickets a little bit quicker here. But that's a lovely moment there. There you go. That's what it's all about. Be competitive, but the sportsmanship there as well. That's a better delivery. This could be close, you know. Now, the umpire, nice to see the Snenal out there, has a look, and yeah, I think that's a very good call. Very good call. I think the ball just pitching outside the line of leg stick there. Tight call, but I think it's a good call. So, nice to see for the first time on the European Cricket Network that umpire Snehal is out there. A very warm welcome to Snehal, out there with Stefan Gooch, who's at square at the moment. Bartram again. This time just gets played out. Getting a good bit of movement. And there's definitely a bit of pace there from the bowler. So Amelia Bartram bowling very well, bowling with a bit of pace as well. And once again, we always like to see the Italian blue, don't we? We like the electric blue of Italy. We've seen, of course, the men, the Italian men, wearing that proudly. And now it's time for the women. It's pretty full, but just straying on the leg side. That's a really good shot. Beautifully played by Zwilling. Just flicks it away off the pads. Not too much wrong with it, really. But that's beautifully played. And already, I think, probably a little word between perhaps the captain there. Yeah, that was Pedrick. He's having a chat with Buttram and probably thinking, well, maybe we should just strengthen that area. You heard Vinny talking about how the fine leg position, or that position on the 45, is quite a key position, certainly when it comes to women's cricket. And maybe they will be thinking about perhaps having the fielder on the boundary there. No change as yet. So still sticking with a wide third and backward point on the boundary in the power play. Bartram this time does get the ball in better here. He's asking the question and it's going to be out. So what a comeback this is for Bartram. She does exactly probably what the captain, Pedrick, says, look at your field. You got an offside field. Get it out there on the offside. And has a swing at it. They're liking it straight away. The catch has been taken. Ratanaika makes no mistake. And that is going to be the first wicket. And it's a good one to get. The appeal is there. And Zwilling, the captain, is going to have to depart. No complaints there. Just sees the finger go up. So umpire Snehal in action straight away. And a breakthrough. Having been hit for 4. Gets the wicket straight away. Well bowled there by Bartram. Gets it in the right areas. And Netherlands 6 for 1 as we welcome back into our commentary box here, Vinny Sandu.
Intriguing battle first up. I mean, two real talented all-rounders going head-to-head with Amelia Bartram against Iris Zwilling. Yeah, must have been a little feather on that, got to admit. Zwilling didn't look that impressed with the decision first up. But in the umpire's estimation, she gets a little touch. Well held behind the stumps, Madnara Ratnaika as well. Doing a good job to hold on to that. So no Sharon Vitanagi in the Italy side, who has typically led them and led them very well. But I mean, they've been building something all year. And this is a real good opportunity for them to come up against the Dutch side that they tussled with back in the first ECIW at the Rock back in February. Some good outswing here, but I'm going around the wicket though, and it kind of suits Racket, who I was really impressed with when I saw her on home turf during the summer. She starts with a boundary. It's the end of the first over, 10 for 1.
Not a bad delivery. Look, this comes back a fair bit, but it's all about the length. It's just a little bit short, and that's an outstanding shot. I mean, first ball to your face, and well, Rabine makes no mistake with that. Times it beautifully, gets a boundary. 4 runs, 10 for 1 at the end of the first.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting tactic from Bartram to start round the wicket. I think with that outswing, it's probably the only way you're going to get a wicket, I think, is probably a little nick-off like that. So let's have a look at the situation now. And yeah, I know that we're planning to start on the 17th of January. And actually, now it looks like we'll be starting in Cyprus. And so, yeah, don't necessarily look into what you saw there. But we will be taking a little bit of a break after this week. And just enjoy the holiday season.
Okay, next bowler is Mum Marget is coming on to bowl. Good luck to her. She's bowling to Thompson. It's a nicely drifted delivery. I'm liking the attacking field, I have to say. I mean, got a slip, a genuine slip in place. Doesn't look like Mahamalage is a particularly pace-up bowler, but I think she looks like she bowls that niggly length outside the off and is hoping to maybe find the edge of the batter. So slip in place. You've also got sort of third in a catching position. A bit short, but we'll get past 1, but not past 2, and then a little bit of, well, it could be out here. Oh, if this hits, it would have been gone. It would have been gone. And I think if the throw was kind of maybe going back to Mamalage,
yeah,
they could have maybe knocked him off here. But
friendly bounce throw, I think it's going to be curtains. I mean, there's aggressive running, and then there's probably bordering into the reckless, and I think, to be honest, that's what Anamine Thompson does by coming back for the second, but she gets away with it. Now this is in the air, curving around towards the fielder. Does well to smother the spin. Just be a single. But yeah, no, I do kind of come back to that. You need to push with the running. I mean, that's probably over pushing, but what it does, it forces the fielders to make a play. And that's something that I think all teams are going to have to do in this 10-over frenetic format. Mahamlage gets hit leg side. Okay, so the other thing, if you're just joining us for the first time, the regulations as far as the field restrictions, they're exactly the same as our men's cricket, which is that you're only allowed a maximum of 2 outfielders for the first 3 overs. That's called the power play. After that, you're allowed 5 outfielders out. In women's cricket, you see a bit more innovation sometimes, I think, with who you put out and where and when. Goes after this, flat and put down. That's Kumadu Pedrick, the captain, who's there. That was a stinger. It's a little bit warmer than when we started this morning, but still, it wasn't an easy one. Hit hard, and down it went.
Yeah, it was stumped really, wasn't it? So, well, okay, gets a life on 7.
Back and cuts. This is where one of the outfielders is. It'll be a single to Thompson. She'll retain the strike. And Netherlands, pretty bright start. Something for everybody, I think, in the first 2 overs. 17 for 1. Yeah. So, yeah, this is the table. And you might say that looks a little bit strange. But the thing is, Spain, they lost, but they lost narrowly. So they get a point for just a regular loss. Austria get 3 for the win. And so really that's no different to if it was 2 points for a win, no points for a loss, because one gets 2 more points than the other. Yeah. But a close game, just 8 runs between them. Of course, the one team we haven't seen so far is the England 11, and they'll be up in match 3.
Yeah, and I know that they're really looking forward to this. One thing that I found from speaking to all of the teams early this morning is, though that there are some experienced players and players that probably have played before and represented the country, there's a lot of new players as well. Yeah. And players getting an opportunity. Of course, we know that England, first time that they will be playing this format, T10. And
it's really no different to the England 11 men's playing, and it was like they were playing in outer space.
Yeah, and they're really looking forward to it. They're excited about it. Yeah. They have watched some of the format as well. So I wish them luck as well. And I know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing them take part. Okay, well, Pedrick wasn't able to hold on to the catch, but she started by a good line. Now, that's a really good bit of fielding. That's nicely done. And that's Regina, who's fielding in that close position. I think a very important sort of fielding role there, isn't it? Where Regina
it really is.
Short, you're sort of a short cover, and you're there to take some catches. You're there to stop the singles, and they're keeping a tight squeeze. Just look at this field here from Italy. Nice and tight, and that could carry. Oh, it's a great catch. Oh, what a catch this is. Sensational. Oh, look at the smile. The smile tells you the story. This is exceptional. What a wonderful catch that is.
Yeah, Robin Riker got lucky earlier, didn't she, when one got put down. This is a half chance at best, I think. And let's have a look at the way it's taken and the way she protects the ball. That's Pasindi Kanankegi, who takes a brilliant catch. She kind of took that on purpose there, Riker. Took her chances, was hoping to deflect it away from the fielder, but she showed too much of the ball to the Italian fielder, and so she's caught out for 8, and the score 18 for 2.
That's a great catch. Catch बहुत अच्छा सी. ना था हैगा पसिंदी ने सारे ने पसंद कर दिया. कितना सोना catch. That was delightful. That really was. Loving that. Great bit of action. Well, we are in Spain. This is the Costa del Sol, and we're going to see some spicy action, a bit of masala as well, but that was a great take, and what a lovely moment that is. So, well, Kumadu Pedrick did put the catch down, but gets the key wicket in the end.
Merrill Deckling comes out at number 4. Pretty correct looking shot. You'll see with this Dutch team, they play a lot of cricket, and they play a lot of competitive cricket. And I think you see that technically they're very adept at holding the bat and everything they do, really. But what I will say is they are missing kind of their top 3 from the ECIW when we saw them earlier in the year. That's a good shot. That's going all the way. Maximo! Anna Thompson has done a fair bit of watching so far. Now she's going to do some doing. She takes Pedrick deep, and that one banged into the fence. What a shot.
Kinna sona shakka lag gaya. Dekh lo. Here it comes. Boom! Shakka lag gaya. Gets right under it. Gets all the elevation. Gets all the power. Gets all the timing. Well, that's sweeter than a bone of rasmalai.
Linduck, a little edge. That's great fielding once again from Kanankegi. By great, I mean good enough, because it'll just be a single. Didn't spot the fumble originally, but that will be the end of the third over. 26 for 2 after 3. Pedrick does get a big breakthrough in that third over. So end of the power play as well, up to 5 outfielders can be employed from this point in time. And just going back to the top 3 missing, so Heather Seegers, as well as Babette Deleda and Derek Ellis, top 3 that we saw in the first ECIW earlier in the season. They're all unavailable, you know, playing cricket around the world, gaining more experience, which is great. What about Netherlands cricket in the whole over the last year or so? It's been we talked about the summer of the Oranje, obviously World Cup, and not just turning up at the World Cup, but, you know, winning matches in both the 20 over, the 50 over formats in the men's, and obviously in the women's format, they're doing some pretty special things as well.
It's an amazing story, and it's a film in the making, isn't it? It's a film. The script is there. If you want to make a blockbuster movie about sport, that's the one.
Yeah.
Just, you know, make it around the Netherlands team. They've done some amazing things, and there's more to come. But the other thing is, I think, like the Netherlands, I think a lot of other European nations are going to follow suit. You know, and we can see it. We can sense it.
They do have the benefit of, you know, a more organised domestic competition that's established, more infrastructure there, more facilities, and I think that will show up during the week with the quality of some of these players. Right now, Dalawata is going to sling the first ball of fourth bowler in. Actually, he's a player I haven't seen too much of, so I'm looking forward to seeing Akarsha Dalawata, and a pretty good start. But the single is scored. Yeah, so we saw the Netherlands women's side, of course, on home turf. They played against Jersey, as well as Ireland, Scotland, and Thailand. And a fair few of those matches were broadcast on ECN.
Uppish chance taken, snapped up, and it's the same fielder again. Well, Pasindi has taken another. That's another sharp catch. Oh, wow. Well, we've already were marvelling the fielding that we saw from Spain and Austria. Well, Italy, well, they're turning on the style. That is a great catch. Gets into position early. This ball is still travelling, you know. It's been hit pretty well, but that's going to be the end of Declan. It's a great catch, good positioning, nice and tidy, safe hands. Another one bites the dust.
That's brilliant fielding, honestly. It's on the way up, really. So cricket's a simple game sometimes, creating chances and taking chances. And really have been able to do both here in the first third of this innings. Netherlands lose a third, 27 for 3. Declan goes for just the single, and that'll bring Caroline van Kolvik to the crease. But that was a brilliant catch. Clean as you like. Look, probably is a little bit easier to field compared to the first game of the day. They're significantly colder. It's the first one that really gets away from Dalawata. But I've got to say, it's pretty clear who she's modelled her action on. That's Malinga. And to be honest, it's a slightly awkward thing to face and hard to practice against.
I tell you what also is hard to practice against. Some of these names. They're tongue twisters, aren't they?
I knew you'd enjoy them.
Yeah, I knew.
And I'm not pretending.
I'm just following your lead.
I've already been.
Daluwata, okay.
The Dutch are always getting into me for my pronunciation of the Dutch names.
So
this is Van Kolvik. It's not, actually, I got told it's not a van. Van.
Okay, Van
Kolvik.
Kolvik.
How Kolvik? Yeah.
Kolvik. Okay.
That's my best.
Good delivery.
Yep.
I think it's the slow
only good
one
thing
there,
is,
isn't it? Yeah, go on.
If my pronunciation is bad, at least I've got you next to me.
Listen, yeah, but
so
hey.
The blowback on me won't be as bad.
Yeah. Look, I always say, don't I? And I think we're the same. I mean, there's some that we get completely wrong. So if we do tell us. Because we do like to know. We don't like to get the names wrong on purpose.
Cracker of a Yorker there from Dalawata, which just has Thompson jamming down, but she can't get any bat on it.
See, you're saying Dala. Why isn't it Dalu then?
Dalawata.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying Dalu. You said Dala.
It's my Australian accent. We
Nah,
flatten
see?
the vowels.
You're probably still right
Didn't
anyway.
get to go to
But it
Egypt.
was a great delivery. And that's another one. That's got sort of carved outside the upper. Regina. I mean, I said before, didn't I? That is a crucial fielding position. And Regina doing the job well there. I think she saved a couple of singles there as well and almost was involved with a run out a little bit earlier on. So 29 for 3, end of the over, 4 overs completed.
I want to say quick hello to a few people in the chat. A bit of a Dutch presence in there, and Italian, as you'd imagine. Steve McVeigh, is watching from Portugal. Hello to John Gray as well. Rebecca is tuning in. Good to see the Dutch men's skipper, Netherlands 11 men's skipper, Sebastian Braat, tuning in saying, great to see the women get around the T10. Good learning, and it does. It puts you under pressure, doesn't it? We have seen them play a little bit of it during the year as well. And, yeah, speaking of the Netherlands and some of their cricket highlights, I think the Logan van Beek Super Over versus the West Indies is being brought up by Chris Schenkel, who is watching from the Netherlands as well. Hello, Chris. Yeah, pretty even start. Something for everybody in the first 4 overs. On 72 pace at the moment. Nani Akara is going to bowl over number 5. And Caroline van Kolvak will be facing up.
Yeah, legend Sebastian, I hope you're well. Also very well liked and admired player on the European Cricket Network.
Good bowling again, good channels. I've been impressed with the kind of execution from the bowlers this morning. Like I said, in Barcelona, over the last 3 weeks we were there. It wasn't always there from the bowlers. In fact, I think sometimes they were a bit all over the place, but pretty focused, the bowlers this morning. It's tossed up low full toss. Regina's moved out to deep mid wicket now, and to keep it to a single. Watch out for Regina with the ball as well. Likely to bowl some off spin, I imagine, during this innings. But look, it's been high quality. It's been high entertainment so far. Wouldn't expect anything less. Hannah Thompson on 13.
That's nice from Nani Akara. What I'm seeing here is the bowlers are putting a lot of emphasis in just getting the ball pitched up. Wicket to wicket bowling, and sort of waiting for the batters to make the mistake, and trying not to bowl loose deliveries down the leg side, trying not to bowl too short.
One side of the wicket, it's been good.
Yeah, that's what Nani Akara is doing here. Again, in the right areas, it's up in the air, and just this time falls out of the reach of Persinda. If she gets anywhere near it, she'll snap it up.
Yeah,
already 2 catches she's taken.
Sebastian, who's in the chat, you know, just kind of brings back memories, and that's really what ECN's all about. It's what sport's all about, but obviously we're in a unique position to be able to televise so much of this stuff. Goes after this over cover. It's just going to curve away from the fielder. The ball will win the race. So Thompson with a boundary as Nani Akara is hit over cover. It's a pretty good cricket shot here. I like this shot because she goes with the line of the ball. And that's one shot we didn't see too much of in the first game. We saw batters hitting straight, driving straight, that's fine. But if the field's there, it's nice if you can open it up a little bit and get it into the gap, and she does very well there. What I was going to say about Sebastian, though, is, you know, I had the memory of him taking an incredible catch right in front of us here at the Cardiff Oval, the Field of Dreams. And I can see it clear as day right now in front of the commentary box.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, actually, you say that, because I was thinking the same thing. When we stand here and we commentate from this position, so many things, so many memories come to light, and that catch from Sebastian Braat, one of many, by the way,
but when
stands out.
I could probably name 100 things like that, or 1,000. I think we're up to something like maybe over 400, between 400 and 500 matches broadcast from here. All right, last ball of the over. Goes straight, goes long, goes strong. Maximo! Thompson bangs it. And really, she's going to be a key, I think, through the second half of this innings. If she can stick around, the Dutch could put a big score on the board yet. It's 43 for 3 after 5.
बहुत बढ़िया shot मारिया, बट के मारिया सीधा छक्का लग गया. Lovely shot. Yeah, that was as good as they get. As we say, welcome and buenos dias to all of our audience around the world.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Looks great to have your company. Yeah, we've got the Christmas tree up as well, which is a nice touch. First time we've actually ever been here in December. So, you know, last week of the year, you know, sometimes people are running a bit low on gas and everything, but this has ignited everyone.
Yeah.
The first ever ECCW. Big hello to all of our viewers who are watching in Italy and the Netherlands as well. You're looking a bit Italian in your colour scheme. I'm probably looking a bit more Dutch, so we probably even out. Hopefully you enjoy not only this match, but the whole tournament. And yeah, special hello to Coy Ruck, because I know who's tuning in from the Netherlands. He was meant to be here, but a few complications came up, so he won't be with us until next year. But I know that he's watching along, and he actually did pretty much all of the Netherlands games that we showed over the summer.
Yeah.
Those series against Thailand, Scotland, Ireland, and against Jersey as well. All right, here we go. Dalawata coming back, and this is hit to point again. Clean hands there from Pasindi. She ain't dropping much at the moment, but they will get through for a single. So yeah, well, we don't really have a pass score here yet because it's our first ECCW, also at this time of year. We'll say that the field is running a lot quicker than it did first up this morning. You had that dew and kind of frost situation. I tend to think, maybe that 90 or so. The bowlers haven't allowed the batters to bat too freely so far. They're going to come for 2 here, and there's a big mix-up. Again, it's the second time in this innings that the throws York to the bowler. Yeah. And I think the fielding has been good. If I was going to be a little bit critical, recognise the situation. If it's a throw that you want the bowler to take, or that you think you've got time for the bowler to take, bounce it in short so they get a look at it. Yeah. That was very, very tough for Daluwata.
I think also the bowler's got to be prepared to get ready and get set. I think Daluwata was a little bit late getting in the right position for it.
This is hit down the ground, slightly mishit as Sonia Tofoletto comes in, does the fielding. Good to see her out there as well. Of course, Prabhath Eknalagoda coaches the women's side for Italy, and someone that we know very well. In fact, he hosts us at the Roma Cricket Ground. Yeah. And great to see him here once again. Hello to Lorena. I know who will be tuning in as well.
Yeah, Lorena, hope you were. Yeah, Prabhath, it was nice to catch up with him. Of course, I missed the Italian show this time around, but it was great to see him. We had a few words this morning over breakfast and after the team meeting. So, yeah, great to touch base with Prabhath, who is, not just for women's cricket. I mean, the amount of work that he's done for cricket in Italy is outstanding, and he continues to work hard. And, well, it looks like he's got a good squad together here. As Daluwata continues to be pretty impressive. He tries to go for the Yorker here, I think, Vinny. Just doesn't get the radar right. It doesn't get the arm to come around this time, so it ends up going down leg side.
A couple of times. I mean, it's hard to coach slingers because they're a fairly recent phenomenon. In fact, well, they're actually not that recent. If you go back to the 1860s, everyone was bowling that way. But yeah, she'll have her own kind of technicals that she'll understand probably better than most coaches.
A bit wide this time, so it's going to be a bit of overcompensation. I'm just having a look at the Italian kit. I mean, so far we've seen good kits from Spain and also Austria. The Italian kit is the Italian blue, isn't it? But it's got the little highlights of the pink there. I like it. I like it.
I also think it's great that the teams have their own identity slightly. That they're not exactly the same. I mean, if they are, that's also fine. But I really like that touch on the Italian shirt.
Yeah, a little bit of the pink, a bit of stripes here and there, looking dashing, I have to say.
All right, Daluwata needs to sort it out. And it does pretty well in the air and caught at the second attempt. It's Sonia Tofoletto who is in the hot spot. It was pitched up, and that's the established batter as well, Thompson, who's going to go for 25. Well, life doesn't always give you second opportunities, but Sonia gets one there, and she grabs it with both hands. Netherlands, 49 for 4.
Hit hard, hit well, but Sonia was there, and, well, she absorbed the blow first up and then takes the catch. Well done to Tofoletto. Takes the catch, and Thompson played some good shots, didn't she? 25 for 17, and she thought, I'm sure, when she hits this one that she's going to bring up another boundary. 2 6s and 1 4, but it was not to be. She'll go for 25. Another good catch. That's 3 really good catches we've seen from Team Italy.
All teams here have been working really hard on their fielding. I think that's obvious. It's super important. Something I noticed last over but didn't say out loud is they have the long on, long off kind of squeezed, pitched quite straight, saying, look, we don't want you to be able to hit between us. We want you to try and hit around us. And that being a fairly straight off drive was lasered towards Sonia Tofoletto. Takes a great catch. Here's Hannah Landier, who's coming out at number 6. And she's a player I really enjoyed watching back in the ECIW earlier in the year. It's a 4-way series. Facing up for the first time here. And she hits straight away again. You can see there's just no room between those two fielders. Bartram almost turns it into a catch. He does well to smother the bounce.
It's really good fielding, Vinny. Really good. I mean, once again, she's gone there with the intent for the catch, knows the catch is not on, then knows what she's got to do is take one for the team, and she does. She just cushions it, takes it on the side of the legs, stops the boundary.
This is lifted up and out of here. Van Kolbeek goes large. And that's one of the biggest sixes we've seen today. Maximo to finish the 6th over. And the Dutch 56 for 4.
Really good shot. Really nicely played. Ball by the Ashod Maria. Leg side there. Pretty short ticky ball. Lovely pickup, and it gets it all the way. That's sweet out the middle. Que golpe, que grande, 6 carreras más.
So they're going to be tested for depth here, but they do have batting still to come. But one or two more wickets, you're more or less getting into the bowling specialist. 56 for 4 after 6. I want to say hello to Louise Walker, who is in the chat and probably not too far away from us. Hello to Kate Holdsworth as well, who's watching from the Netherlands, no doubt. Great to have you with us. Now, here is Regina Sudeze, who is going to bowl over number 7. Now, Regina kind of shot into the headlines on her Italian debut earlier in the year when she took a hat-trick in her very first match. She's an off-spinner, also very useful with the bat. UK base, coming on to bowl the 7th over.
It's a really good delivery, isn't it? Spot on straight away.
Spot on. Yeah, Regina, she's quite the character as well. Plays with a lot of personality and flair in her game. I'm sure she's been looking forward to this for a while. This is slightly outside the off stump. It's a fortunate deflection. In fact, goes towards the fielder. Now we've got hesitation. And once again, the throw kind of yorks the keeper. To be honest, it was probably a play to go to the bowler's end there, but in the end, Dutch will just get a single. But I was going to say, just as far as we talked about the Dutch summer and their cricket, but Italy did very, very well getting to the next round of qualifiers in the World Cup with their women's team, playing some really, really high-level teams. And I know that's something that they set a goal for themselves to do that. They achieved that. So good things are happening in both of these countries on the world stage. Pulled back in length a little bit this time from Regina, but Van Kolbeek will just be able to manage a single.
Just bowling a good line, but also I get the feeling that she's got the knack of holding it back as well. So I think batters think the ball's coming through a little bit quicker than it is. I'm wondering if she has got the quicker one. See that one? So that's the ball there. Now this for me is an opportunity.
I don't know. I think
Do you think she stays in?
This is like
Let's
Twister Extreme Edition.
Let's have a look at this.
Drags, but then pretty quick to get it back by the time the keeper went to the stumps.
Yeah. Got to do the fielding. But
it was actually quite incredible work. Yeah, rather than turn around, go with the bat, was able to get the foot back. But
maybe standing a bit to a step.
Yeah, you could say that.
You think, the chance is there, but it would have been a brilliant take. But it was an opportunity, but fair play to the batter as well. Does slide the foot back in pretty quickly.
59 for 4 after 7. So, typically I think Spain have one extra, but you've got squads of 13 here. So it's also a bit of it's a short format, but it's a bit of a marathon, these series, where you're going to have 8 matches, and then when we go into Friday, the top 4 will survive. But here's the thing, because we have a 3-match final series because of the sunlight, it's not quite our regular 4-match. So the top team will go straight through to the final.
Okay.
The top team after the group stage goes straight through to the final. The 3 versus 4 eliminator will still happen. And whichever team wins that gets to play the second place team for the spot in the other final. So it's a bit like our normal top 4 situation. It's just that the top team doesn't get the double chance game. They just go straight to the final. This is another chance, and she better get that foot back again. To be called a wide. It's quite incredible though from Landia. One thing you're taught when you're charging is don't worry about missing the ball, but she was very quick to get the foot back. This one will be a wide as well, so kind of spooking Mahamlagi, I think, by charging and thinking that Mahamlagi might be able to bowl around it and get a stumping that way, get a wicket that way. 61 off 7, okay, so probably eyeing up 90s or something, Netherlands. Hit down the ground, it's up, it's an opportunity, or is it? No, Pedrick backs off at the last minute. And yeah, what did you think about that one? I thought maybe if she got the jump on it, she could turn it into a catch.
Yeah, I think if she carried on going forward, it probably was, but I think misjudged it really. And in the end, just drops in front of her. Just a single though, but they're keeping the pressure on.
Got to tell you something as well. In the air, again, won't quite carry Bartram. That's masterful fielding there. One hand, one bounce on the run, and then comes up throwing.
Yeah, Bartram is good. Come on, what gave you a giggle?
So, Chris reminded me of something with Regina when she took a hat-trick. She was 17 at that stage, hat-trick on international debut. And look, she was excited, don't get me wrong. All right, that is up, and it's an opportunity. Bartram. Oh, now she spills it. She's been so good now. Half an opportunity for a run out. And now if they're quick, they could get a third one.
They're gonna have to pick herself up.
Oh, wow.
Dust themselves down
This
and go.
is ECN in a nutshell, right there. I mean, Bartram, who has been catching and fielding everything that's been coming her way, just finds herself a slightly awkward half step away from the drop zone, drops it, then back. There was a run out opportunity here. Probably would have been in anyway. And then probably a classic, make sure you're watching the ball situation from Landier, who misses out on the opportunity of a third run. This one is okay according to the umpire. What I was going to say though, then I interviewed her saying, you know, is it your first hat trick? And she says, oh, it's like my fourth. How long have you been playing? 5 years.
So you're like trying to make a big thing of it.
And I said, oh, you must remember all those hat tricks. And she's like, oh yeah. You know, it's just incredible. But Regina, I mean, she plays a lot of cricket. Also, she plays a lot of men's cricket at the club level in the UK as well, where she's based. I'll say hello to her parents, Imran and Kiara, as well. I'm sure you're tuning in. But, you know, I just love that. Kind of taking it in your stride. And I think that, you know, that series early in the year set Italy in a really good way to play against, you know, a team like the Netherlands, where, you know, a bit above them in level, and to really go toe-to-toe with them has given them a lot of confidence in their game that you can actually see that now. They're not overawed at all. In fact, they're in a pretty good position here. Mahamlagi, again, one side of the wicket, that's gone. Well, we were just talking about Regina, and the ball's followed her there. That was about chest high, who was coming at a rate of knots, but she makes it look easy. Landier has to go for 6. A wicket for Mahamlagi, and the score is 65 for 5.
The catching has been great, isn't it? I mean, even Landier, she gave a chance earlier when she was dropped by Barton, but isn't able to capitalise on it. That was hit really well, but that is such a good, confident catch from a player that really is in an outstanding form, as he said, somebody who's been picking up hat-tricks for fun, and who knows, maybe here on the big stage, she may even get a chance to take one as well. Landier hits it pretty well. She knew what she had to do, try to keep the pace going. Just wasn't able to get under it. And like I said, that's the key fielding position. The catch is taken, Regina. Great catch.
Yeah, it was.
Nice moment.
Sometimes those catches are better because you don't have too long to think about them. And before you know it, it's there.
It's got to be hard with the inners on.
I always got to say, I always swerve tying anyone's shoelaces because in inners, I mean, my fingers are bent out of shape at the best of times. But this is Caroline De Lange, who's coming out at number 7. Good opportunity for her to show what she can do with the bat. She's a pretty accomplished slow bowler. We'll see her, I'm sure, in the second innings with that skill set. Right now, first ball pretty close.
It's straight.
And yes, I think it's gone. It seemed to me like it does straighten down the line from Mahamlagi. And would you know it, she's on a hat trick. And a 6-wicket goes. It's 65 for 6.
Yeah, I think it was the last ball of the over, Vinny. She's asking the question. I'm liking that. That's a bit of that stage appeal. You know, when you go, da-na, and she says, how's that? Well, it goes right across, and if you go across to the straight ball, you're going to be in trouble. I get the feeling that's not going over the stump. So unfortunately, Caroline De Lange will go without scoring. It's going to be a golden duck. So we've seen a normal duck and a golden duck here today. It's nice that we brought the Derricks with us from Barcelona as well.
They flew here. But yeah, you're right about well, she's on a hat trick, but she'll remain on a hat trick for a long time because that's the last ball that she'll bowl. End of the 8th over, 65 for 6.
Let's have a look at this graphic and see, well, it's sort of resembling the Sierra de Catama that we're looking at here. And the old mountain range. I tell you what, that mountain range makes it very chilly here first thing in the morning. There they are in the background.
Karana's a new batter, but she's not facing. Start of a new over. Regina coming back. Well, the new batter gets her iron in a slightly different form by having a ball drilled at her head, but Sanya Karana gets out of the way, and now she gets on strike. So, yeah, I mean, based on what we saw first game, I mean, you can't jump to conclusions. It was 81-73. They're on 81 pace right now. Maybe that 80 is kind of a par. I think it will probably change, though, as this series goes along. The ball by Regina. She's pretty good at just mixing up her pace, but retaining her accuracy. Yeah, she's got that one that kind of slides on off a length. She's also got like a pretty good Yorker that she can pull out. And they're pretty confident bowling her, even though it's late in the innings. I think that's smart. gets her overs really quickly as well. That's the one I'm talking about. Comes on pretty quickly. One of the few fumbles we've seen in the field, but doesn't cost Italy at all.
She'd be very happy there, wouldn't she? Deluato with her performance so far. Mamalage bowled really well as well, pick it up. There's 2 wickets in 2 balls at the end of her last over. It's been a good performance in the field recently, and asking the question.
Look at the minutes ahead as well. They're 8.5 minutes to bowl 2 balls. So that just shows you as well. They're hustling through the overs, keeping the tempo of the game.
It's a nice hit, but again, field's been set, so bowlers bowling to the field, bowling a good line, keeping it in that sort of outside the off stump. So batters playing in areas where the fielders are there, and there's been only a few times that they've gone over the top, but they've been able to get the bounce.
It's going to be a cracking second innings already. It's been edge your seat stuff all morning, really. Last ball for Regina. She's been tight, but last ball is going to cost her. Oh, it's almost reeled out of the sky by Mahamalage down there, but it will be over the top. And Maximo, badly needed for the Netherlands, and they finished the 9th over, 75 for 6.
Well, this was crunch ball by the shot Maria Shaka Lagya. Mamalage sigi boundary there. And in a way, I'm sort of quite glad that Mamalage doesn't really get anything on this, because that was travelling, and I think that would have definitely have hurt.
Would have been catching the tournament if she'd been able to pull it off. Have a look at the bowling figures, and you can see Sudazai goes for 13, 6 of them coming off the very last ball that she bowled. That'll frustrate her, no doubt. Pedrick still has 1 to go. She's got 1 for 9, but I think they're going to bring back Bartram here in the 10th. She took 1 for 10 in the first over. Mahamalage with 2 wickets in 2 balls, in fact, and Deluato with 2 wickets in there. Good performances. Again, you know what I'm really liking this morning is from every team we're seeing a lot of players contribute.
Yeah.
We're not just seeing one person doing all the batting and the bowling, and sometimes at club level it can be 1 or 2 dominating a side. But we're seeing it's going to be a team game. Depth is always tested at a tournament like this, so you can't just rely on a small group of players to do all the work for you. As Bartram is going to come over the wicket here in the last over. LBW, just going back to that decision, we kind of glossed over it. I think it was a good decision. I think it straightened down the line. I think Delanga was caught on the crease, caught a long way back. And I think it was a good call. Right, Karana, what can she do? 10th overtime. Well, pushes down the ground. They brought the mid on in. And maybe a bit of a tactical misstep there. I mean, they've got 2 deep points, but no long on, and that's where the ball goes. 4 runs.
Yeah, at this stage, what you're trying to do is bowl full and straight, so you've got to have the field to it. It's a nice shot, it's well executed. Goes to show just how quickly, and remember that as well for the coming matches, how quickly the ground dries up and it speeds up.
Unusual field. 4 of the 5 outfielders are on the offside. And yeah, now they're going to take it on. Bartram can't pick it up cleanly. But I just thought that was an interesting tactic. 4 outfielders on the offside. You kind of like deep cover, deep backward point, deep third, long off. But then what's the line that's been bowled there? That one is bowled outside the legs. I'm not so sure about the tactics there. And it already cost him a boundary when I think long on is one of the first places I would have it.
Yeah, I think Regina has just pointed that out here to Bartram. But yeah, for me, you've got to be pushing up Pedrick, the captain. Captain's got to push herself back and maybe bring one of those offside fielders in.
Well, thick edge, and it's going to fly away for 4. So even with the deep third back, couldn't do too much about it. Van Gulbach with 4 runs and a bit of luck. A poquito de suerte for Netherlands here in the 10th. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, you got to swing hard, and that's what you do. Fortune favours the brave. Yep, suerte por El Batedor. So it's going to be 4 más. So valuable runs coming towards the end of the innings. Remember, in the first match, we saw Austria score and defend 81. So
the Grady 80s.
The Netherlands,
as we call it, the Grady 80s.
They're looking to go past that, aren't they? They want a big push the next 3 balls to come. Maybe the 90, scoring the 90 to the 100.
And Kovacs been good here. Now, we'll get 1. Doesn't escape the infield, so we're going to have to settle for that one. As Karana's got a job to do. 2 to come. Good game again. And what's the win predictor saying? Saying Netherlands favourites, probably with their bowling, but it's not that dissimilar to the score that caused the last ball thriller. Nice shot. Yeah, I think this is the shot that if bowlers are bowling this line, we didn't see too much in the first game. We saw batters still determined to hit straight.
Yeah.
But that's where the field is. Okay, they've got a deep point there.
Speaking of that field, though,
yeah.
they've changed it now. So you can see that Reddick has put herself back to protect that boundary. And the fielder that was on the off, so the point stays back, but the cover that was on the boundary is come inside the circle. Better field, got a better shape to it now.
All right, here we go. Last ball coming up. Seatbelts on and whacked. Well, that's jungle bound. Well, that is a huge six from Van Koolwijk, and what a way to finish. Netherlands take a bit of momentum into the second innings. They finish with a maximo and a score of 92.
Oh, what a hit this is. Shot off the morning so far. Well, that has gone into the snake territory. The first one that's made its way up that bank. That's a good hit, is a good finish, and they do get into the 90s. It'll be 92 for 6. And Koolwijk absolutely smashes it. 32. And she makes off 16 deliveries. And yeah, the Netherlands will be happy with the way that they finished. They didn't have any issues like we saw with Austria, who weren't able to get the acceleration in towards the end of the innings. As a result of that, they do get into the 90s. Smiles on the faces of the ladies as they applaud back the batters from the middle, but particularly Koolwijk did the job. Early on, it was Thompson that made good shots down the ground. Let's take a look at the highlights and see some, well, not only some good hitting, but also some very good catching as well.
Well, I'm just going to put this out there. Netherlands scored 98 back in that famous match at Europa Point, and Italy got 99 with the very last ball. But early on, Svilling, she was able to get a boundary, but not a lot more. Bartram dealing, swinging the ball around corners, but that one was turned around the corner, wasn't it? So there was a kind of punch and counter punch. But some of this field, including those two catches to Pasindi Kanankegi, they were top class, weren't they?
Oh, that was just superb. It really was. And if you like that one, there were two others coming up as well. Another one from Pasindi. And there was one from Regina as well. Well, this is the second that Pasindi took. She was sharp and she was really on the ball with the field, and a lovely smile on the face as well when she takes that one, because she knows that that's going to be right up there as one of the highlights of the day. But Netherlands, fair play to them. The captain game, that was a nice shot to play as well. It's just making the most of the power play, and the field is inside. And this one was the up and over, went all the way. Volley, volley, volley. Well, there's a few more of those. Well, the ball was going up. They were standing up and applauding. And this one, well, it went up. It went in the hands, popped out again. But Sonia Tuffoletto held on to it. Well, there's some of the spectators looking on. And this one, well, that was a biggie. But there was some other biggies still to come. There was one that ended up right on the top of the mound. This one couldn't be taken. It was a great effort from Bartram. And, well, a little bit of action there in the middle. Almost had another 3. And then, well, that was a great catch. It was hit hard. And Regina holds on to it to the hard seat. No mistakes there at all. And then she bowled very well as well. The 6s were still to come. This was the LBW. And I don't think there was too much doubt about that. The batter going right across the line. So Mamalage finished with 2 wickets in 2 balls. And then this one is a little bit short and got through and over Mamalage. That was a nice shot as well. A little bit of an error, I think, in the field there from Reddick. You can't stop these ones though. That was a blast. Gave that everything and it went the distance. Lovely jubbly. Boom. Shakalagia, que grande. Eso es de grandísimo. Y de fin de este. Tienes 92 carreras. Nicely done. Oh, they've got runs on the board. And 2 batters making big contributions. Thompson, 25 of 17. And then you saw Van Koolwijk getting 32 off 16 there, including some, well, very important boundaries right towards the end of the innings. But I like the bowling, though, from Italy, and I like the way that they apply themselves. I like the fielding. I think so far, from all the 3 innings that we've seen today, the fielding has been exceptional and some good catches as well. Pasinda, of course, and Rajani were taking those. A wicket there for Bartram, 2 for 13 from Mamalage, and also 2 for 16 amongst those as well, which were the pick of the bowling. You can see that there. And also Pedrick, the captain, picks up 1 for 9 in the 1 over that she bowled. I think this is going to be an interesting one. Netherlands, with the depth and the experience that they have, probably will be still pipped as the favourites to go on to win this one, as Italy need 93. But Italy know that they have caused an upset in the past, and they will have that confidence behind them to go out there and make a real match of this. Join me, Rico Fall and Vinny Sandu, when we return for the second match ever in the Euros of women's cricket. We are here in Andalusia, Spain. This is the European Cricket Network, and we're proud to have you with us, and we're proud, of course, to be hosting the first ever Euros of women's cricket. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the start of the second innings.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to you wherever you're watching from around the world. This is the Women's European Cricket Championship live from the Cont Oval in Malaga, Spain, the region of Andalucía. Once again, a picturesque backdrop for one of the hugest events that we'll do this year. First ever day of ECCW action, and it's been non-stop edge of your seat stuff. Right now we're watching the Dutch coming out to defend 92 that they scored off their 10 overs, 93 the target for the Italians. Here's Svilling to get us going. Shake, rattle, and let's roll. And it starts with a wide. Ratnaika out there with Nani Akara for the Azzurri. Here's Svilling. He's a very, very impressive cricketer, all-round talent, also leading the side here in this ECCW. Bowls with good pace and rhythm, moves the ball. You saw the outswing there. That one just swinging a little bit too much. Ball goes short. Now that looked deliberate to me, actually. That's Ratnaika. I think it's a bit of a nasty one, edged up into the body, and up towards the helmet. In fact, might have even got a little bit of their helmet. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo here, and Rico Full rejoining me. Once again, this is a game that could go either way. First innings total of 92 means that to at least keep their point, Italy will need to get past that 64. And obviously, if they could do it very quickly, they could get a bonus point of their own. But yeah, that's something that, it's a new innovation already. We've seen that. It kind of rewards teams by giving them a point for a close loss, which I think is a pretty good way to reward teams that are being competitive. Well, straight down the ground, if you don't mind. Up and out of here. Maximo! Ratnaika deals with the swing of Svilling, and what a way to score your first runs in the ECCW.
Oh, what a hit. Ratnaika basically saying, all right, you've given me the short ball, I've worn it. Maybe you've hurt me, but you ain't removed me. I'm still here. And that's a glorious stroke. 6 runs. Fabulous strike. Well, this one now, the Grizzly says, I've had enough. I don't want to be beat up anymore. Let me out of here. Let me go. He wants to run away. Yeah, come back here, says the bowler. Zwilling says, no, you're going nowhere.
Hasn't been a great morning for shoelaces so far. We've seen a couple spontaneously bursting open. I got a feel that I thought we'd all be doing Velcro by now, but shoelaces are still a thing.
Nah, Velcro. Don't do it for me. Yeah, we want to go short again. It's high up in the air. It's an opportunity. It's a short ball. Oh, well, I think loses it in the sun.
Does.
Loses this in the sun. Even though the shades and the cap is on, loses it.
When one pair of sunglasses isn't enough. And that's the thing. I mean, goes the short ball here. It's almost above the shoulder. I think the one that did actually catch the batter on the helmet wasn't actually like a bouncer for over the shoulder. But yeah, even if you're wearing the sunglasses, if it's right into the sun, and I would say looking at the shadows, that was, you just can't see it. Even with the sunglasses, that's a big let off for Ratnaika. Nani Akara plays this nicely. Again, the running between the wickets, keeping things ticking between the boundaries, I think is super important. You typically, in the women's game, that we've observed this year at least, you don't get so many runs of boundaries. So I mean, it's the in-betweens. You'd rather be having 1s and 2s than dots in the in-betweens. And I think that requires organisation around the running between the wickets. Oh, it goes straight, it goes high, and this one flies. Maximo! Second of the over. Well, poor Iris is probably getting flashbacks for what happened at the Rock at the moment in his first over. 2 big bombs.
This is a shot and a half from Ratnaika. Holds the shape and gets it good, gets it proper, sends it big. It's a biggie. 6 more. 2 big 6s.
Pass ball the over. Goes for it. It's a little nick. Oh, well. And so feeling on the other side of the coin this time. It's exactly how she got out. Kind of flirting at a wide one, little edge, taken with a minimum of fuss as Rosalie Lawrence behind the stumps, and the Dutch get an important one. So something for everybody in the first over as it comes to an end. Italy 15 for 1.
Ask the question, and once again, the umpire says, yep. I must admit, there was a sound as well. I think I heard it in my headset. The finger goes up, and well, Snehal has to give another batter their marching orders. Good comeback though, having been hit for 2 big sixes, but still, it's a good start, isn't it, to get 15 on the board at the end of the first over.
It's a productive innings, 13 off 5. And
Yeah.
I'm sure she would have liked to have stayed around and batted a lot longer. But I mean, a 13 off 5 is so much more useful than say like a 5 off 10 or a 5 off 11 where you're a bit more careful. And the thing is, they do have batting, Italy. They do have a bit of depth in the batting. You're not opening with Suze or Bartram. You've got Kumita Pedrick, the captain, coming out here at number 3. She won't be facing because it was the end of the over. It's going to be Robin Riker to bowl over number 2. I'm going to say I was really impressed when I was watching her in some of the T20 internationals over the summer. Here she is bowling over number 2 to Nani Akara. Hit and they run. Again, that's a good example. That was heading towards the fielder, and look, maybe a clean pick up and throw, then maybe there's a run-out opportunity. But now they're the kind of calculated risks I think you have to take on, and Nani Akara gets to the other end.
Yeah, literally, I don't even know if there was a call here. It's almost like they're just expecting to run every time the ball is hit, and they go straight away. You can see the Netherlands just trying to put a bit of a squeeze on to stop that happening.
It's good areas from Riker, and Pedrick can't hit the first ball she faces. I want to say a quick hello to Zishan Khan, who's watching from Malta. Zishan, hopefully you're well. Obviously, 5 countries are taking part in this ECCW, but we've actually seen many more countries take part in ECIW events during the year, including Malta.
Yeah.
Saw that not too long ago. Malta and Estonia, in fact, had a series there. Croatia and Czechia had a series.
And we had a Continental Cup as well that we covered.
The T20
in
format, yeah, of
Romania,
course. Yeah, so you had Romania, Malta, as well as Greece and Isle of Man.
Yeah.
In
And
that
some very
series.
good cricket.
Yeah.
Excellent cricket.
Definitely.
And again, historic and record-breaking stuff in some of those matches. So, and it's so good. I mean, I remember, back, 18 months ago when a lot of people were talking and asking us about whether we would cover women's cricket. Well, we've given you the answer, and that's why it's such a proud moment for us to be putting on this event. It's a good delivery.
Yeah.
It sneaks it inside that wide line, and getting a bit of pace going here, Riker, as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I suppose we always had the intent to do that, but it's all about the execution and how you do that. Obviously, our men's VCN cricket has been just a runaway success with some of the dynamics and things it throws up that you wouldn't see in any other cricket. So, adapting that to the women's game, it's been a bit of retooling, obviously, to get that right. This is a pretty good shot, but picked out the fielder, and brilliant bit of work out there to grab it. And I've been really impressed with the fielding standards so far today. I was going to say this morning, but we're already into the afternoon. I want to say a quick hello to Sheila Bruton, who has subscribed and become a member on our YouTube channel. Sheila, great to have you with us. Maybe let us know in the live chat where you're watching from. Also got to say a quick hello to Lily Panda, who's watching from New Zealand. So much enthusiasm, so much positivity and excitement about this series, anticipation as well. Really, dreams coming true already. This is, again, one side of the wicket bowling from Riker, who's given nothing away. In fact, that over only goes for 3. Well bowled, and Italy after 2 are 18 for 1.
Yeah, very good over, nice and tidy. Got the ball in the right areas. Yeah, hello to Sheila and also to Lily. And, great that you can join us on this historic Sunday, the first ever Euros of cricket for the women's. And, well, it's the first, but it won't be the last, as I'm pretty sure, like everything else that we've done, it will just get bigger and better.
Yeah, and Leah is watching from Finland, saying that the Finnish women's players are watching as well. Yeah, I'm top of my head here, but obviously we had the Rock hosting the series, the first ever ECIW, but we had Sweden playing there as well, and it's been great to give more and more players that opportunity. Right, here's De Lange. I was waiting for her. We don't have to wait too long. She's going to bowl the third over. Now, she's just one of these wrist spinners with a slightly unusual action. It's almost like she puts her whole body into the action, but she's very, very effective. And I think she's providing something different. So already we're seeing variety. This is a power play over, remember. Oh, this one maybe grabbed a bit of glove or pad. We'll find out. Looped over the top of the keeper for one. Yeah, it's going to be called a leg by.
Good action there. Just look at the arm that comes over.
Gets a lot of revs on the ball, but
yeah,
she puts everything into it.
Yeah, look at that. There's a chance and taken. Well, what a lovely moment this is. Caught and bowled. Well, the Lang gets the wicket. That's beautifully bowled. Flights it up, and the batter goes for the straight hit, but not able to get any elevation. That sharp work. What a catch. What a moment.
Well, do it all yourself, says Caroline de Lange. Again, well pitched. It's hit hard. She takes it easy as you like. And you know what I like about that as well? She's in a very good ready position.
Yeah.
She is ready for the ball to come back her way. And yeah, almost like a slips catch, the way she took it. And so she strikes before too long. And both openers now back in the dugout for Italy. They're 20 for 2.
Yeah, very good catch. It's almost like she knows that if I'm bowling this line, you're only going to be able to hit me straight. So another batter does depart. 2 wickets down here now. So 20 for 2. Yes, a new batter comes in. This is going to be Bartram. And I heard you talking a lot about Bartram, so I'm looking forward to how she performs.
Yeah, you don't want to heap too much pressure on one player, but she is kind of a senior player, UK-based, playing matches and a good level of cricket frequently. And like I said, cricket in Europe, in both the men's and the women's, different countries are at different levels with different structures and different facilities, different levels of coaching. Bartram is quite professional the way she goes about it. She gets a big full toss and it yorks the keeper. In fact, that could run away at will. It's an unhit 4. In fact, it's going to be called 5 wide. And what's a bonus for Italy, especially after losing a wicket. Yeah, probably was a wide, maybe got a little bit of the line. Tough one to call, but I mean, the bigger penalty was that it goes to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, gets a bit of width on this. I think umpire's call.
At the point it passes the crease, is it completely inside the line or not? I think you're right, umpire's call.
Yeah, minimo then, 5. And sneaks this one in, clever bowling.
I think Bartram feels, okay, I've got 5 for free there. I don't have to do anything crazy to de Lange. I think that Bartram probably, especially early in her innings, would prefer the pace coming on. Plays a pretty nice shot here, sliced up and over the top, and that's going to be Amelia's first boundary of the ECCW. And so, despite the wicket, it's still a productive over for the Azzurri after 3. They're 33 for 2.
Yeah, nice shot. We see it again here. It knows that the fielders are out there looking for that catch, but gets under it and gets plenty of power in the shot as well to take it over the top. So, nice start. It wasn't quite the end of the over. This one will be though, and it will be the single. So yeah, it was just because it has 5 wides, one more ball had to be bowled, and it had to get another run from it. So the score moving on to 30.
Yeah, 30 off 3, and that's probably a sensible way to look at it. Go at 10 and over. You've got the target in hand, 15, 3 and 12, but the 2 slightly more expensive overs did bring some wickets. But I think that's important, I think, in the women's game, especially because a lot of the women cricketers have only played a longer form of the game, be it 20 overs or longer, that they're probably a bit too careful, I think, sometimes.
Yeah.
Not realising, you've got these resources. It's not about batting time. It's about keeping the scoreboard moving. And it doesn't matter if it's you doing it or whether it's your teammates doing it. But that's one thing. I think here we are at the end of this kind of first season of ECN women's cricket, and you're really seeing already how much tactically and the approach has improved from the player groups. Looks like we're going to get Donna Pollitt here in over number 4.
A little bit short to start off with, and down the leg side. Gets away with that one. A big swing from Bartram, misses out, but we'll get the ball bowled again. So
mentioned Snehal Patki, who's umpiring for the first time on ECN. So a big hello to Snehal. And actually, we've had quite a few female umpires on the network, just in men's games typically, including our very own Mita, and in Sweden, in Germany, plenty of other countries.
Well, Italy as well.
Italy, of course, yeah. Netta. Oh, yeah, well, this is I won't say it's a stumping chant, because I think Pedrick gets back pretty quickly. And this is one of those ones, I think the keeper, Lawrence, she has to rush because she doesn't really have any time. And I think even if she gathers that Pedrick's back.
Yeah, it does very well to get back as well.
Goes after this, chops it onto her own foot. So, change your pace. Just creating a few different problems at the moment. Pedrick struggling to get going.
Yeah, you've got the standard field set, haven't they? 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off, 2 straight down the ground. And is there going to be enough? Here's the chance, and it's going to go over that fielder. I think just the wrong positioning there, I think, from Reichert.
This is a classic error, I think, when you come into ECN fields that are a bit smaller. You're thinking, okay, it's not hit that well, I'm going to come in. But actually, you're already probably close, 5 metres closer than you would normally be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she runs under that one. It's a bit of luck for Pedrick, who, to be honest, needed it, didn't she? Because she was 1 off 6 before that. She gets her first boundary. Misses out on the next one. But yeah, it's a natural reaction, especially if it's not absolutely smashed out of the middle. That was hit okay, but yeah, hit okay to kind of come in. But once you do move in, it is hard to reverse your momentum and your direction. I like this bowling from Pollard, and she's even bowling balls that, she knows might be wides, but she's hoping batters chase. They do chase there, and they get a single, but it does mean a ball ticks past.
Yeah, Declan there. I think that's a catching opportunity, but I think one hand outstretched, diving, it ends up being a pretty decent stop. I mean, if that catch was taken, that would be right up there as one of the best we've seen on the network this year. That's how he's looking at the moment. So 37 for 2 after 4 overs.
At least we know where we're going to get our golden ball from. This tournament so far, it's just been, I don't want to jinx it, touch wood, but we've had tension all the way through. I mean, went right down to the last over in the first game. And really, this is looking the same way, the way things are going at the moment. Here's Hannah Landier, who I think is a very good seam bowler for the Netherlands. Saw her in the ECIW earlier in the year. Hello, Lily again. And yeah, Leah saying that the Finnish cricketers there, they cheered when we mentioned them. Well, I said in the chat, I hope you keep cheering, and better than that, I hope that we see the Finnish women's team here one day.
Yeah.
The idea would be, obviously, with the right support, to expand this to many, many more teams. Landier first up, just angling down the leg side a little bit, grab some of the pad, and we'll get through for a leg bye.
Yeah, but a bit of pace there, Vinny. Be happy with that. I'm happy with the length as well. Get that straight. It's going to be very difficult to deal with. Yeah, hello to all the Finnish women. I'm glad you're tuning in. Hey, tell us, let us know what the temperature's outside where you are at the moment.
I'm guessing you're watching from inside. Andrew West in the chat as well. Great to have you with us, Andrew. Maybe let us know where you're watching from. Great to see so many new names in the chat as well. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We're providing something like 1,700 matches this year, maybe even more next year. And when's the cricket on? Every day.
Every day, non-stop.
And around the wicket to Bartram, he gets this wrong in the air. And once again, we see a fielder running under the ball. DeLange down there, it'll be 4. But this was an opportunity, again, not an easy one with the sun down there. Hard to judge, but another slice of luck for Italy, and Bartram gets a life.
Yeah, this is, again, you mentioned it already, this is the natural instinct sometimes for fielders on the boundary to run in. And that's what DeLange does there, runs in, and then realises the ball's actually going to go over her head, puts her hand out, gets something on it, but Bartram gets lucky.
Oh dear, nonplussed. Slightly loose stroke this time from Bartram. I want to say hello to Shahara Fernando, who's watching from Italy as well, supporting the Azzurri. I'm sure all of these teams and players will get a lot of support from all around the world. And maybe if you're not from one of the 5 countries represented here at the first edition of the ECCW, pick one or 2. And cheer at the TV. Get involved, get emotional. Straight back over the head of Landier. Svilling grabs it, throws off balance. Nice improvisational effort. That will just be a single. Yeah, so they're pretty much bang on that red line at the moment. The required rate has started at 9.3 and over. Currently, it's 9.37 and over.
And yeah, liking the action, liking the bowling. The young lady as well. Okay, high up in the air. Will this go to hand? It will, and it's a very casual catch taken. What a lovely moment that is for Landia. I think she's 21 years of age and loving the smooth run up. Liking what she's bowling. I think she's going to cause problem. And just, you know, the way she holds that arm back, I mean, reminds us of many other top bowlers that we've seen. So, nice moment there for Landia.
Yeah.
Picks up the wicket and breaks his partnership.
Well, she's rhythmic and she's repeatable, I think, in her action, Hannah Landia. And you can see that she's just putting the ball in dangerous places. Pedrick does get that one boundary, so she does contribute 6 to the cause. But she has to step aside. The score 43 for 3.
Catch coolly taken by Hoover. No mistakes there at all. So with the ball to go at the halfway point, the Italian women 43, and if it stays that way, well, you know, you're saying you've got a bit of a tingle. Well, the tingle stays alive because that's exactly at this point where Netherlands were. They were 43 for 3.
Hasn't Caroline van Koolwijk been really great as well with her contribution in the game? And she made that look easy, but we've certainly seen those kind of catches drop before. Judged it well. And so, Regina Sidizé. Oh, okay, here we go. That's our first 5-run penalty. She took too long to get to the crease. I actually spotted this. I'll come back to that in a second. It's, okay. I think they're just maybe clarifying it. But she didn't really have her helmet on. She was taking a lot of time to get the equipment on. And if you're not ready to face in 60 seconds, there's a 5-run penalty. So it's kind of countering the fact that we keep fielders on their toes with the time. Batters have to as well. But see, I much prefer that to timed out because at least Regina can still bat. We were here in September. I'm pretty sure I saw the signal, right?
I think it's, yeah, there was definitely a signal from the umpire, that's Snehal. So yeah, what we got here now, 60 seconds, and it's the penalty. There we go, so 5 penalty runs. So I don't think this is the one that, I'm just going to confirm that. So basically, let's talk about this. So there's the 5 runs if you're not there ready by 60 seconds. Longer than that, if it's more than 90 seconds, then you can be
timed
out.
out on appeal though.
On appeal.
Automatically out. So that target's going to go up to 98 now. Yeah, so I suppose the one thing I like here is at least you can make it up.
Well, I think they've got to decide whether it is dipping or not. I don't see anything from Snehal at square. As the throw comes in, but, well, that bit's not out. What about the height on this? Is it dipping enough?
I don't know if we'll see on this because he's run out of the camera.
Yeah, so it has to be dipping then because it was on its way down.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you can see there on the screens that's reflected now. So the target does go to 98.
So they did require 65 to keep the point. Italy now they require 68. Sweeper's missed, but some bonus runs on the way here. They get 1. Don't know if the 2's there. See some pretty strong arms. Sometimes they're too strong. In fact, it might require an overthrow. And what I will say, even though this pair essentially started at -5, they were at the crease when the winning runs were hit in that famous game, match 9. So yeah, confirmation now. The first innings total has had 5 runs added to it. 97 is the total, means that for the Netherlands to get a bonus point, they'd have to keep Italy to 67 or less. All happening. Some people might say, oh, that's very harsh. You know, what's going on with that? But to me, it's less harsh than giving someone out. And it means it can be applied consistently. So you're not asking for the fielding team to ask for it. Just like if the clock runs out, we give 5 penalty runs against the fielding team, don't we?
You know what we need to do?
What?
We need to do something after this ball. I'll tell you what I think.
If it's easy, I'll do it. Could be trouble.
Is it going down leg? No. It was all about whether this is going to go and hit full on straight or whether it's got any drift on this. Regina wants to go for the sweep shot, gets it wrong. So this has got to be pretty full. Let's see Regina standing more or less. Yes. Let's see, it goes, it sort of hits on, she's the fairway down.
She is,
it
but
hits it, but
it's hard to see what it's missing, isn't it? Yeah. I think when balls are that forward, they're not going to go over the top. But, you know, here's the thing, probably wasn't the smartest shot selection. Well, here's one thing that Regina's going to be famous for. She is going to be the first person to concede 5 penalty runs for time. So effectively, if you want to be harsh, she goes for -3 as she departs. It's 49 for 4.
oh dear, yeah, LBW there. Yeah, I think again,
She'll be back.
Umpire's call. Umpire's got to decide. There's a couple of things there to think about. One, is the ball going to go? Is the line right? I think the line's okay. The bounce is the other thing, and I think Stefan Gooch.
The bounce is a funny one because I
gonna-
thought with some of these, I did this during the ECRW. I went out there and I tried to get slow and loopy as I could to get a ball to bounce on the crease and go to the stumps. Couldn't do it. So I don't think that's missing high. The line, you could debate it. For me, it seemed like a good decision. Pollitt gets the wicket now, gets the ball to Mahamalagi. Bartram's kind of been starved of the strike a little bit, it seems, since he's been out there.
Yeah, Mahamalagi bowled very well herself. Now needs to get going with the bat. Likes to get, well, this one probably will be, you know.
This one will be. And probably just have a quick look at it. And even though it's coming down, I think she pretty much plays it at the crease.
Yeah, that's no ball.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Easy call here.
Okay, anyway, what I was talking to you about, what we got to do.
Yeah.
We got to.
Go on.
So we got to be one of the batters to come in.
Yeah.
And when they say wickets down, we walk out there. So let's see how much time it should take.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
what I would say
Because
is,
a minute doesn't seem a long time. 60
that's
seconds
true,
doesn't seem very
but I mean,
long.
you are allowed to go faster than just strolling as well, right?
Okay, this is going to be a chase. Doesn't quite get enough bat on it. Well, that's a dive and a half.
There it is. That's Isabel van der Woning. Watch out for her with the ball as well. She's got a bit of pace about her. Almost found this ball in her sock after she threw everything at it. Look at that. And she said, somewhere. Then that was a free hit as well, but doesn't go to the boundary. But yeah, with Regina, I'll tell you the obvious thing, she didn't have her helmet on. The first thing I saw when I looked up, because I thought she'd be batting next, so I did actually have a look up. Well, that's asking for trouble and going to be found by Bartram, who has an important role to play here. Thriller in the making, 57 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, nice shot. That just keeps the game alive. And maybe if you look at a like for like, it probably keeps it maybe just a little bit in front. Only a little bit, because the scores, well, at the moment, 56 to 57 in favour of Italy at this point. The thing is, though, with that, I mean, I know people think it's hard. I know why we do it. But that's like, isn't that the same as saying that every over has to be bowled within a certain time? Otherwise, it's penalty runs to the batting side.
Yeah, but it's one thing you can measure from the batting side. You know, it's very hard because you're basically saying that the fielder's responsible for the pace of the game. There's only one time the batter's responsible, and that's probably when you start your innings. So if we're allowing 1 minute for every wicket now, then if you're taking longer than that, then you're getting an unfair advantage. And I think that probably has to happen. Well, that should be wide.
I thought that was
Away with it.
I thought that was more or less on the line. So
dear.
that's one that I think bowler gets away with.
But, you know, sometimes you need to see the penalty enforced to make sure it doesn't happen again. You know, I think that's the other thing. We've had tremendous success with the timings, and it has to be that way in our cricket because we're playing so many games back to back. But like I said, as soon as that wicket fell, I looked up, I thought Regina would come in next, and I spotted her number 20. But what did I see? She was getting her helmet on. She wasn't prepared to walk out there.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the thing for me. And yeah, obviously they've made that determination. Everyone's aware of it. It will be a talking point, though, if they fall within 5 runs of this target. Bartram goes leg side this time. Nadia's been good here. And just a single.
Do you think that's one, though, that the first time that it happens, that the fourth umpire, the tournament referee, can just say, right, okay, that's your first and final after this 5 runs?
I like it this way because maybe the first time it happens in your life you need a warning, but then you should know. I'll tell you why in a second. There's this ball from Mandia. Shmamlagi just knocks, runs, forces a fumble. So, yeah. Look, I know it sounds harsh. For me, maybe I'd say, look, you still get the 90 seconds and then but the 60 has been decided.
Yeah.
But I just think you want to make everyone aware of it because it's an important one.
Is that something we'll be using going forward then in all events?
Yeah, that's part of our conditions.
Oh,
now.
well, there's going to be a lot of modifications to runs. That's what I think is going to happen.
Arriba.
Yeah, arriba.
But I mean, also partly I like the rule, but I also think it's in their execution. So I think umpires should be giving cues like 30 seconds, 10 seconds. Say it out loud, so you know when you're walking there.
Yeah.
Now, if you said 10 seconds and I'm still 20 minutes to go, well, I'm probably going to break into a jog. If I don't, it's not about trapping people. It's just about making sure they're aware.
I think
of
you need to be ready. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that. As this one gets played out. And I think if these days, of course, helmets are mandatory, and I don't think you would expect to see the next better coming in sat there wearing a lid. But you can walk and put the lid on. You can get out there, take guard, and put your lid on, can't you? Or while you're walking,
Ask
you put
Angelo
a lid on.
Matthews.
But then
End of the over. The score. Wait a second. The score is 62-4. Coming up next, England 11. Really looking forward to them being on the park, and they're taking on Austria, who already have a win. They were able to edge out Kiporoko, the Spanish team, by 8 runs this morning. England 11 bowling first because Austria win the toss and elect to bat. I'm looking forward to seeing the opening bowlers against the opening batters. Probably Cassidy McCarthy and Amy Wheeler to open up for England with the ball. Austria, Priya Sabo, I think, was excellent. Busra opened in the first game. I've got a feeling they might push up Mahadiwa to open. I think that'd be a smart choice. I think they had a very good partnership earlier. First ever game in the format for England 11, led by Kiara Green. And Maddie Ward behind the stump, starting in 35 minutes, right? So by taking the game to the 8th over, we know the Netherlands will keep their point in this game. Italy, they only need to get 68, so they're looking pretty good to do that as well. Again, close. You can think of it as like the close contest point sometimes. Anyway, I was asking for Isabel van der Woning. We're going to get her in over number 8. So she's been used as the kind of a closer. Good start, but good drive as well, and good fielding. That's been a really important thing today. I think some of these stops, that was headed for the boundary, but Annamine Thompson makes sure it's only a single.
Yeah, great bit of fielding from Thompson. Gets down, gets low, gets dirty, makes a stop. If that goes past you, that's 4 runs.
So Bartram getting some more round the wicket music from the Dutch bowlers. Gone. Well, that ball never hits the ground from the moment it leaves Isabel's hand to the moment that Meryl Deckling reels it in. It's a huge moment in the game, really, as Van der Woning gets the big breakthrough of Bartram and Italy 63 for 5.
Well, what a catch. We've seen some great fielding here today. And this Sunday has been all about international women's cricket, and the women have been showing some of the men how to do it, because this was absolutely clobbered. What a great catch that is. You can see the technique there as well. I mean, that ball is motoring, and the fielder, Deckling, is prepared to move the hands with the ball. So she's not rigid. If you're staying rigid there, that ball's going to hit your hands and come out. The hands and the arms go with the momentum. That is a really good catch. It's a very valuable wicket as well, because Bartram was looking dangerous, and she looked to be the one that could maybe see them home. Now somebody else has to come out there and take over. And it's Wanakula Soraya that comes out. Let's see that she can get going here. Comes out at number 7.
Actually, Wayne said something that's quite interesting. I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Wanakula Soraya. In terms of the first one around the corner, kind of splits the gap a little bit. And it's going to get to the boundary. Well, that was just perfect placement, threading the needle. 2 fielders there, Delanga and Iris Villing. Can't do anything about it, and a great start for Wanakula Soraya.
Yeah, it was a teaser. 2 fielders, one looking at the other. The dive comes in, and they couldn't stop it. As a Grizzly gets away, they get the boundary. 4 runs, valuable runs.
So you have a few more questions coming up. I know it was considered that it is at Kartama, so the 60-second thing. That was considered. It wasn't like it wasn't thought of. I would probably be in favour of maybe, tournament to tournament, you could make it 75 seconds or you could make it 90, depending. But
yeah,
they've paced it out. They've worked out how long it should take to get out there. So that was done. Wayne saying he's a bit confused, but I think just to be clear, it wasn't for not bowling their overs in time. It's for a batter not arriving in the prescribed 60 seconds. And 60 seconds is the allowance for a wicket, and that's why it's been brought in. But actually, he makes a good point. Italy were about 8 minutes ahead when they were bowling, right? But I mean, if you start factoring that in, then it starts getting a bit too complicated, right?
Yeah.
So I think everyone's aware, will be aware of it if they're not already.
If I'm honest, I mean, because I'm old school maybe as well, I think the 90 seconds works. It's up to the fielding team to apply it. I know a lot of people think a lot of teams don't like to do it, but that's what you got to do.
But then we know timed out doesn't really work. Because what happens? You've got another stoppage. So someone will come out there and you give them out, and then you wait another 2 minutes, and everyone's confused, wondering what's happening. I agree with taking it out of the fielder's hands, because I'll tell you my thoughts on it. Second, after the last ball, the 8th over, which is hit pretty well from Wanakula Surya. She'll get a single here, and so with that, we know that Italy will take at least a point out of this game. 8 overs down. They're 68 for 5. My issue is this, and I get it, a bit old school, and I respect that as well, but you probably felt the same way about the penalty runs for the fielders when it came in, right? That if, we're quite harsh, sometimes going down to like a few seconds, that if the fielders haven't bowled the 9 overs in time, then it actually gets applied.
No, I'm good with that.
Yeah, you are now because you're used to it, right?
No, I'm always good with that.
but the point is, we don't ask the batting team, hey, we're going to do this. So the two for me are interrelated, because how long the batters take to get to the crease is directly related to how much time's on that clock.
Yeah.
So that, for me, I think they're married and they can't really be separated.
I think for me is firstly why 90s become 60, and secondly, I think if you go with whatever it is, as soon as that wicket goes down, let's see that clock. Let's see it tick down.
I think that's important as well. Like I said, there's a bit of a parallel in baseball as well. Karana gets the 9th over, gets a dot first ball. So in baseball, they made a whole bunch of changes at the start of this season, actually, at the start of the year, where, it caused a bit of chaos early on. But within a bit of time, everyone got used to it, and the game was better as a whole. So I get that. Maybe it jars a little bit, but let's give it a chance and we'll see. And if it really doesn't work, they might change it again. She's going to knock her over, and Karana has come on just to bowl the 1 over. She gets it full, she gets it straight, she knocks over Wanakula Surya. So Italy now just losing pace and losing wickets as well. 68 for 6.
Yeah, good delivery, gets an in swing, and it goes and gets played around, doesn't it, by Wanakula Surya. She's going to go, sees the stumps knocked over, chuck the fote. So Karana, it's a good introduction for her. Gets up, gets a wicket, important wicket. So that wicket really, once again, Bartram being caught brilliantly. And that makes a big difference here, and you can see batters coming in who are not able to get going. So Wanakula Surya will go for 5 of 6. Did get one boundary where she managed to time it beautifully in between the two fielders. So Karuna, good start. No runs off the 2 balls that she's bowled so well. And Daluwada comes out, who herself bowled very well. Let's see if she can provide some valuable runs with the bat. High in the air. And it's going to drop safe. So they'll get 1, think about 2.
They thought about it.
Decide against it.
One thing that's interesting, a few people saying, hey, how can you change the score halfway through an innings? Which is actually, it's unusual, but it's not unprecedented. And there's actually several things in cricket that you get a penalty for. Most of them don't happen very often. One of them is kind of running on the wicket, typically in a turf game. This one, I feel that is probably grabbing a bit of the line, but Italy don't get the call. Yeah, so we've seen that done before, but yeah, I suppose it's actually the same effect as in the first innings when we add runs on. We're changing the score. All right, steps across. I think stepping across is a better idea than backing away. Goes down the leg side, they've got a wide +1 that they run.
Yeah, it's not unheard of. Listen, I mean, in the laws of cricket, batting side that is deliberately wasting time, or batters that also constantly run in the protected area, penalty runs can be applied. So,
and it has happened as well.
It has happened. So
sometimes we see innings starting on 5, for example. Oh, that's a shot and a half. Up in the air. Is it carrying? It is. Maximo Well, don't start the car just yet because Dallowwood has come and she's pumped this ball over the leg side and she's giving Italy a fighting chance. 6 runs.
Well, Dallowwood goes shaka. And that's a really good hit. Whacks it hard. Well, they were stuck in the 60s for a while. Well, that gets them out of it. Gets them into the 70s. Walking sticks at the moment. The ball to go. Tries it again. Has he got enough of this time? No. Really good catch. Well, Sebastian Bratt will be happy with this one because this is in Sebastian Bratt territory. And Delanga makes no mistakes at all.
Oh, Caroline, ice in her veins there because this could quite easily have burst through the hands or off the fingertips and gone over for 6, and it could have completely changed the complexion of this game. But she stood tall. She judged it absolutely perfectly. I mean, Dallowata gets a fair piece of that, but she won't get it out of the ground. Instead, she's got to go, and it's the slot machine now. 77 for 7 after 9. Oh, that was an incredible piece of cricket. I mean, I thought for a second, would it be another one where the fielder rushes in? But Caroline judged it perfectly. Had strong hands as well. Take a catch like that. Yeah, you want to have soft hands, but you've got to still absorb the impact of the ball. And how about that? We actually have seen 6 wicket takers. Karana will finish 2 for 9 off her over. So, a few things in the chat were making me laugh. One thing I will say, mixed opinions. But what I will say, and I'm the same, it's new to me as well. It wasn't something that I kind of oversaw or anything like that, so I'm receiving it. But I'm prepared to see how the week goes, and I'm sure that's the way they'll approach it as well. So let's not judge it too quickly. Let's see how it goes. The thing that made me laugh, Lily Panda saying she sat with her helmet on when she was ready to bat from the very first ball, but she bats 11. Here we go with Raka to bowl the 10th. First one, 10 around the corner.
That's a help.
Yeah, in fact, that'll go for 4. Okay, well, they need a magical over to finish. I like the innovation here because Raka's got a bit of pace about her. So rather than fight it, use it, harness it. And that gets them 4 closer.
That victory that you were talking about that Italy had.
18 off the last over.
Yeah. Just wanted,
I know what you're going to say.
Of it.
Amelia Bartram.
Yeah, okay.
18 off the last over. Mahamlago, be a stunning turnaround. Considering she was 1 off 8. It would be the classic 0 to hero story. They keep the fine leg up. I'm surprised because if I was the batter, I'd be trying it again. It worked once. Maybe you can repeat it. She does, but this time it's a good Yorker. And they will take the run. So Tofoletto will try and be a hero. Both gloves discarded. It still never quite work out why keepers take both gloves off because you're only going to throw with one hand. What else have we got here? Yeah, Terry made an interesting comment about he thinks one of the rules he changed in cricket is why do you need an appeal? If the umpire thinks it out, give it out. But I will say in baseball you don't have to appeal, but there are situations, we would call them spirit of the game situations. In baseball sometimes even the fielding side thinks it's not out, it shouldn't be out. And the umpire's like, no, it's out. You don't have any recourse to say it's not. So I think the appeal thing's all right. We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we, during the Barcelona finals day? And it's funny that cricket's such a sportsman-like game. Everyone talks about that spirit of the game. But it is the one sport where you are encouraged to yell at the official. It's something that people find hard to get used to. All right, 16 off 4. Boundary or bust. Tofoletto first ball. Misses. They've got to at least take the one.
It's a good stop, Vinny. That was travelling.
Double glove ejection. And Rosalie Lawrence, I think she's done a pretty good job back there. She's got some pretty big shoes to fill as well. We saw Babette Delader earlier in the season, a very experienced campaigner. But yeah, she just had to make sure she stops that from getting past her in any serious way, and she does. So again, looks like we could get maybe a single-digit margin here. Italy, though, what are we down to? I mean, you need 2 4s and a 6 to tie. Just when you haven't seen that frequency of boundaries in the innings, almost like trying to get all the lottery numbers, I think. Here, last half and over to go. Riker's been outstanding, by the way. She's only conceded 3 to her figures in 9 balls. Again, well executed. It's kind of block hole. It's outside the off stump. They may think it 2, but they won't in the end. Tofoletto will get another opportunity. So now that kind of puts it out of reach, even with a couple of Maximos. You got to hand it to the Dutch. I mean, these guys, they've built their own history, the Dutch and the Italian women's sides, in this format. Of course, they will meet again later in the tournament, but another gripping contest here, first ever day of the ECCW.
It's been a tremendous over here right there, and still moving a field around. So bringing up fine. And that means I'm not sure who's gone back then. I see. Third's gone back on the boundary. It's well bowled though. It's about getting that ball pitched up. It's one thing that I know that both of us when we were in Barcelona were quite critical of some of the bowling that we saw there in the lines that have been bowling. And it's good to see here that the women are getting the ball in the right area. So I mean, this is the perfect over, isn't it? When you're bowling at the dead.
Plenty of time to think about it, you know, plenty of time to think about it, especially because there's not a lot of match practice this time of the year. Sebastian Bratt just actually mentioning as well, you're talking about his catch and Caroline's catch, even wearing the same number, 14. Anyway, here's the last ball of match 2, and it's hit pretty hard. Well, Caroline will pick it up, throw, allow a single, but it will be all over. And look, and in the end, you know, the 5 runs for the time penalty, it's a talking point, but in the end, it doesn't change the result, does it? I mean, if you were to take that out, there's only 6 runs between the two teams. In the end, the official margin will be 11. Another close contest. Again, Italy, they walk away with a point by pushing it into a close contest. And I think they thoroughly deserve that. They take something out of the game. But the Dutch will take the win, and they get their first of an ECCW. England 11 coming up next against Austria, and that'll be coming up in around about 20 minutes. And Austria winning the toss, electing to bat. I think Austria were very good earlier on. They were tested. England 11, bit of a leap into the unknown. I know they've got a lot of players that have played a good level of cricket. I think that, you know, the opening bowlers, I think, will give us a really good indication. Austria will probably be facing a little bit more heat than they had first up in the morning. Let's go back. And what about this start? I mean, those 2 Maximos in the first over really set the tone. Banged away with Ratnaka getting a couple out of the ground, but she wouldn't last out the over. And ultimately, Italy, you know, they had a fighting chance here, but the Dutch, I think, a little bit too polished with the ball in the end, not giving them too many scoring opportunities. Yeah, that was a big moment after hitting those 2 big sixes. Rathanaka just gets a little feather on this, and a catch taken by Rosalia Lawrence. And then what about this one, though? I mean, talk about catching. Caroline Delanga makes it look easy, because that cordon bowl was a sensational bit of action. That'll be right up there as one of the highlights of the day. And then later on, she would take a fantastic catch on the boundary as well. But those 5 wides, the minimum, that would help. But the thing is, well, they may have got 5, but they also gave 5 away. Yeah, that's true. I mean, actually, it's in the chat, and Kevin's spot on. Their margin's 11 runs. Let's not forget the 6 last ball of the first innings and the 5 penalty run. 6 and 5's 11. So it just shows you, even though you play about an hour and a half of cricket out there in the middle, you know, little things can make a big difference. That was a good catch by Colin van Kolbank, who I think had a very, very good game. This one was given out. I've got to say, for me, it looked like it might be taking a piece of the stumps, hitting on the full. I suppose always makes the batter look a bit guilty. This was well struck, but yeah, I suppose in the end, Italy had to string a few together. That was a big moment, wasn't it? And how important has the fielding been? Declan with a brilliant catch to dismiss Bartram.
Yeah, that was the game changer, really. I mean, if there was a chance for Italy, and you knew that Bartram had to stay out there, but Declan, what a great catch, because that ball was travelling. It was hit hard. It was out the middle, but a great technique. And this, well, almost got there, and then after getting a boundary, plays all the way around this. There's Juana Kusuria, and she gets her stumps knocked over. And I have to say, that was a really good over there by Kurana.
She bowled really well. And my thing is, she wasn't even that bothered about the fact she just ripped the stump out. But that was a huge moment as well, because, I mean, Dalawata, she's someone maybe I'd like to see even opening the batting with that kind of hitting. She came out, did it straight away. Bit of innovation down the stretch for Mahamalagi, but they needed to go magical in the last. They couldn't quite get there. And just 11 runs that will split these two teams when we look back at this game. But very, very competitive stuff. Let's look at the scorecard. Bartram ends up top scoring 20 off 13 before she whacked a full toss to Meryl Deckling off the bowling of Isabel van der Boning. Apart from that, it was only Ratnaka that reached the double figure mark. One thing I think the Netherlands will want to work on is the extras. Okay, 7 leg byes, you can't do much about that. But yeah, 12 wides and no ball, probably a little bit more than they'd be comfortable with. We had 6 individual wicket takers, and the one bowler that didn't take a wicket, I think, was one of the best. Riker only conceding 6 on her figures off her 2 overs. 2 for 9 for Corona, bowled a good 9th, but the others being split. Van der Voning just bowled the one in the end. I think she's a bit of a weapon with the ball. She's not alone. They're a good unit. Netherlands, they got ambitions of lifting this trophy, as all teams do this week. So we'll take a break. We're back in around about 10 or 12 minutes, and it'll be our first chance to look at the English 11. They're going to take on Austria in match 3. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Championship Women.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. It's history in the making, the first ever day of the ECCW, and haven't we been treated to some outstanding entertainment so far? Coming up next, we get to look at our fifth and final side in this week's proceedings, England 11, a very famous name, and I'm sure we'll have some history made by them on this field during the week. They are led by Kiara Green. She's out there with Joanne Siglitz and the tournament referee, Ian Ramage. So it's England 11 versus Austria here in match 3. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
England, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Austria, you're the away team, you will call the coin.
Thank you.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss. You'll bat first. Toss won by Austria, who will bat first.
So Austria win the toss and they elect to bat first. So obviously having a bit of confidence in their ability to defend. We saw them get the points earlier in the day. Pretty narrow one though, 8 runs over the host Spain. That was 81 to 73. Set up with a good power play. I think Priya Sabu has shown us time and time again how good she is. And I've got to say that Malika Mahadewa, she was brilliant as well. But they're going to be tested. I think Cassidy McCarthy and Amy Wheeler will be bringing the wheels at the start of this one. And they're going to provide maybe a different kind of a test. England 11 though, let's remember that they've never played this format. In fact, they've just come together as a group. I know this is going to be a great experience for them, and well, I'm sure that they're going to provide us with plenty of highlights. Let's get ready for the first ball of match number 3, and we're going to see Austria batting first. It means we'll get to see the English in the field. Let's see how that goes. Rico Full will take you to the first ball here as we get ready for the start of another ECCW match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, giving us a little insight to the England team. Yep, hello and welcome to the England 11, taking on Austria. Austria got a good win against Spain earlier in the day, 81 to 73, winning by those 8 runs. And it was, well, a couple of batters that showed some good ability out there in the middle. Malika Mahadewa, 31 of 23, got the Player of the Match award. But of course, there was Priya Sabu, who also scored 31 and did that in 27 deliveries. So those two are going to be pretty key here. I know a lot of people are excited to see what the England 11 bring to this fiesta of cricket, of women's cricket, of course, international style here at the Cartama Oval. We are in Spain. There's the lineups there for you. And certainly a lot of people are expecting to see some good things here from the England 11. But as Vinny Sandu said, it's the first time they're playing this format, so it will take a little bit of adjusting. And let's see how they fare. And get ready for the first delivery. And there's going to be Cassidy McCarthy to bowl the first. And we'll be bowling to Priya Sabu. 75% to 25% in favour of the England 11. So Win Predictor, even though it knows that England haven't played in this format, is predicting England just maybe to be a little bit too powerful. Perhaps it will be because of their bowling strength and depth. Here's the first delivery. It's a short one, hit well, and this will go all the way. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Ay, 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 qué grande eso es. Tómalo, tómala. Una grande, una 6. Well, welcome to the party. Welcome to the T10 format for the England 11. McCarthy. This time goes fuller, and that's better areas, better length. A bit of pace. So gets the loosener out the system, and she knows it as well. A big smile on the face. And that's what we like to see. And all the ladies enjoying themselves in the, well, the sunshine now of the Costa del Sol here at the Cartama Oval. bit of width, and Sabu, I think, just maybe playing a tad earlier here, just needs to hold the shape a little bit more. Seems to be falling away towards the leg side slightly, but a good comeback after being hit down the ground for 6 at the very first ball. It's an interesting field as well. Just have a look at this. It's got a V shape to this field. We'll talk about that in a moment. And it's that shorter delivery outside the off again. So it's an interesting field because it's almost like a V, if you like, if you're looking at it from behind the bowler's arm. You've got a wide third. There we go. That's a nice shot of it there. So wide third who's outside the circle. But that's all they've gone with, just the one player that's out for the moment. And also just spotted out at square leg. So square leg back and third back. Other than that, it's like a little V that's formed. So they want to try and keep it nice and tight. They're sort of inviting the batter to go for the straight shot down the ground. That's the idea. So interesting technique. Gus McCarthy once again. Sabu. Well, this one gets, they think about it. Good keeping though from Matty Ward. There's a bit of pace from McCarthy, but you can see Matty prepared to stand up. Now that's the end of the over as well. And just that 1-6, the very first ball, is the scoring shot that we've seen. 71 days to go to the Champions League of European cricket. And it's a good time to welcome back into, well, I elevated commentator position here at the Cardamom. This one doesn't quite get it the way that Tuka would have liked. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's nice to be back, and hello to all of our viewers as well. I'm sure we got plenty of viewers tuning in from the UK as well, and England. It's a pretty spicy first over, wasn't it, from Cassidy McCarthy. Plays cricket in Sussex and bring a lot of heat, and it's going to continue with Amy Wheeler. Well, Wheeler has wheels. That's all the mail on her, and yeah, getting a bunch of players here that haven't really played together as a team, but they've all been kind of on the fringes, I suppose. And you've got some here with 100 experience, of course, the domestic competition there in England. It's a very high-level competition. And you can see that Uka. Interesting they have stuck with her at the top of the order. I would have been tempted to make a change just because I think that Malika Mahadiwa batted so well. I would have been keen to get her out there as soon as possible. But yeah, Wheeler, can't believe that hasn't hit the stumps. It just climbs over the top. I obviously got to shout out Matty Ward coming up to the stumps off Cassidy in the first over and handling it pretty well. Creating that extra pressure. That's the kind of one that if you're not going to take runs like that, then you start to wonder where the run's going to come from. Yeah. And it's just, I suppose, something tactically which we're going to have to see how teams deal with, getting bogged down. Sometimes it means you have to take a risky one. The other thing is England 11, I expect them to be red hot in the field, and nothing I've seen so far suggests otherwise.
Upish and just lobs the fielder that's in the point position. They will take a single, so finally put another run on the board. So that's a very good tight bowling though from the bowlers. Just that one boundary loosener right at the beginning from McCarthy. But I'm liking the squeeze. It's a very good field.
I came in a bit late. How good was the first ball?
Yeah.
I mean, that was welcome to ECN for Cassidy. Smack back down the ground.
Asking the question, and this time, no, the bowler's not really that keen. You can see the bowler turns around and says, nah, I don't think so. And how the umpire says not out is the end of the second over. And well, these are the teams that we're looking at. But you can see there the table. And one thing a lot of people will notice, especially those that have been following European Cricket Network for a while, the point system's slightly different.
Yeah, so now 4 points available for a game instead of 2. And essentially how it works is that you get 3 for a regular win, you get 1 for a regular loss. But if it's a heavy win, you'll get 4 points. If you get a heavy loss, you don't get any points. So what you see with Spain and Italy, they did lose, but they only lost by a close margin, and so they walked away with essentially 25% of the points on offer for the game. I think that people are really going to enjoy that, actually, once you get a bit more used to it. Ria Fackrell is going to start with a wicket here. It was an unhappy time at the crease for Uka. She had some spicy stuff to deal with. Now this one pretty much holds its line, and she has middle and off rearranged. First wicket for the England 11 in ECCW cricket at 7 for 1.
Yeah, and it's Ria Fackrell that will do it. Just floats it up, plays down the wrong line, and well, it's got the dashing shades, and it's got a dashing smile to go with it as well. That's not a bad start at all, is it? The first ball you bowl and you get the wicket. And that is going to be the end of Bushra Uka. He gets bowled for one of the 6 balls that she's faced. So maybe Austria will start to maybe have a look at the batting order, especially the openers. It's nice to see a good crowd that has come in to the Cardam Oval, the fan zone. There are plenty of people watching the cricket, and I think quite a lot of them will be looking to see how not just England do here, but also Spain. Of course, Spain will play the next match as well. They'll be taking on the Netherlands.
Yeah,
that'll be an exciting one.
Interested they've gone for Joanne Stiglitz here.
Look, even Santa's looking in. Similar delivery and almost a similar result.
I've got to ask, how does Mahadiwa not get a spot in the top 3 again after she batted so well in the first game? And I get, maybe you're trying to mix it up and change things around, but you're looking to fight fire with fire.
This is going to be close, well, does she have the ball? I don't think so. It would have been out, because I think England are a little bit sharper in the field. They've got better arms. The throw comes in, and I think this time Ward doesn't have the ball in the hands.
She doesn't, and if she did, I think she's going to have a wicket. This is kind of the English style, actually, which I got to admit I'm not a huge fan of, kind of intercepting the ball before it reaches the stumps and trying to... I had some long debates about it, so I don't want to get into it. That's a great stop there. Will it work? Yeah, and really that first touch was important because it gave the outfielder an opportunity. That's Amy Wheeler doing some work, and then the ball's launched into outer space for no particular reason. Still, good job to save the boundary.
Yes, good, liking that. Good fielding action, a bit of stop and roll from 2 of the English fielders. They do save the boundary. The batters do come back for 2. Sabu looking to, once again, get a good knock in here. This one hits into the deck, no run. But it's just that field. It's I'm liking the look of it. It's got a good shape about it. And also, everybody walking in and putting the squeeze in.
There's levels. There's intensity there. Last ball of the over.
Oh, well, this one is going to go to the boundary now. Is it buys or is there a bit of bat involved here? It will, I think, be buys. Yep, buys signalled by the umpire, Joe Foster.
Yeah, and it's just the wide Yorker that kind of Yorks everyone. And Maddie will be upset with that. Maybe she's saying it didn't bounce too much, but she didn't really do a good enough job, I suppose, of blocking it, that trailing leg, and creating that big space under the legs. And that's where it went as we get the end of the power play, 14 for 1 off 3. Okay, it has been hard going for Austria so far. Remember that 6 of those runs came off the very first ball. We're past the halfway point of day 1 already. Hard to believe that. Here's Kiara Green, who also hails from Sussex. She is leading the side. And just having a brief chat with her. She said, look, it's an exciting opportunity. Playing with a lot of these teammates for the first time.
Yeah.
And certainly the competitive match. So they're still kind of learning about each other, coming together. And I suppose they've got big shoes to fill. England 11 men, current ECC champions. And so, in the power play, so up to 5 outfielders can be used at this stage. I think they're going to go with 4 to start, probably, because Austria haven't shown too much with the bat so far.
Here we go again, and this time I think it will be out. There's no mistakes from Maddie Ward, and this is the difference you see. I think you can get away with this, maybe, and they did get away with it with Spain to a degree, but just much stronger arms. Here we go, and that's going to be out. That's a shot.
She got a bit closer than I thought, actually.
I think the closest that the batter's able to get to is the bat on the line, but for me, this is going to be out. Because here we go, this ball, and I think at this point the bows are off. Though we don't see them coming off, you can see the stumps already have been dislodged. So there's the decision from Joe Foster. He puts the finger in the air. Excellent work there from, of course, our production group.
Yeah, you got
productions.
You know, and that was the risk. I mean, Joanne's going to come out. She's not really an out-and-out boundary hitter. She's going to play a bit of small ball, and you lose Priya Sabu, who you don't really want to see go in that fashion. To be honest, Priya did pretty well to get that close. I thought originally that she might be gone by a metre or so. But, you know, credit to England 11. They get the opportunity. They take it. And so we'll have our second wicket fall. It's 14 for 2.
Yeah, disappointment, you got to say. Priya Sabu was one of the main run providers in the first match against Spain. Scored 31, but going to go cheaply here. And I think that's one thing that, well, if they haven't seen it already, they're going to have to learn that the way this field is. I mean, have a look at them there. As soon as the bowler starts, look at them all walking in. They're ready to pounce. And once again here, you see, this time it's just wide off the fielder. So they will get that single, but there's no easy, let's say there's no cheap runs there.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to hunt as a pack. You know, I mentioned kind of levels and angles. So some fielders slightly more deep than others. So depending on how hard the ball's hit, you've got fielders that can do the job for you. Stiglitz, yes, it's a nice little deflection shot, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, like I said, she's not an out-and-out power boundary hitter, but she's very clever. And she doesn't miss too many, actually. I like the way she opens the face there, uses that pace and gets a boundary.
Yeah, and this could be a good partnership here because she does have Malika Mahdawa, who will come out now at number 4, somebody who also made good inroads in the first match that they played against Spain, made 31 as well, was the player of the match. Just put a good stint in with the ball as well. So, what a good partnership here. And, looks like Green is just going to try something different here. Going to try it around the wicket approach. This one gets played away. And once again, good pick up and throw.
Crooms poked the hornet's nest about my comment with the keeper taking position before the ball hits the stumps. I will say this. This is my personal experience, and I spent too much time behind the stumps. But I still, you can get the best of both worlds, I think. Good keeping from Maddie Ward.
Going to check the foot here. Does the foot stay planted?
Yeah, the heel was kind of up, but let's see where the balls of the feet
pretty
are.
Confident, is Maddie Ward.
It's could be closer than you think. Let's have a look.
Oh, is that past the line?
I got to feel. I mean, it's just super close. I think it's going to be an umpire's call because we won't probably get the best angle. Let's have a look. It's threatening to be down.
Oh, is any of that foot past the line, Vinny? That's the question. I think you...
I got a feeling it's out, but it's only a feeling. Nothing that conclusive about that.
I think you go with umpire's call.
Because you can't see through the foot. So, for example, you can't see where the umpire side of that foot is.
Yeah.
You can only see where the outside is. In the end, the umpires have a look at it, they say, that's out. And so... I also think that could have been the umpire's call on the field. So when they're that close, even with the video where you could kind of argue it both ways, they'll typically stick with the umpire's call. And so there's going to be a wicket to Cara Green. And there's 2 that fall, including the run out in this 4th over. And for a player that we thought might make a bit of a difference, she's going to have to go for just a single. Malika Mahadiwa is stumped expertly by Maddie Ward, and the score 20 for 3.
Well, Maddie Ward had the opportunity for a run earlier, and she wasn't able to collect the ball cleanly. And it's something that we'll continue to talk about, your theory about the way some keepers handle it. But after that, she's done marvellously well.
This is what I will say, and this because it's the keeping debate. We have lots of debates about this. And that'll be the end of the over. It's 23 after 4. Is that when you move your feet there, you are kind of blind to where the stumps are. So again, one thing about keeping that's great is everyone has different techniques, and some work better for others, some work better than others. Now the reason, so I'm not going to say one's better than the other. Both sides of this debate will say there's been tests that say it's faster, but I'm just saying that you need to have tools, okay? So if you plant your feet between the ball and the stumps, then you have to be certain where those stumps are, and it creates a complication. Okay, so you're then stopping the ball hitting the stumps direct, which can be crucial sometimes. No matter how quick you do it, you're not as quick as the ball hitting the stumps direct.
For sure.
And so my personal preference was, if the throw was coming slow enough, I would reach over the stumps and take it in front and then take the stumps on the way back. If that makes sense.
Nice looking
That's
shot.
a nice shot, and it's going to be a long chase, and it's going to be an unsuccessful chase. So Joanne Stiglitz really fighting with the bat, and so she should get 4 runs here. It's just a classically timed cover drive.
Well, Sachi Pai finds this Pai too hot to handle as it gets past her. She'll be disappointed with that. Does everything right, really, apart from get the hands on the Grizzly. So the Grizzly makes his way to the boundary. Nice looking shot. There's the captain. Well, plays a nice shot, and then now here, just, I think she stops the shot here. Stiglitz stops the shot, and it loops up to the fielder, takes the catch, and that's a bit of a cheap wicket to give away, but just look, just flicks it up in the air, no mistakes at all from the fielder. So that's Bethan Gammon. Nice catch, safe hands, and that's going to be a disappointing end for El Capitan. Joe Stiglitz will go.
Got to say, I'm really liking the bowling of Millie Taylor. She's got that X factor, doesn't she? So, yeah, Joanne just trying to time that away, doesn't really keep it down. Yeah, Beth Gammon takes a good catch. Wasn't really rocketing, but still had to do the job. So Austria lose their captain, 24 for 4. Just finishing that, and I know I don't want to get into keeper sidetracks too much, but yeah, I think that what you want is options, and you want to be able to pick the right option for the situation. So it's not so much right or wrong, it's just which is the best way to do it in a given situation. And I think that some proponents of the definitely get between the ball and the stumps, it's like if you do that all the time, it's not always the best option. I'm not saying that it can't be a good way, but this is coming from, I spent way too much time behind such, particularly in indoor cricket where it comes up all the time. So yeah, playing indoor cricket for Australia, you spend a lot of time with these balls coming at different angles. And the last thing I'd say is, when you change your position to do that, you're relying on that throw being perfect, because if you then have to move for the throw, you're having to move again, and you've got less time to adapt to a throw that is suboptimal. And knowing fielders, they do throw a few of those in. But yeah, it's always an interesting debate. Keepers can talk to keepers about this stuff for ages.
I guess it's very similar to if the ball's being thrown to the bowler's end. The bowler, you always say get behind the stumps for the same reasons, right?
Yeah. Interesting one. Seemed a bit high to me. Maybe didn't pitch in line either, but they'll scramble through for a leg by. And pretty good over that one from Millie Taylor to start her campaign. 26 for 4 after 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And I'm here with Rico Full. And we want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Yeah, and so I've got to say, I've really loved Maddie's keeping so far. And this is just one thing, like I said, you know, coaching changes over time. Different coaches have different opinions. But one thing I always love is to talk wicket keeping, because that's my passion as a cricketer. And, you know, just kind of comparing notes. And what you do find as well is that different things can work for different people. Same as batting technique, same as bowling technique. Not everyone's the same. But I've been really impressed so far as we get ready for the 6th over. And this will be close.
Wow, it goes to plant the bat in then slide. I think the bat, for me, just makes it down. We'll have a look at it here. Let's have a look.
Yeah, she's just in, I think.
Just in, yeah.
Yeah. But everything's kind of pros and cons, I suppose. So like that's a pretty cool way to do it, but it has drawbacks as well. Come back to that again. That's high-ish. I think they probably want to have a look at this for height. Remember, ECN regulations, anything on the full delivered to the batter, if it's waist high or above, will be called a no ball. So it doesn't have to be above waist height if it's waist height or above.
Yeah, I think they've decided that's okay. So here we go.
So that one's okay in the end.
Just be able to keep the toe down though.
Again, this game moves so quick, it's hard to analyse anything too much. But for example, that one on that run out a second ago, you know, she did well to catch it because she's one side of the stumps. When the ball came the other side of the stumps, she had to kind of catch the ball away from her eye line. So it was a more difficult take. It's the one that you'll probably mess up more often. But Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Fackrell getting a second over here at the 6th.
Nicely played. It should be cut off, and nice bit of fielding there as well. You see that one, that was Ellis that goes for the stop, but right behind was Millie Taylor, just in case, just doing the backing up. So working well as a team.
Dave B obviously was here for the men's ECC, and he's watching on from France. He wants us to say hello to Steve Penn. I saw Steve over there in the fan zone, so I'll say big hello. I'm not sure if we're on the TVs over there just yet, but maybe we'll try. I'm going to ask everyone that's watching in the fan zone, maybe you can give us a wave if you're listening. Oh, they must be able to hear us.
Yeah.
Well, somebody can at least. I know it gets pretty rowdy over there at times. But yeah, it's great to have it filling up a little bit. Fackrell now, last ball of her spell. Hit back over her head, but not really that far. Is coming and going, toing and froing. They won't get a run. It was like a perfect lob wedge in the end. It was hit with backspin. And so Austria are going to finish the 6th over 30 for 4.
You're well bowled, and yeah, started with a wicket, didn't she, with the very first ball, and kept it nice and tidy. Just a 7 off her spell of 2 overs.
Just with the game where it is at the moment, let's say Austria, the way it's looking, they're on 50 pace. Let's say it's in the 50s, what they score. Then England 11, they might have the best opportunity this morning to actually win with that bonus point and chase it in 7 overs. Because both the wins so far, they've just been regular wins. We saw Austria win the first game. We saw the Netherlands win the second game. But they were pretty close matches, so they only got 3-point wins. A 4-point win. If you're batting second, you need to chase in 7 overs or less.
Nice hit. Takes a single. Good delivery as well. Good bit of cricket all round, actually. First of all, the ball from Millie Taylor was nice full length. Good clean strike. The ball well picked up by the fielder. Good throw over the stumps. Taken by the bowler. Good cricket.
Continuing with their left arm wrist spin. And there was a question in the chat, who was that Australian that bowled occasional left arm wrist spin in the 90s? I think they're talking about Michael Bevan, who was also kind of like a one-day specialist for Australia in that period. I think he averaged over 50 before it was cool in one-day cricket, mainly through not-outs.
Flighted up just wide off that in short mid-wicket, and that's why I like this field. It's really good. I mean, it basically is the bowler's got protection on the leg side. You've got 3 on the leg side on the boundary. You've got a short mid-wicket to stop the single or take any catches.
It's a well thought out field, isn't it?
And that's worked for them. And then I like what they've got on the offside. 3 close and a sweeper. And this is full and straight on the money. And with the batter going across the line, so 2 things there. One is you're taking a risk to a delivery like that. Secondly, if you do get it, you're taking a further risk because you've got 3 fielders on the boundary and 1 in short ready to take the catch. But that's just well bowled. It just clips a bit of the off stump. So Millie Taylor picking up another wicket. That's her second, 2 for 8. Outstanding bowling.
Yeah, and very accurate bowling. So Bhardwaj is only able to contribute 4 to the total. I was just trying to think about how you'd counter that. And this is where, we're talking about tools of keeping. Tools of batting. And, one way you could counter if you've got the right tools. I mean, there's no one kind of in the short third position, maybe a little reverse around the corner and use that pace. I think with 5 on the leg side, I think England feel Austria are going to try and go in that direction. And even with the 5 on the leg side, she still does. But trying to hit it across the straight ball, that's why cricket's a difficult game. If you get the timing wrong, you get the judgment wrong, that can cost you. Straight bat, you've got more chance of hitting it. And now we're going to have another run out. And that's a brilliant pickup from the bowler. It's a little bit low to the left, but it's going to be a golden duck for Buller. Again, I like that she took this on in the end. It had to be well executed from the English, but they were spot on. And another run out costs Austria another wicket.
Yeah, this is outstanding work. It really, I mean, I think it was always going to be dangerous, but so much had to be right. The throw, and there's what we were talking about. You know, if you get the throw right and it's bouncing, takes it one-handed on the bounce, whips the bells off, and unfortunately Buller is going to go without scoring, so it is going to be a golden duck.
I still like she took that run on. I know it looks silly in hindsight, if it doesn't work out, but I mean, you're going to have to take some calculated risks. The England 11 just did everything right there, and that, pros and cons, we're talking about how to receive the ball at the stumps. The con of being behind is, in theory, it takes a bit more time, but sometimes you need that time.
Yeah.
That throw was obviously not straight at the bowler, but she used that extra time well, and so 33 for 6 after 7 overs. And now Kiara Green, the captain, bringing herself back on.
Yeah, Kiara Green was the one doing the fielding as well, got the throw in, so some more fantasy points for her, and now she's, I'm pretty sure, looking to get another scalp or two.
Again, hit and run. Yeah, lack of hesitation, I think, is important. Like I said, to be honest, at this level and against a team like England 11, there's no easy certain runs in the infield ever, right? They've decided to go for 5 in the infield, 4 in the outfield, so still kind of attacking in the air. And almost thrilling catch from Kiara Green up to her right, but she can't quite get there, and the result's a single.
Yeah, it's two teams out there with, well, very different experiences, I guess, but got the same taste, same wardrobe taste. The red and the black, it's almost like there's too many. Sometimes you look out there and think, hang on a minute, there's too many players on the field.
They look quite similar. Hey, good early call. Communication's everything. Kamati saw that was straight at the field and said no. Gave HSP the chance to get back.
Goes for the shot down the ground. I mean, I don't mind this hit because with the mid-off inside the circle, I think that's the shot to play, isn't it? But you got to get your footwork in, and then you got a very good wicketkeeper, Maddie Ward, who's waiting to whip the bells off. So under a lot of pressure, haven't been able to play the sort of game they would have liked, and of course those run-outs early on sort of hurt them as well. But, no, there's not a run on there.
I think the communication's been pretty good between these two, between the wickets, on these kind of dicey ones, looking at each other, loud calling. They've been on the same page.
It's the end of the over, and I think only just a couple of that over. So fine spell from the captain, Kiara Green. We'll go just for the...
Can I tell you something I just noticed?
Tell me.
Do you know how far they are ahead on the clock right now? We're only 27 minutes into this innings, and we've had 8 overs. So I think around the world, a few people need to watch what's going on here in the CCW and learn how to keep the game moving.
Yeah.
So now I reckon they've got about... I think they've got 17 minutes to bowl this over. Yeah. Combination of, I suppose, the wickets falling, so some allowances for that, but then also the slow bowling and hustling through the overs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's something new. Every time a wicket falls, you get a wicket added on. Also, I think because of the earlier penalty, teams don't want to be, giving runs away, so they're coming out there to bat pretty quickly, but also haven't been too many boundaries.
So
it's been tiki-taka.
Just one thing I've learned through doing this, slow bowling is fast.
There's that field again.
All right, here we go with Bethan Ellis in over number 9, bowling for the first time.
Yeah, nice start. We'll take the single. I think batters wouldn't mind a little bit more pace on the ball. It means that the field is slightly further back, and also if they make good contact, they can use some of that pace against Ellis. But nice, steady start, as you've seen from all the bowlers. Gives this a bit of whip. It's close to that wide line. It'd be worth having a look at this again, I think.
Yeah, it was good for me. I think it just tails out a little bit, but yeah, the wides are pretty consistent here on ECN. When it passes the crease, that whole ball has to be inside the blue line. For me, it was. Yeah. Nice hands once again by Maddie Ward behind the stumps.
That's a good hit. Fielder comes in and slight miss. Well, will they run on the misfield? And they'll get there. Good running.
Good everything there, really. I mean, it's okay. It was a full toss, but it wasn't a badly directed full toss. Good shot. Fielder does the right thing out there. It's Chachi Pai. She was looking to turn into a catch. When she couldn't, she just blocked it. But then also the batters didn't hesitate to come for 2. The hesitation, I think, would have killed them.
Once again, taking it on, a direct hit, and he's out, and that is out. Beautiful bit of fielding, lovely pickup, and that's Megan Sturge. Picks it up, aims, let's go, fires.
Again, good decision making. You didn't have time to go for the bowler. The bowler wasn't even there, but I think we'll see that direct hit's going to make all the difference. So, yeah, we're talking about where to receive the ball. Sometimes you got to know just to get out the way, and I think that's exactly what Bethan Ellis is doing there. Good decision making once again. Fantastic fielding from the England 11, setting the standard here. 3 run-outs in the innings, and Austria are going to lose Kamachi for 3. It's 38 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, on that occasion, I think a throw to the bowler would have meant that Kamachi would get in. Kamachi deciding that you've got to try and get runs on the board somehow, and took on the fielder, but well, Megan Sturge was spot on and knocks the stumps over. Fielding has been, I've got to say, in all the innings that we've seen so far today, fielding has been exceptional from all the teams.
Yeah, and there's real focus on it. So, yeah, Bethan Ellis hails from the Warwickshire area, plays for the Central Sparks. I've got to admit, one of the things when I was doing a bit of research about where the England 11 play their cricket, there's a very kind of 21st century names going around in England cricket these days. Just like the Blaze. Like one was called the Lightning, now they're called the Blaze, as if the Lightning wasn't cool enough. Anyway, 8 to come, and it's Emma Kirkman who's at the non-strikers end. And Emma's a fascinating one for me. She's hasn't played a lot of cricket, but she's got a lot of attributes and she's got a lot of natural talent. And so she's found a place into this side. I really enjoyed watching her bat in the ECIW. Coming in a bit low here, she is kind of your classic boundary hitter. You know, she goes out there, she likes to attack. Let's see if she gets an opportunity. Hannah Simpson-Parker faces up last ball of the 9th.
And this one, it's a swing and a miss, and a bit of indecisiveness. There's no calling here, really.
This is the thing, I've noticed this a lot. Again, inexperience in the cricket. Kirkman's readily heading back, but why? There's no one there.
Yeah.
And then by the time they think of it, they think, oh, let's not risk another run out. So they're just going to have to eat a dot. And at the end of 9 overs, 38 for 7. But silver lining, one of my favourites, Kirkman, she'll be facing up at the start of the 10th over. I've got to say, Bethan Ellis, really good over from her, only conceding 3. Talk about a team effort, have a look at that. All the 6 bowlers used, and nobody more expensive than a runner ball. And yeah, like I said, different countries have different levels of infrastructure. Their player base will be playing different amounts of cricket, sometimes very little match practice and a lot of training. So it'll be a clash sometimes. And you can see England 11, they're very well drilled here. They're kind of comfortable, I think, in the setting, even though it's a bit of a foreign setting, this ECN format. Anyway, it's going to be Amy Wheeler who comes back. She bowled really well in the second, only conceding a single. So Kirkman faces up. What can she do with last over?
Well, it's one. I think this gets her on the glove a little bit here, so I think that's going to sting. I think she may have trapped the ball, or the ball might have trapped her between the hand and the...
Yeah, that looks like a kind of...
the handle.
Yeah, just jammed her, hasn't it? But fairly strong signal sent from Wheeler.
And this is pretty similar as well, so I think just it's the pace here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. And you know, to credit to Kirkman, I mean, she's hit 2 in a row, but it's probably a bit quicker than anything that's been delivered to her before on a cricket field. Wheeler looks cool as a cucumber at the moment, doesn't she? Now, I wonder if she goes fuller and maybe tries to clean up the poles.
No, sticks to the same plan, so that's 3 on the spin.
Again, that's the kind of, at this stage, I think you've got to run on that. You've still got 3 wickets to go. Maybe you can get an extra run. Yeah, okay, you're 38. It doesn't look that pretty, but I think strategically, you've got to at least give yourself a chance at getting a run.
Yeah, certainly enjoying herself. Wheeler bowled brilliantly well. It's only the one run that came off her last time round, and she comes again. Oh, goes for it. Oh, wow.
That'll help.
Just wanted to show what she can do with the short ball. Well, that is going to be a minimal.
Well, I mean,
she wants to show she
you
got some
could
wheels.
find the tallest person we've ever seen play on ECN who's 216 centimetres, and that still would have gone over his head.
You know, but you know what it's like. Even you're a fast bowler, you want to know what the track has. If I bang one in, is it going to give me something?
That was incredibly impressive to get a ball that high. I mean, you could have climbed a 6-foot ladder and still not reached it. So 5 to the total.
And now it's full and straight, and that's a Yorker. Well, I suppose that's what she wanted to do. Get the short ball in to put the fear into the batter and say, that's what I can do when I bang it in. And that's the old trick, the oldest trick in the book. And then that's that sort of away swinging Yorker. And unfortunately, Kirkman had no answer to it at all.
Yeah,
will depart.
It's a tough one for Kirkman, I suppose, when she looks at it. But what I will say, you know, she did compete in that contest. She did get bat on a couple. You know, 5 runs for the team as the 5 wides came. But yeah, the Yorker came, and then Derek came soon after. But yeah, how about that from Amy Wheeler, taking the bouncer Yorker strategy to strange new places, bowling one into outer space, but the next one bangs into the middle stump, and Austria lose an 8th with 2 remaining, 43 for 8.
Yeah, it's still, though, I mean, all right, it's 5 wides, but if you think of what you did in that over, it was short of a length, short of a length, short of a length, too quick, too fast for Kirkman. Then the next one was, well, banged in short, 5 wides, and then full and straight. And this one may be full and straight as well. Goes outside the off, but once again, great hands there from Maddie Wood. Been very impressed with Maddie.
One of our ECN superfans, Christopher Ward, well, he's claiming some sort of relationship now, even though I don't think there's a relation. But he wants to claim a bit of Maddie because she's been brilliant behind the stumps. Venetian will face the last ball now. Austria 43 plus this.
And it'll be plus nothing because, well, the only runs that had come off Wheeler was the 1 single and then the 5 when she went macho and banged it into the deck and gave away 5 wides. But it's been a very impressive performance from the England 11. It's what I think we expected to see. We expected them to be polished and sharp in the field, and they were. And all the bowlers executed their line absolutely brilliantly. If you look on the extra front, 5 wides, there was the 4 byes as well, and 1 leg bye. So that's a really good performance. And when you think about the 5 wides, remember, that's the one that was banged in.
It was.
That's the only wide.
It was incredibly, yeah. It was a wide that went over middle stump, put it that way.
Yeah.
But let's go back and look at the highlights because everyone was excited to see the England 11, yeah, and we got a few little Christmas elves in the house as well, I think, at the moment. Some of our fans here at the Carlton Oval. What a start, though. Sabu went large first ball. It probably was the highlight in retrospect for Austria, who did have a hard time dealing with a more professional England 11 outfit. There's no bones about it. Their pace options were good. They had several types of spin options, which I really liked. Their fielding was dynamite. They threw themselves around. And even though they might have never played this format of the game, they certainly are very, very skillful individuals. And coming together as a team, I think they were very good. And I think the way that they took these run-outs, I think, showed a lot. They summed up the situation. They made good decisions. Austria challenged them, and most of the time, England were up to the challenge.
Yeah, that was a big one, though, wasn't it, when we saw Stiglitz taking the single and Sabu not getting that quick enough, because that was the big wicket, I think, that England were after. There were some nice shots, and the Stiglitz did play a couple of nice ones to the boundary. This one just got away from the fielder, despite the diving effort. But then the next ball, it was a bit of a, I think she stopped the shot there, really, and the catch taken. That was the end of the captain, who, while she was out there, did hit the only other 2 boundaries after that first ball 6 we saw from Sabu.
Yeah, and so, yeah, late in the piece, we saw Austria scrambling for everything they could. I could say it's certainly a kind of bit of a gulf between these 2 teams. I think, you know, Austria probably getting a bit exposed for their lack of depth compared to some of the other teams, and that's not surprising at all when you consider that, you know, when you get to their lower order, you know, they wouldn't have as much match practice and high-level match practice, I think, as some of the other teams that we've got here. This was a good one, which was a bit of a fancy one. I think that the bowler there, she didn't actually really know what had happened until she looked down at her hand, and yeah, it was a nice bit of work by Millie Taylor to pluck that out. That time the bowler wasn't required, and Austria just falling away. England 11, they just seemed to get better and better, to be honest, as the innings went on. Late in the piece, it was Guinness World Record alert as one of the highest bounces I think ever bowled in women's cricket came out of the hand of Wheeler. The next one sent Kirkman on her way for a duck, and ultimately 43 Austria. I suppose it's going to be tough to win with 43, sure, but maybe they could try. I think their bowling and their fielding was pretty good earlier. If they could at least survive past 7 overs, they could take a point out of the game. Even that's a bit of a tough task, but at least it gives them something to play for as we look back at the scorecards here in the first half of match 3.
Yeah, well, there's a scorecard. I mean, we thought we were going to hit for some big score when the first ball was bashed for 6 from Sabu, but after that, England turned on the style. There was no further runs from McCarthy, who only bowled just that 1 over, actually. So she bowled 1 over, 1 ball was hit for 6. But yeah, it was a real struggle for the batters. 10 runs we saw there scored by the captain, Stiglitz, who did hit 2 boundaries as well. And a lot of run-outs there as they really did try as hard as they could, Team Austria, to try and get more runs on the board. 2 wickets there, Millie Taylor. I mean, she bowled really well, but then who didn't? That's the thing. You know, let's be honest. When you look at the bowlers and the way that they bowled, everybody bowled well. The only wides that we saw in the innings was that one that was banged in right there towards the end from Wheeler. It's a very good, polished performance, and a performance. Not only did the bowlers bowl well, but the fielding was excellent. I loved the way that they were all on their toes, walking in, doing all the basics right. It was an exceptional performance, and when you got a wicketkeeper of the talents of Maddie Ward to back everything up as well, well, you know that you got a pretty good polished unit there, and they were good, they looked good. Austria, though, the one thing they will learn from this, I mean, whatever happens, is that, you know, you only get better. You only get better when you play good teams. You learn from them and you learn from your experiences, and Austria will certainly do that. I mean, this is looks like it's going to be a one-sided contest, but Austria, I think, will take a lot of positives out of it as well. We're going to be back in around about 10 minutes time, so why don't you join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandu, when we return. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the Euros of Cricket happening here in Spain, Andalucía, Málaga at the Karma Oval. Volvemos en más o menos 10 minutos. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, we are of course proud to be part of that Share the Meal program as part of the World Food Programme. Proud partners of the United Nations on that cause. And of course, scan the QR code when you see it and do whatever you can to help as we come back to the third match of day one of the Euros of women's cricket here at the Cardiff Oval. We are in sunny Spain. The sun is out, and at the moment the sun is shining down on England, who put a fantastic performance in the field, restricting the Austrian women just to 43 for 8. And all the bowlers performed very well, and great fielding, several run-outs in there as well. And you can see that what the bonus point targets is. So you achieve the target in 7 overs, then you get that extra point. And well, you can see it's difficult. It's going to be very difficult for Austria to restrict England to the 30 to get the point themselves. So here we go. We could see a team pick up all the points. It's going to be down the leg side. It will be a wide, just marginally. There's Madadoa. Malika bowls the first. And just got to try and do the same as what England did here. Do all the basics right. Try to create a little bit of pressure for the England 11. It's another one that's going to be down the leg side, so it's not too much that Meg Austin has to do with this. And her opening partner at the other end will be Bettinellis. So Malika needs to get it outside the off. Got a mid-wicket on the boundary. And it may come into play here. Yeah, we'll tidy up. Been very good in the field as well. As Suraya Komati comes across. And tidies up after that one. Gets past Bardwag. So the batters crossover. So an opportunity there for Ellis also to get off the mark. Just gets played down. That's better delivery, better areas. So Madewa flights this one up. Once again, it's down leg side and no mistakes this time. I think if Ellis doesn't play at this and steps inside, definitely would have been another wide, but that's a very good sweep shot. The first boundary from the England 11 in their very first match in these Euros of cricket. And it's played beautifully. Once again, a little bit over-pitched from Malika and going down the leg side and just helped along the way. So a nice shot there from Bethan Ellis. That's better areas outside the off, and instantly you can see the difference. Plays at it. No run. Well fielded as well by Priya Sabu. You see some of the Spanish players warming up in the background, getting ready for their next contest. Into the pads. And good running. I think realised that the bowler was not going to be able to get to that in time to stop the leg by, so they take the extra. no single. So end of the first over, and 8 come off it. There's that one boundary as well. So 8 without loss. Okay, so it's going to be Komati to bowl the second over. It gets played away. And well, good time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu, who's only enjoyed a little bit of the sunshine and comes to join us with the count of 352 on the Golden Ball front.
Someone told me that it's winter in Europe. I think that was fake news, because this is 17th of December and currently 16 degrees, sunshine, cricket. I'm loving it. Anyway, Komati here in the second. Pretty good ball. Oh, hit and run, well fielded. Oh, the throw's airmailed though. A bit unfortunate for Bardwaj. Did well to make the stop. So, Meg Austin out there with Bethan Ellis. And look, the big thing for me is, well, can England 11 chase this down in 7 overs or less and steal that point? As this is full toss, and we're batting like this, there's a very good chance they will. Ellis, she certainly unwraps this gift pretty well and turns on it kind of like a crouching sweep away off the medium pacer to the boundary.
Yeah, well, anything that's gone down the leg side has been capitalised on. And Bethan Ellis has already shown that she's pretty good at playing the sweep shot and not afraid to plant that foot down and work the ball away. So Komati once again goes that side, but this time misses out on it. Maybe not as full, so not quite there for the sweep.
Yeah, Austria, it's a tough one. I think we knew if England could get those early wickets. And remember how it started, you know, with the big 6 in the first innings. But, you know, the run out of a few key players, including Sabu, and then also Mahdi wasn't quite able to back up after this morning. This is lifted up and over the top. It's probably going to plug a little bit, but it'll still have enough to roll across the rope. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot over the offside by Beth Ellis.
Yeah, good shot. So Komati does get the area right, goes for outside the off, but once again still a little bit short. And the batter is quite happy to rock back and fire this away. Well, this is what we're talking about here. So England have a great opportunity if they can get this win very quickly to pick up all the points.
7 overs or less, they'll scoop the pool. Probably unlikely that they won't make the 30, exceed the 30. But I mean, you can already see how that can certainly put another angle on a game where the result here, it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. But it does potentially, if you can string a few good overs together and force the batting team to eke out the win rather than let them dominate and win with so much time to spare, you can take something away from the game.
Want to try and round the wicket here, Komati. Just struggle a little bit with the line. See if this helps. That's a much better delivery. We're getting a little bit of battle to this, and I think needed that bat. It gets this in the right area this time, and yeah, it gets battle to pad. Otherwise, that could have sneaked through.
Again, you look at the length, and I think you got to be trying to draw batters forward, hopefully without it being a full toss. So that's your happy zone, I think. Last ball of the over.
Great shot, really good shot, all along the deck. I think Ellis knew what was coming. She anticipated it well and executed it well. This is a beautiful stroke, all along the deck as well. Fielder ne koshish ਕੀਤੀ ਚੰਗੀ dive ਮਾਰੀ, but ਚੌਕਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ.
That's a banging straight drive, and that's kind of exactly what I was saying the bowler should be hoping to do. Draw the batter forward into a mistake. Well, drew the batter forward, no mistake. That was absolutely crunched down the ground. End of the over, and 24 for no loss after 2. So, yeah, England could actually go to the very top of the table with a win here if they can win in 7 overs or less. So, Austria, the only way they could take a point out of this is to push the game to the 8th. It's looking pretty unlikely at the moment, although Priya Sabu is a pretty good bowler. She's going to bowl the 3rd over.
Yes, Abu. No change in the field, very much the same. So you've still got the close fielder. Shouldn't be a run there. There's 8. Gets down nicely. That's the captain, Stiglitz. And, yeah, you've got Emma Kirkman, who's in that familiar sort of pretty close out on the offside to stop any singles, and catching position as well. This gets lofted, gets past one fielder. Will it be stopped on the boundary? No. Kamati does get a hand onto it, but not able to keep it in the field of play. In fact, that's Malika. Beg your pardon, Malika.
The thing with Malika, she's so tall that it's a long way down to the ground. She does the right thing here. Tries to get down to ground level, but just wasn't quite able to get enough of the ball. Go back to the chat. I noticed a question a little while ago, because we did digress into keeping chat a little bit. And the question was, who is my keeping idol? Actually, you know, it's an Englishman again. It's Jack Russell.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say
Jack
that.
Russell.
That
you know what?
Because
he's also gets weirdo points.
He's a character.
Yeah,
he's some character.
His autobiography, you know what it's called?
Well, this gets played away. It's going to be 4 runs, but is it going to be 5? Because I think they might be looking at the height at this as well. Does it dip enough? 4 signalled. So the signal has come already. So just have a look at this. I mean, it is dipping, but at what point? Let's see here.
For me, it's a no-eat. Yeah. I think you got to call that. But it will not be called. Having a bit of mercy for the Austrian bowlers.
I can sort of understand it.
It's how quickly was it coming?
Yeah, it was no real pace on it. Now a bit of width, and this is going to be a wide. So extras hurting. So and just a little bit too short, haven't they been? Just a bit too short.
Just a touch.
Yeah, so go on.
Now, Jack Russell, his autobiography is called Jack Russell Unleashed. And it's a great read. I've got a paperback copy from somewhere.
Time to perfection. 4 runs. Don't have to chase this. And one thing we know about the Cardamom Oval is that this outfield, well, if the ball gets past you, forget it. And now that it's dried up nicely after that early morning dew, you're not going to catch too many of those. Delightful shot, though. Just love the timing and the placement of this shot.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Both these two looking very, very comfortable. I already mentioned Sarah Taylor, my favourite female player ever. My other keeping idol, a little bit obscure one, Jeffrey Dujon of the West Indies. Sorry, never got to keep up.
Oh, that's a good stop. Really good stop. And then flicks this back to, I think, the captain. That wasn't quite expecting it first. There's the stop.
Great effort, though. I mean, like, doesn't take a backward step, tries to block it, does a good job of partially deflecting it away. Yeah, Jeffrey Dujon. He had a few little acrobatics. Ian Healy's autobiography? No good. Couldn't finish it.
No good. What do you mean, no good? Okay, this one will go all the way. Bolle. Inna Sona Shaka Lagya, and with that is it. It's done and dusted, and they do it in style. So England, well, winning their first, and they do it right, I think, at the end of the 3rd over. So they only need the power play to do it. That's why it's called a power play. You show the power you have in the power play. And that again is a lovely shot from Meg Austin. It's a little bit over pitch, gets walloped away. 6 runs to finish. England will win, and then win with, well, you can see that win with just 18 balls being played. That means that they will be the first team that we'll see with this new point system pick up all the points. And unfortunately, Austria in this one, having got a victory over Spain, will end up with nada.
Yeah, so basically we now have a little bit of a break. In fact, that might have been one of the quickest games on record, only because we were running about 15 minutes ahead in the first innings, and obviously with the second innings only going to 3 overs. So England 11 doing it in the power play, win for them in their first ever ECCW match. But we're just about an hour away, slightly under, about 55 minutes away from the last game of the day, and we'll see Spain back on the park against the Dutch women, against the Netherlands, and that will be taking place at 2:45 GMT, which is 3:45 in Central Europe. And it's 7:15 PM in India. Let's go back. I mean, there for a good time, but not a long time. But really the manner that they did this and some of the strokes played, I think we can see that the England 11 are going to be a tough nut to crack in this series.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing you'll look at is that most of the shots that we saw played were on the leg side. So the bowlers, they just let themselves down a little bit, didn't they? And that was a cracking shot. They shot off this innings by far, maybe even a shot of the day. But you can see there the leg side, too many deliveries going down leg side. Malika wasn't able to stop that. That's another one that could have been called for a no-hit, got away with it. But again, they kept on bowling in those areas and they got punished for it. Once again, some more timing, more placement, and a little bit of width, but got hold of that nicely. And then this one was going to finish the game, wasn't it? It was a full toss on the legs and it gets absolutely clobbered by Meg Austin. So a good start from the England 11. They're a team we knew that were going to be contesting to be right up there in the final at the end of the week, at the end of this tournament. And the way that they've started here, you can see why a lot of people were picking them to be the favourites. I mean, a team that haven't played that much together, but it doesn't show, does it? They bowled well, they fielded well, they were exceptional in the field, and they went out there and they got the win. And they were pretty ruthless as well. Austria, well, I think they've had a good start. They've got a good win against Spain. They'll be a little disappointed, Vinny, with the way that they've... I mean, I don't think they were going to win that match. They knew that, but I think they'd be disappointed that they weren't able to make England work harder for that win.
Yeah, little things having big consequences as well. I'll go back to the run out of Sabu, which was unnecessary. I think they missed a trick with the batting order as well. I mean, I think you had to get Mahadewa out there straight away, lead with the batters who'd done the job for you in the first game. As far as the bowling went, Mahadewa not about over 7 of hers. I think Priya Sabu might have delivered the first magical over of this ECCW in the final over of the game. So a bit of an extended break then. We'll be back in around about 55 minutes as Equipo Rojo, the Spanish side, will be out there against the Dutch. The Dutch winning the toss, electing to bat in that one. If you want to check out the fantasy dashboard when it's ready, it'll be at our website, europeancricket.com. And also, you'll see it pinned to the chat. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, on an historic day for cricket and European cricket. We have the final match of day one around the corner right here in the ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello, welcome back. And well, opening day has been quite the experience in the first ever Women's European Cricket Championship. Now we have match 4, last game of the day, and the hosts will return. It's Spain versus the Netherlands in this one. Ian Ramage has the coin and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
So Spain, you are the home team, you will toss the coin this time. Netherlands, you're the away team, so you will call. There's the coin.
Tails.
Tails has been called. Whoa! It has come down tails, so you've won the toss.
Yep, we will have a bat first, please.
Okay, a toss, one Netherlands, who will bat first.
So Iris Villing of the Netherlands has won the toss, and she has no hesitation in batting first. And look, I was really impressed with the Netherlands earlier on. Okay, they're missing some of their key players due to commitments playing in other countries. And look, I really think that without their top three that I saw in the ECIW earlier this year, with no Babette Deleda or no Stella Callis and no Heather Seegers, they've really stopped those gaps well. And I think that Iris Villing, expect her to go big, I think, with the bat in this one. She's likely to open the batting, but also, you know, love their options. I think Caroline DeLange had a very good game. I just think that they've got a lot of contributors, and that's what makes them such a good team. For Spain, though, there's a lot of pressure, I think, as expected, on Naomi Hillman-Bermejo to provide the runs. And they did get close, didn't they, earlier on? They came within 8 runs of a victory against the Austrians, but Spain, they've certainly got slightly friendlier conditions this time. It was pretty cold when they played their first game this morning, but it couldn't get better here right now at the Costa del Sol. Rico, full standing by. Been a great day so far. Let's finish it off with a bang. Possibly some random questions in the chat as well. Maybe even some food chat. I can tell you the Dutch, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to everybody. I hope you enjoyed your little break there as we get ready for the final match of day one of the inaugural Women's Championship here. It's the Euros of women's cricket. That's simply what it is, and Spain are taking on the Netherlands. Netherlands, as you heard there from Ian Rummage, winning the toss and decided they will have a bat first. And, well, Iris Villing will be hoping that she's made the right choice and that she's able, the captain, to get some runs early on for her side. She's going to have to contend with Naomi with the ball. And Naomi played a very good match against Austria, even though she ended up on the losing side just by 8 runs. 82% to 18 in favour of the Netherlands, but Spain won't mind that. They're up for the fight as we wait for Frederique Constant, our official timekeeper, to give us the thumbs up. It'll be umpire Steph and Joe. They're the men out there with Snehal, the third umpire. Here's the first delivery, and it's a good one from Naomi. Gets the ball in the right areas. So Naomi Bermejo starts off just getting the ball nice and full. And draws Villing out, who swipes at it, and I think you're going to have to look at this. I mean, first of all, I'm pleased to say that both the Spanish ladies are fine, but I get the feeling there may have been a foot on the rope when this ball is stopped. Let's have a look at it just there. So I get the feeling that that's going to be giving us 4 runs. Yeah, 4 carreras. As you see, 2 Spanish ladies colliding there. Solera. And I think that's also Azmat. And yeah, that's a good shot of that right in front of our camera. Now, this one I think would have been out.
No.
Let's see this. Flicks it away, wants a single, starts to go, then decides no, yeah, would have been gone. And you can see that Naomi's saying, just to me, all right, another one that's up in the air. This one is going to drop in the Bermuda Triangle. So a bit of a chaotic start here. A 4 that maybe should have been stopped. A run out that perhaps could have been. And then that one, a little bit of luck. So Iris Villing gets a bit of luck. Thompson now will face her first delivery. Welcome back to everybody. Hello to Dave. And the likes of Sam and the chat. Hello, Sam. Sam, of course. They're in Barcelona, part of Barcelona International. Nice to have you tuning in. And what a wonderful series, a historic series we had in Barcelona as well. That's well bowled. Good areas here from Naomi, and a good, quick, fast over as well. Just the 5 of the first. Let's settle for that. And one thing to remind you of now is, well, another big event that will be happening here at the Kardama Oval. The next big event, I should say, starting on the 26th of February is the Champions League of European cricket. Yep, that's right. Where the club champions come together. 33 nations, 35 clubs. Only one champion. Who will it be? Of course, Drew will be the defending champions. The year before that, of course, it was a Spanish team, Akake Badalona, who lost out in the final yesterday to the Catalonia Jaguar. And in what was a fantastic 3 weeks that we had there. Saeed to bowl. That's a good looking shot. Gets dragged out to deep mid wicket. Makes the stop. Gets the ball under control. Gets it back in. I like the bowling of Uswa Saeed in the last match. Doesn't try to do too much with it. Gets the ball up there. Get a feeling that we might have to change the Grizzly. Looks like, yeah, from the reaction there from Uswa Saeed, looks like the C may have come away. The two umpires will examine. And there's another one that comes out. Looks like that ball will be changed. It'll probably be a like for like change, so probably will be another pretty new Grizzly. What a memorable day, day one of this, the first ever Euros of women's cricket. The European Cricket Network very proud of this day. Nice looking shot. Fielder gets down, but can't make the stop. And it's going to be 4 runs. Just misjudges this. I think the bounce just before the fielder, that one there is what outfoxes her. And that's going to be 4 runs. It's a good looking shot as well. Yeah, nice he plays. I think that was Asma that gets down, gets sturdy, but not able to stop it. Not a bad. I don't mind the line here though from Saeed. Got to wait for fielder at point to come back in. Just the two ladies that are out are at long on and at mid wicket. Well, this is a strange leave, and the reaction from Thompson is saying, "Oh, that one really darted back." Still has the Spanish war paint on her face. Played. It's nicely played, and that's beautiful timing. As that one gets past Amy Brown Carrera, who's there on the boundary. Nice to see some of the Spanish TV channels here recording some of the action. It's a huge moment, isn't it? A huge day. Big day, not just for European cricket and for women's cricket, but also here in Spain, where cricket is, well, firmly being put on the map. Of course, the Spanish team had a fantastic time in the European Cricket Championship and almost made it through to the final, losing out in that epic encounter to the Netherlands. And here's the women looking to get their first win. Not a bad delivery. It's going to be a long chase and not going to get there. Just a tad short, if anything, which allows the batter, the captain of the Netherlands, willing to get back and get this shot in. Maybe just needs to be just a little bit fuller. End of the over, score 19 without loss. 2 overs complete, and yeah, you can see there confirmation that England, with that commanding victory, 4 points to their name, and Austria weren't able to add to the 3 they picked up in the win against Spain. Spain the 1 point, even though they were losers, because they did get to a score in that 7th over with this new bonus system. They could pick up the 1 bonus point, but they'll be looking to pick up more than just the 1 in this one, and it won't be easy for them, but they're gonna battle on, but they will battle. Turns this into a full toss, and it's going to go in very much the same area as the ball before did. There's a long, hard chase there from Uswa Saeed. Well, Uswa, after bowling, has to then go chasing after this. Koshis to kafi kitti, but joga lag gaya. Just need to get it to pitch. Does Payal. Chilongia. Nice hit there from Thompson. So these two a good start, winning the toss, wanting to bat first and make the most of it. Better delivery, bit fuller. That's exactly what I was talking about with Uswa Saeed. If you go full like that, then the batter is taking a huge gamble to go right across the line to play the pull shot. There's a bit of width here and too much width. A wide ball called. I don't think Telongia was too happy about this, but there's no doubt about it. It goes straight over the line. And you can see the bowler about to celebrate what she thought was going to be a dot ball. But any part of the line, it will get called. Slightly quicker. And well, this is another wide being called because it is missing the leg stick. Tight call, but it's the rules that we play to. Anything that gets past or goes past that leg stump without making any contact with bat and ball will be a wide. No run here. Yes, we have that short fielder in place. It is the captain, Elspeth Fowler. Telongia. Hit a bit flatter this time, not as much width. Nice shot played, good adjustment made by Thompson. So looking to hit straight on the leg side, but that one being that it was a bit more width on there, a little bit quicker and shorter, was able to adjust and get the cut shot in. Takes another single. And that's a full toss, but it's a catching opportunity, not an easy one. And just overruns it, and the batters will come back for two. Yeah, Amy Brown Carrera, she comes in, gets herself ready for the catch, but unfortunately just misjudges this. Goes too far in, and as a result of that, just sees the ball go over her head. And fortunately for her, and for Spain, it doesn't go to the boundary. Telongia looking to finish off the over. This is a good straight hit, and another opportunity. Oh, well, opportunity to save the boundary, but a couple of not so good moments there for Amy Brown Carrera. First of all, had an opportunity to be in the hunt for a catch. This one, though the catching opportunity is not there, she just takes her eye off the ball. Just see that moment there? I don't know if we capture it again, but she just has a look to see where the batters are, and in that moment, the ball gets away from her. Well, one man who's not getting away from us, but he's right back here where he belongs in the commentary box is Mixed Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back as well. And yeah, got a feel for Amy there. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen it today. You know, a fielder running under the ball, and it's very hard to kind of reverse your momentum. And then that one, you called it spot on. She just lifted her head before the ball was in their hands, and it cost a boundary. So you got a feel for the bowler as well, because Telongia, I think, bowled better than the figures suggest. So it looks like they're bringing Uswa Saeed back here. Loving the war paint on Uswa. And I also like the field positioning with Amy Brown Carrera in that pretty straight position. And it's been a conscious effort to do that, I think. As this first ball's cut away again, it's going to get through the field again. That's a rare mistake from Andrea Davidson-Soler. I think this just spins on her a little bit sideways. That was the wrong in there. It's quite an interesting delivery. You see it, but then it takes a wrong in to the point fielder as well and ends up under the fence.
Yeah, she's been unlucky. She's had two that have done that to her. This time, you can see what she does. She said, "You're not getting past me this time." She goes down early, but that's the downfall this time, because she goes down early and the ball then spins away from her, deviates. She's not able to, she's not able to get to it. So it's another one that gets past. Chase on here now. Will they look for two? No, Solera. He's got a good arm as well. Fires that one in. That sort of hits the toes of Mirza, who will make the stop. Tasbih Mirza behind the stumps.
Got to say, I enjoy watching Uswa bowl, because she's something a bit different, isn't she? You know, she's something you don't run into every day. Her mode of delivery. Well, that's lifted up, and that is a monster from Iris Filling. Maximo! That ball's getting up in the jungle. It's kind of against the spin. That looked like the more orthodox leg spinner from Saeed, but it's deposited out of the ground.
It's a cracking shot, isn't it? Well, Villing was there at the coin toss. The captain said, "We are going to have a bat," and this is why she just fancied herself being out there underneath this Spanish sunshine, soaking up the rays and, well, applying some pressure on the Spanish side. That's a A beautiful stroke.
Yeah, classical cricket shot as well. Lifting it up, now goes back, picks out the fielder again, but she doesn't pick it up this time. Straight away, Amy just having a tough time down there. And I just think with a player like Svilling, that is so dangerous. If you think you can get there, even if it's a tough one, and maybe you try and get there. But, I mean, she makes a split-second decision. At least she does stop the boundary. Thompson over to her then. 2 to come in the 4th. And this is lifted up in the air, but nobody's catching this. Maximo! And that's 1 to Irish. And then Thompson with the right of reply brings up the 50 partnership for the Dutch.
Yeah, great partnership and a really nice shot. And the bowling, I've got nothing against this bowling, but the batting is just another level, isn't it? It's the right sort of delivery to bowl. You've got your fielder back there in the catching position, but that's just been hit too well. It's a good hit. Es un golpe muy guay, muy genial, muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate.
As a bowler, you're not that unhappy with your delivery there. And if it's a good shot, then it's a good shot. And speaking of good shots, here's another one. That's over the fence as well. Maximo! As the Oranje break out of business in the 4th over. As a second Maximo for Thompson, 1 for Svilling in the over. And after 4, 56 without loss.
Yeah, well, that over does unfortunately go magical. It's not the first one that we've had 24 come off it, so it's the most expensive that we've had in the day. And once again, I don't mind the bowling. You've got the field set for it, but the batting and the timing of those shots from Willing and also from Thompson was absolutely superb. Congratulations to the 2 openers as well. They bring up a 50-run partnership, and the way they're going at the moment, well, who knows where they can get to. Somebody's got to try and find a way through them. So the task is going to be passed on to Andrea Davidson-Solera, who's been beaten a couple of times by the Grizzly. Now she's hoping to use the Grizzly to get through the defences of the 2 openers.
All right, so 5th overtime. And it's the youngster coming on in Davidson-Solera, but she's put out of the ground as well. Maximo! Well, this is some hitting now as this opening partnership has grown into a huge problem for the Spanish side.
Yeah, hitting the ball sweet, timing it well. And the secret here is they're not trying to overhit. They're not trying to overhit. The timing is superb. Footwork is pretty good. And I think the bowlers need to try and get that ball maybe a touch more outside the off. They're bowling at the stumps at the moment or a little bit down the leg side and being put away. Go outside the off stump.
Now just checks her shot a little bit, but you had a feeling about Svilling here. She nicked off pretty early in the last game, but she's remained at the top of the order. She had a little glint in her eye when she said she wanted to bat first. I think she's eyeing up a big score. So far hitting the ball very, very well. Davidson-Solera. Well, this is in the air, and was anyone reaching this? We've got a Bermuda Triangle forming, and in the end, well, no one's quite able to judge it. It was Maria Zamorano. It was a tough one because, again, originally she's looking into the sun. She has to turn. She doesn't really know what's coming from behind her or in front of her. I just think it's a bit of fortune for the batter that it falls safely.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the placement of this. It's not really going to hand. Zamorano was the closest to it, and I think she would have done well even to get anything on it. So a bit of good fortune, you have to say, there for Zwellin.
Yep. Got to take your luck when it comes. It's a good delivery, though, and it's really climbing towards the keeper, Tasbih Mirza. I've got to say there's a lot to like about this youngster. First time we've seen her on the network, Andrea Davidson-Solera. And that one really took off the surface. And Andrea's still a teenager, plays her cricket in the UK, but qualifies on citizenship to play for Spain. And I'm sure she's going to give us a few more highlights before the end of the week. That's a good Yorker. And like she gets back to basics there, does her own fielding. And that's always a good ball to go back to, I think, if you can nail it, especially if the batting partnership is getting out of control, because there's really not a lot you could do with that one.
Yeah, I mean, after being under attack with the first ball being smashed for 6, she's shown a lot of maturity and bowled a really good line. She's done exactly what I said needed to be done. She's going outside the off. She's getting the ball in the right areas. This time, well,
classic Rico jinx. She
put the jinx on. Yeah, it goes for the Yorker again, though, so I don't mind it. But it just goes a little bit down the leg side. She's fortunate in a way that it hasn't been put away by Thompson. But stick to that idea, stick to being full and around about off peggish. Try not to give the batters the opportunity to hit in the arc.
Last ball of the 5th over here. Pretty well bowled and respected by Annemijn Thompson. End of 5, and the Netherlands are 64 without loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Opening day of the first ever ECCW. Got Rico Foy with me. Got the Christmas tree in the background. I know it's got the cricket ball ornaments, but we don't have a star yet. You know why? I think the stars are out there. This is a tournament which has already brought lots and lots of highlights, and we're only into day 1. I've got to say, there's also a bit of breaking news as well. I promised everyone some news. It is our last week of the season. Okay, we have a bit of a 3-week break, but I can now reveal the plan at least, and this may change, but this is where we're at the moment. This is what season 2024 looks like in the European Cricket Series, okay, which are the domestic tournaments played all around Europe, starting on the 17th of January in Cyprus. I know you're going to start there. Take a screenshot of that. We might refer to it during the broadcast, but also, put some questions in the comments if you've got questions when you have a chance to digest that. You know what I like about that? ECCW, going to finish the season again. That's the plan.
Yeah, well, liking that, of course. Yeah. This is going to be a real chase, but I think it's going to be 4 runs. And, well, this outfield at the Karama Oval, once the Grizzly starts going, it's very difficult to chase it down. Look at this. It's so frustrating. I mean, look, the chase is on for the fielder. That's Zamorano again after it, but can't stop it.
So, yeah, take a good look. Any questions, queries?
Tell you what I like.
I can't answer all of them, but yeah.
France. Again,
France.
I know.
What's that?
Being on the cusp, Estonia.
Estonia back, and we haven't been there since 2020. And also ECC and ECCX. That might confuse a few people.
Well, yeah, what's that all about now? Come on. Spill
Everything's better with an X. Perhaps except for relationships and parenting. Anyway, here we go as the next ball clipped away. And it's going to be a single. Still no wickets for Spain. Let's be honest, between these two teams, chalk and cheese as far as how often they get together and play together. You think about the fact that in the Netherlands, for the most part, for them to get together and train even is a lot easier than Spain. That's a lot. As this is just hit over the offside, and that'll probably run away for 4 as well. It does. So Thompson really heating up here. It wasn't a bad ball from Amy Brown Carrera, but Thompson is even to it. I was just going to say, in Spain, because Spain's such a big country, to even get together, and then you throw in the kind of Spanish citizens that aren't living in Spain, it's very tough to get together. The Dutch is a lot easier. We saw them playing a lot of matches together. Yeah. Obviously, they're quite highly ranked in the T20 International women's setup as well, so that gives them opportunities. So, yeah, definitely it's a clash of two teams with different experience levels and countries from different cricket infrastructure levels. But, yeah, still, it's great to see them come together. Spain are going to try and give as good as they get here. Question from Chris, and any night series this time? Yes. That graphic you saw for 2024 doesn't include the night series, and we will have one starting at The Rock the second day of the season. You'll start on the 17th. I'll start on the 18th. Good ball from Amy Brown Carrera. I was impressed with her when I saw her back in the ECIW on this ground earlier in the year. That was a well-executed delivery. I've got to say, everyone's just loved today. I've loved it. We may not have got a lot of sleep, but this has certainly kept my eyes open all day.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And there's not much of a gap either. Straight down the ground, but Svilling's in a mood as she finishes the 6th over with a bang. She's 39, and the Netherlands are 78 without loss.
Absolute cracker with an absolute cracker. Not too much wrong with the ball. Sometimes you just got to admire good shots when you see them, and that was a great shot. This partnership now worth 78. And Thompson on 36, and Zwelling there on 39. And I love our tree. I love the originality of the balls with the cricket balls. You know what? You mentioned the star. We've got to get one of those ECN miniature cricket bats. That'll go on the top.
You think so?
That'll make
Could
it
you
perfect.
get like 3 together and nail them together into a
listen,
star shape?
we're on to something here. This is the first ever cricketers Christmas tree.
I'm so glad we didn't have this tree in Barcelona, though, because we were losing balls so quick that we probably would have started pulling them off the tree and throwing them into the middle. Even though they're spray painted with glitter. Anyway, what else have we got here? I don't have an exact venue for France, Dave's asking, but I assume it'll be at Dreux, at that cricket ground. famous Drua club are based. All right, Chillingear comes back for a second over. I thought she was pretty unlucky in her first. Created a couple of chances. That's the thing, as a bowler, like I said, you sometimes just got to tip your hat. If it's a good shot, off a decent delivery, you just go, okay,
yeah,
I'm prepared to wear that. But if you're giving gifts, I know it's Christmas time and all, but that's what you can't really stand, I think. Chillingear, she's pretty much been spot on. Now, good footwork turns this into a full toss. Zvilling doesn't really time it. She'll move to 40 with the single.
Yeah, that's a bit of a minor victory there for Chillingear as well, because she does draw the batter out, and it's a bit of a false shot, slices it up, so there's always the opportunity. But Spain have got to be able to grab it when it comes.
Nice shot, but also well fielded. They keep it in the infield. But yeah, you learn by playing against teams that are more experienced and I suppose a bit next level. And I think that's what's going on in this clash. But yeah, I'm just kind of seeing this from the Spanish point of view. Just the way they're running between the wickets. Okay, the kind of shots they're playing, that's not going to come overnight. But certain things you can kind of clock straight away, like the running, for example. Now she runs at this, and she's going to put it down towards the boundary. And once again, slight misjudgment, I think. That's Basharat back there. She came in and kind of zigged when she needed to zag, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo says Carreras.
Yeah, I mean, Basharat, you think where she ends up there. I mean, I'm not saying that she's catching this if she stays firmly planted just inside the boundary rope, but would have had a better chance at it. And once again, though, it's very difficult. I mean, I think when I think back to my days younger as a cricketer, that was probably the hardest thing for me. I think the Masters, this one's going to be 4 more, so they really are piling on the pressure, and that is also going to be a 50. The very first half century on this Euros of women's cricket. The first one on the first event, and the name that will be up there will be the captain of the Netherlands, Zwilling. What a fantastic knock. And it's the first ever 50 we've seen in the Euros of cricket for the women.
She'll have that forever. It's history. And Eris has played some really nice shots. I particularly have liked her striking down the ground. 3 Maximo 6-4s in there. And she brings up the milestone in just 20 balls. So she's really motoring. I told you that she had a little glint in the eye at the toss. She wanted to bat, and she meant she wanted to bat. And there's still over 3 overs left in this innings. I think she'll really go for pretty much everything now. Gets another full toss, and that one's going to be pogoed out of the ground as well. Maximo!
Yeah, it goes all the way, but I get the feeling this might be a 7-up, actually. They might have to check this. Sixers, well, no, they're not going back. They're not going to check it. They're saying it's all right. I thought that's too high.
Yeah, you know what?
But maybe it's dipping that much.
Chillingear, though, they are dropping a lot because of the pace she bowls. But, yeah, they say that one's fine. So, I guess that's the result. And at the end of 7 overs, the score 97 without loss. Well, if you enjoyed today, good news. It's coming back your way tomorrow. And Italy versus England 11, or just seeing that score, or that those two teams, just makes me think of some of the battles that the men have had here in the ECC. And I'm sure it'll be an entertaining one tomorrow. Austria, Netherlands, obviously.
What about Spain, Italy?
Spain, Italy,
we've had some
they're all good
epic matches.
England 11, Netherlands, replay of the men's ECC final. Incredible contest coming up. It all starts again tomorrow, 8:45 a.m. GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe, and it's 2:15 in India. Join us for day 2 of the first ever women's Euros of cricket.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute blast. Yeah, going back to when I was talking about fielding, I think that's is an art, isn't it? When you're on the boundary and the ball gets smacked your way, it's an art to try and say to yourself, wait.
Yeah.
Just take a second, then move. You automatically go early. That will come. That comes with time.
You're going to where the ball is rather than where it's going to end up if you do that. Anyway, Davidson Soler is going to bowl the 8th over. She's going to start with one that goes down the leg side. And yet, ECN rules anything down the leg side will be called a wide unless it's between the batter's body and the stumps. Oh, yeah, looking the goods at the moment. What an opening partnership.
How are we on from all the T10 series we've had so far, what are we on the partnership front and highest partnerships? Is this up there as one of them? Is this one of them?
In the ECIWs?
Yeah.
Well, I know the men's record is now 257.
Well, that's the men's.
That was crazy.
I'm trying to think of what I saw. I mean, obviously, I'm talking about when I was in Romania. That was T20I, so that won't come part of this. Is that? Oh, that's a. I don't think that's a great stop. That ball doesn't go to the boundary. What a stop this is.
It's brilliant.
Sensational.
I think you probably could count their blades of grass on one hand that was between the ball and the stumps. Great effort, though. Let's just double check it doesn't kiss the
It
rope.
doesn't, you know. I don't see it touch the rope. It spins viciously. Ay, 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 ay. Que bueno. Que bueno.
Gonna blow it back.
Grandissimo.
That's such a great shot, isn't it?
Ay, that is superb.
I've never seen anything in such high definition, but I had a bad feeling. What if she picks it up and just
That's why I
fumbles it?
waited. I wanted to see her pick
That
it
was
up.
a brilliant
Stop.
Brilliant stop. 100's
100.
up, though. 100 partnership.
Yeah.
And I'll answer your question. Now, I do believe, and it might have been Heather Seegers and Babbitt Delaney, they had a pretty sizable opening partnership in the ECIW earlier in the year.
Okay.
I believe that was over 100. So I don't think it's unprecedented, but still it's very, very impressive batting from the Dutch openers here.
Yeah, congratulations to both the openers, the captain, Zwelling, and also Thompson. A 100 partnership put up, and of course the captain, Zwelling, has put a half century on the board, and Thompson will be hoping to follow suit.
Some Soler to try to find this breakthrough. A little bit short, and that's going to be trouble with the capital T. Maximo! That one's into the jungle, and do not bowl short to Iris Zwelling. She'll make you pay, and she moves into the 60s.
Good shot. Again, a little bit short. It's one of those deliveries which I think against your average players, perhaps, you're going to get away with that. For example, if she's bowling these to some of her own players in the nets, she's not going to get that sort of treatment. And it just goes to show that, this is the next level that a lot of these players are working towards or getting towards. And you can see if you bowl a bad ball to batters that are in, somebody like Zwelling, you will get punished.
It takes time to catch up, I think, when you go next level. This is short again and hit pretty well again, but not quite as well. That's Naomi Hillman-Bermejo who does the fielding. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen her bowling yet. I thought she held a really good 10th over last time, and I thought that she'd be one that I'd be turning to. Okay, she bowled the first.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they would have brought her back, considering this partnership's kind of gotten out of control.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure we will see her bowl again. Maybe the plan is for her to bowl the last, but I think sometimes when you see a partnership like this, you've got to try and do something to try and nip it pretty quickly. And I would have probably gone with Naomi perhaps to even bowl that 6th over, just to say, right, we need to break this partnership, let's try something, because by the time she does come on, there might already be sort of like 120, 130 on the board.
Yeah, you can't get better experience in this, and we see it all the time in World Cups, in other sports as well. I think sometimes you see teams play each other and it's a bit of a mismatch, but then 5 years into the future you're saying, hey, remember when these teams were a mismatch? It's hit to the offside, and a long chase. They should look for 2 here. I think they'll get it fairly easily, and they will. So Thompson will get a couple, and that'll take us to the end of the 8th over. The score is 110 without loss. And so, yeah, any more questions about the schedule, please throw them in. Hey, so the ECC and ECCX, that is, well, still the ECC, but there's basically 2 divisions. There's the main draw ECC. ECCX is basically there's 22 teams in the ECC. The other 10, or the lowest ranked 10, play basically their own tournament in parallel. And what happens is that at the end of the ECC, the top 2 performers of the ECCX, so there'll be an ECCX trophy winner, and the other team that makes the final, they get promoted into the main ECC in the next year. And the 2 worst performing teams from the main draw, they go down, they play ECCX next year. And I think it's going to be a really great format. I think that it allows kind of more teams to realistically be going for some silverware. Also keeps some teams in check in the top division that might not win it, but they want to stay up, as this is a little inside edge into the body. So, I mean, we're a long way away from that, but just to explain what it is. So the ECC are for the extra teams that aren't in the main draw, but they aspire to be. And I can tell you, I have an idea who those 10 teams were. I don't even know who's favourites. They're all super even.
All very even.
And I just think that's going to be a brilliant format. They do bring back Naomi here in the 9th, and that's a pretty good ball. Full and straight's worked away for 1.
Yeah, it's good areas to be. You don't allow these batters to get under you. Once they get under you, they're being able to dispatch the ball to the boundary at pretty regular intervals.
Slides on, but pulled away by Thompson, who's probably eyeing off a half century of her own here. And she gets one closer there. So, yeah, some people that might be watching for the first time today, let's not forget we might have a lot of new viewers today. And if you're wondering what we're talking about next year and all these ECC, ECCX, all these things, European Cricket Series, you can always follow us on social media at European Cricket and also on our website, europeancricket.com, because this is, I think it's our 48th week of cricket in a row, maybe 49th week of cricket in a row. And yeah, we're always on. So we love the opportunity to expand our community. We get to go to all these different places, kind of 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And this is in the air, not carrying. So it'll just be a single with a clean pickup. Yeah, so, I mean, you're starting in Cyprus, and you know what that means? You got to go to the nut shop.
The nut shop, yeah.
Because I won't be there, so maybe you can bring me back some
Are you
nuts.
saying you like to? You'll have to
If you
tell
thought
me.
you couldn't have a whole meal, which is just nuts, visit the nut shop in Cyprus.
Can.
Not a paid endorsement.
It is quite an amazing shot. All right, this one is high up in the air and is going to be 6 runs. Well, that's an amazing shot, not shot, as that goes all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. That is the end of the night. Pretty good until that last ball, which was just a little bit short. And Naomi, she'll finish with 15 off her 2. But, I mean, she's bowled very well. Just lets herself down slightly with that last one being a little bit short. But other than that, it's been a good spell of bowling from it. You can see she's right up there, the most tidiest, most economic.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's the thing. When you're bowling to good players, especially good players that are in, little mistakes cost you. And yeah, I think we've seen it. Whenever batters have had the chance to get on the pool here, when they've had the length to kind of set, get deep in the crease and send it over the leg side fence, most of the top order batters have been able to do that, including Naomi, actually. Anyway, here's the 10th over coming up, and they're going to go back to Amy Brown-Carrera. ABC, 14 off her first over. Bowling to Thompson on 45. In the air. Fielder comes in. They've had a few of these teasers, haven't they, Spain? And I think you do have to kind of stay back on the boundary, but there's been a few of these kind of mishits. Frustrating that they're not actual opportunities.
She's been, of course, in the firing line a few times. She'd love to pick up a wicket here and get the highlight. Well, okay, this could be an opportunity. It's not easy, and in the end, it's a remarkable save, I think. I mean, there's the throw on the stumps. It's a direct hit, but the batter's in. So once again, I think Naomi looking like wants to take the catch and then thinks better off it. It gets over her now. What about here? Oh, that's tremendous. That is a great save.
Yeah.
That is a great save.
And
this
it
time
really is.
It's also Saeed.
Does she? I think the ball's already gone by then, right?
Yeah, she's already flicked it back. I know what you're looking at, seeing where the arm lands, but she's released it. Look.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And she doesn't even actually take the arm. That's brilliant. And we've seen 2 magnificent saves from the fielders as well. Yeah. And that's another one right up.
And what about the throw? Have a look at the throw come in.
Yeah, bang right at the top of the stump. The batter quite comfortably in. And now asking the question, not out, and this one won't be either. So this is all about giving Thompson now the opportunity to try and notch up a half century for herself as well.
I love this throw, and in fact, it almost catches the batter napping. Didn't run the bat in, but luckily she had the foot in there, Thompson. Next one close-ish, but not close enough. That'll be a leg by. And yeah, so look, Spain obviously, they're going to find it probably tough going against the Dutch bowling to get the win here. But again, there'll be a secondary target depending on how that goes, and maybe they'll reset their sights on that. Hit leg side and well picked up there, just a single. So I'll give you an idea. So let's say it was 130 that the Dutch score here, then 70% of that is 91. So if Spain could get 92, then they get a point out of the game. And again, these points will add up at the end of the week. Anyways, Villing on 73. Lovely little touch shot, picks out the fielder. I've been really impressed with the fielders in the ground field and getting the body behind the ball, not being afraid to get down. Okay, we have seen a few of these misjudgments. It's been across the board. I think all teams have been guilty of it, kind of running in before they've judged the trajectory of the ball and then not being able to double back. So, that's something we have seen. All right, well, last chance for Thompson. She's 47, and there's the last ball to come. I'll be running on everything. Oh, and she's going to get her 50, and she does it with a little bit of panache. That's a great shot. 50 for Thompson, brings it up off 30 balls, and you can just see the emotion there between these two. They go the distance, they go the 10. They both get half centuries, in the Netherlands in a very good position. 130 without loss after the 10.
What a magical moment. Well, we are in Spain. We are on the Costa del Sol. And you know what I like to say? I like to talk about the sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket. And we certainly saw some sexy cricket here. What a shot this is. And what a way to bring up a memorable half century there for Thompson. So Thompson finishes 51 of 30 with that superb shot. Wow,
She's
wants
so
to
clever
go.
though as well. She knew she was on 47.
She tried it a couple of times
yeah.
earlier. Wasn't the right ball. This was right in the slot and plays it brilliantly.
Yeah, and she knew she needed a boundary, and like kind of mishitting a drive wasn't going to get her a 50. So
Here
she
it is.
kind of,
Is this it?
She went for broke here. She went for broke. She got it right. She gets her 50. And she gets Netherlands. Well, maybe I'm a fortune teller because I got it spot on. It's 130 even. And yeah, very warm reception for the Dutch openers as they head back. 130 runs in the positive. And for Spain, like I said, it means they will require 92 to get a point out of the game. So the Dutch, they've got a secondary target as well. If they can restrict the Spanish side to 91 or less, they'll take the full 4 points out of the match.
Yeah, this is how it started. Unfortunately, the fielders clashed together and the foot was on the rope, so that was 4. This one was also 4. There were some, little moments which could have gone differently. That one just out of the reach of the fielder. We saw a few skiers which he ended up just dropping short of fielders, some just over the fielders. That was a little bit of an error there early on when Amy took her eye off the ball. There was a couple that went through Solera as well, but then some of the hitting and some of the timing was absolutely fantastic, and it was the captain who was leading at the top. 6 sixes and also 6 fours on our way to 74 not out, and then Thompson, she saved the best till last maybe, and she hit 6 fours and 2 sixes as well. But some great timing, great striking. I think this is a classic example of putting the bad ball away.
Yeah, and I think they were good decision makers out there. I liked it when they chose to attack, what they chose to attack. They were pretty brutal on even small mistakes. And these kind of challenge deliveries, there were plenty of these where I don't think they're bad balls, but it's like throwing the challenge down to the batter, saying, all right, if you like it, go after it. I know that Iris was enjoying herself out there, bringing up her half century. And yeah, once again, you're seeing the emotions close up and how much it means for some of these players to get an opportunity. That one is a bit of a baseball shot. I don't know if Iris has played some of that, but maybe she should try. And
what about this?
Yeah, I mean, this was quite incredible. It was the spinning top that stayed just inside the rope. So, yeah, I mean, it was a tough 10 overs for Spain. I think probably, whether they realised it or not, they learnt a lot. They learned a lot what to do when you're batting, also maybe what not to do when you're bowling. Fielding-wise, I think, just those judgments, that was another one that, probably the 5th or 6th time today that we've seen fielders running under high balls. And that was the very last ball. Thompson 47. Well, she's got a good human calculator in there because she knew that a 1 or a 2 wasn't going to get the 50. 4 would. And she just tapped that one over the keeper to bring up her half century. And look, nice and fair, these two, because look, they both faced 30 balls. And really, it was just a beautiful synergy between them over the 10 overs. I've got to say, positives to Spain, though. I know there was the odd bad ball, but I think their extras were outstanding. They only give up 4 wides in the 10 overs. Look, I think you just got to tip your hat to the Dutch openers. They did a great job, but I think also Spain can hold their heads high after that 10 overs as well.
Yeah, I think I was looking at the same thing. Only the 4 wides. I think in general they did. I don't think they bowled that badly. I mean, I'm looking at some of the shots straight down the ground when Uzwa Saeed was bowling, and I think they were just good shots. You can't do anything about the good shots. You've got to take your hat off to the players there. I think the bowling there, even from Chilungia, they weren't bad balls, but batters were executing the shots well.
My thoughts exactly. As a bowler, you just got to keep your end of the bargain.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the scoreboard. Don't worry about if the figures end up in the 30s or something like that. I hope they just keep putting the balls in the right spots and throwing down the right kinds of challenges. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back after this. So Spain, they'll need 131 to take the win off the 10 overs. Failing that, if they can manage 92, they'll take a point out of this contest. The Dutch in a strong position here. Last match of day one. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full back after the break with more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Carlama Oval in sunny Spain. We are on the Costa del Sol here in Malaga and it's the final innings on day one of the Euros of women's cricket. And I'm excited to see how this one goes. Netherlands, they have put a big score on the board. A fine, fantastic opening partnership worth 130. And it was great batting from Zwilling, the captain of the Netherlands, was superb, 74 not out, and then Thompson got her 50 right at the end with that scoop shot, 51 off 30, so 130 on the board, 131 is the target. And Spain, I think the important thing here for Spain is they will have every intention to go out there and try and knock off these runs. But the thing is, when they get to a point where they feel that that's beyond them, it's still to bat and bat deep. Now this is what they've got to try to do. Obviously, if they can get to that score of 91 or so, okay, they will at least, well, that's if they're restricted to that score, then Netherlands pick up all the points. Spain to try and get the extra points, well, they've got to really try and go some here. So you get the feeling that the Netherlands are trying to do here what we saw England do earlier, which is try to restrict and keep them well below that 91 score and try and pick up all the points. Spain, though, if they know that the wind's not on, will try and get something from this game. But that means they have to get to that sort of 91 score. That one's a short one outside the off. It's a bit of a swing and a miss. Something new, of course. That's the bonus system that's been used. And it's something that we're starting here in the Euros of women's cricket. And we'll carry it through into our season next year. Gives teams an opportunity to pick up something from the game. I like that. I like the fact that, especially when you see teams going into a contest where normally in the past they going into that fixture thinking they're not going to get anything from it. This gives them something. It gives you something to play for, and it's always important to have that something to play for. Zwilling doing the bowling. And to say it's a little bit of swinging and missing from Basharat. The problem is that Samala Basharat is looking to play a one shot all the time, and good bowlers will expose that. And it wouldn't surprise me if Zwilling gets one that's full and straight, Yorker length, and Basharat plays all around it. Got to be careful here, Basharat. And that's another one, very much the same. Getting closer and closer. 4 balls, 4 dots. Right. Swinging in hope. Naomi is the other opener at the non-striker's end. Bat on ball this time, but it just into the ground, no run. So having scored a fantastic half century, 74 not out, so could seal what has been an impressive performance with a maiden here, maybe even a wicket maiden. And it will be a maiden, so 5 balls, 5 swings, only on one occasion Basharat gets bat onto ball, and that just makes the task at hand for Spain even harder. 353 matches we've had since a golden ball as well. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm looking at all these the balls on our tree. The one that's missing is the golden ball. Maybe that's the thing. We've got to get a golden ball in the tree as well. And it's got all the other colours. Got glittery ones, orange ones, and old pink and silver ones, but nothing golden. We'll have to work on that. See if we can get a golden ball in there. Maybe that will give us some luck. And Spain also need a little bit of luck here as well. Fine time to welcome back into our commentary position here, Willie Sandu.
Oh, pretty much a perfect game from Zwilling so far. Top scoring and then not allowing a single run off the first over. It looks like Caroline de Lange is going to bowl over number 2. Got to say though, I'm a bit baffled. Tell you why in a second. At first, here's Caroline having a good day as well. 7 dot balls in a row, but Naomi Hillman-Bermejo has to face.
Yeah.
Has to face. You just burnt it over. There's nothing against Basharat at all. Nothing at all, but nicely struck. And it's the one time you can choose who faces. And I think you've seen these two batted for a long time early together, almost whole 10 overs.
Yeah.
And Naomi had to kind of play the lead role in that partnership. And this is up in the air. Zwilling though, well, it's the first real mistake she's made in the game. It just got big on her and got to her a little bit quicker than she realised. I think she might have taken the shoulder a little bit as well. But Naomi Hillman-Bermejo scores the first one in unorthodox fashion.
Goes for the shot here, and yeah, it's a good clean hit. No issue there with the height, I think. Just having a look at that, but that was fine. It could have been a wicket, not to be. So Naomi gets a bit of luck. I see what you mean there, and I agree with that. I think a lot of times we see that on the network where the batter that should be on strike isn't, and normally it's the more aggressive. And we've seen it, and we saw it even in Barcelona, where that batter then goes more than 18 balls without facing.
Yeah,
it can happen.
Statistically, you're more likely to not face as much if you don't face the first ball. That's
nice
a cracking shot though, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. She's kind of different gravy in the Spanish side, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. She's the equivalent, if you like, of like a DDC, I think, as to how important she is in the order. Daniel Dorkaya, of course, leading the men's side in the ECC recently. But yeah, I just think they missed a trick there. You know, just burnt it over. Like I said, Basharat played some really nice shots earlier, but took a bit of time to get in.
Yeah. Just reminding Basharat that she can't be charging away. She's like a Spanish bull running out of the blocks. Stay there. De Lange says, all right, goes for it. And another good shot. Using the feet, getting there, putting it away. I know what you're saying. You know what I think it is? She's young.
Yes,
she's young and she's nervous.
She's the senior
so she
player
doesn't want to
this
face the
partnership,
first ball. So I get it. Maybe with time it will come. And being out there, scoring runs, maybe get this first day out of the way, the confidence will come as well. But that's 2 cracking shots.
Chalk and cheese, really, the first and second over. But yeah, looking at that table, Netherlands 11, yeah, if they can restrict Spain to 91 or less, then they'll get all 4 points out of the game. Otherwise, they'll have to give one of those points to Spain. So Spain, essentially, if you accept the 131 is probably out of reach, 92 for me is a realistic target, but they need, I think, Naomi to get a bunch. I think they need the top order to fire. That's one thing. They're a little bit light on depth, if I'm honest, compared to a team like the Netherlands, who, of course, we only ever saw 2 of their batters in this game. But you go right down to kind of 5, 6, 7, and you've still got players there that are pretty confident. Not only surviving, that's it. Not only kind of surviving the bowling, but actually turning scoring opportunities into reality. All right, so Schmidt comes into the side, Robin Schmidt, for the first time today, and she's going to bowl over number 3. And she's going to get a wicket straight away. Basharat had a tough time out there, once again trying to go across the line, but Schmidt bang on target, tilts back to the top of the middle stump. Immediate success. And Spain lose their first wicket, 10 for 1.
Full and straight, that's what we say. And especially when you got a batter like Basharat out there who wants to be trying to go right across the line. Tries to get in line. She gets a little shuffle across this time. She believes that the reason she's missed out on a few is because she hasn't quite got in line with it. So she makes the movement, goes for the shot, but unfortunately the bowler knew exactly what she was doing, pitched it up and knocks the stumps over. So Basharat, she will have to depart, and it goes for 1 of 8 deliveries. So Robin Schmidt gets the wicket.
Yeah, got a feel for Basharat there. I mean, again, she'll know where she needs to get to. I love this at the end. Look, it's like a race between the bail and the ball. Look, how often you see this? And actually the bail looks like it's winning the race there. So that gives you an idea that was bowled at a decent velocity from Robin Schmidt. Comes in to Andrea Davidson-Soler, who we only saw face 1 ball earlier because the openers batted almost all of the 10 overs themselves. But what a good start for Robin Schmidt coming into the side. at the expense of Isabel van der Voning, who's 12th for this game. But yeah, let's get a bit more of a look at Andrea. Won't have to hit that one, but again, got good rhythm, doesn't she, Schmidt? That one really fizzed through to the keeper.
Yeah.
Rosalie Lawrence once again behind the stumps for the Dutch in this one.
Hopefully you're going to see Elspeth Fowler out there as well, the captain of Spain. She's a very accomplished player, a very good batter.
And she seems to like batting in the middle order, Elspeth. And I wonder whether maybe she needs to bite the bullet and get up the top.
Yeah.
You know, and I think also, Naomi has a lot of, I suppose, pressure on her because she is carrying the scoring. And I think having the captain out there with her would just take some of that weight off her shoulders
Yeah,
a bit
I
out
agree with
there.
you. I think from what, this, we haven't seen everything yet, and not all the players obviously have clicked. But yeah, I think from what I know of Elspeth, I like to see her up there with Naomi, and they can do exactly the same that Netherlands did here. Get off to a good start, get a little bit of the rub of the green. You can go on to put a big partnership on together.
Schmidt goes for the Yorker. Ends up high. It has been called a no ball. And so it means there'll be a free hit coming up. Again, harsh on these on ECN. Anything kind of waist high or above. That looked like it was kind of belt high or above as she hits it. So that's a good opportunity to get off the mark now. Andrea didn't get a run earlier because she only got one ball to face before the end of the 10. Let's see if she tries something funky or goes a bit more orthodox. That's good delivery, though, in a very difficult spot to access.
Just saw a move there. I don't know if you noticed that when the free hit was on, that Zwelling sent herself back, brought in the sweeper that was on the offside in, and now it's not a free hit, they go back. So that's very good captaincy.
They're very, very smart, this Dutch team. I know that firsthand. This is hit the pads. Once again, a double glove ejection. I was that curious. But
it lightens the load.
Yeah, I suppose it keeps you symmetrical. But that will be the end of the over. Spain finding it hard to get going. Remember, they burnt the first over, no runs there.
Yeah.
10 in the second, 2 in the third. So it's been pretty classy stuff so far from the Dutch. It's 12 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, keep your random questions going, everybody. And look, what I would say, I know we've got a lot of new people that are tuning in today. First of all, welcome. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. Thank you for watching, and thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network, and also, of course, the very first Euros of cricket. And look, if you like what you're seeing, give us a like, tell your friends, tell your family. I'd love for us, before we sign off for Christmas, of course, that'll be this Friday, I'd love to hit the 400,000 mark.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're on about 300 and... What are we on?
Good question. Holland comes on, and...
No, I'd say 400. Actually, I think what I was saying is we're on 379. I'd like to hit the 380,000.
That's 380.
We on 380 already?
No,
So
we almost. Yeah, no,
yeah.
Let's get 380.
Yeah,
No, it's got to
that's
crawl
what,
before you
that's
can
what I
walk.
meant.
Yeah, yeah.
400, I think we've got that set up for next year, haven't we? Before we get to the
I think
ECC.
that's a realistic target.
Yeah.
And tell your family, tell your friends, poll it. Except for a single first ball, this one won't leave the square. So yeah, no matter where you're watching from, you can always subscribe to our YouTube channel. And the thing is, yes, it's got the live broadcast, but it also has highlights, like shortened highlights of every game that are typically, let's say, 7 or 8 minutes long.
Yeah.
She likes to just kind of dangle the hook outside off stump and wait for batters to hit those balls, which I think are going to be wide. So Davidson Soler, she's kind of in the corner at the moment, and she's 0 off 8. I mean, it's a nice looking shot. You can see she can bat. Again, it's her first time playing this format, so I understand it might take a little while to get in. But that's the kind of one. I think at some point you've got to bite the bullet and try and run on that. It was back to someone that was right back on the circle.
If I'm honest, I think they're concerned, having seen what happened with Austria.
Yeah.
Taking on those sort of singles and getting run out.
Yeah.
So that's on the back of their mind as well. I can understand that.
Now, this will go back to the bowler, so still not able to get a run. But yeah, what I was going to say is, yeah, there's highlights videos of every game. There's also player of the match videos for every game. And, it's kind of whole ecosystem, isn't it? You can also go back and look at all the old games. That's well bowled. Oh, this is an interesting one.
It's a cheeky request.
Well, I tell you, I had a feeling here she was too fast, and then the foot came up. Let's check it out. Oh, there's no way out there. She gets back, but then I think when the bails are taken off,
she
firstly.
doesn't go past the line. Oh, this is going to be another one that we're really going to have to good look at. Does that foot or any part of that foot get past the line? It sort of gets stuck. He's like wants to slide it back,
Yeah.
and it gets stuck on the
It's
line.
another one of these kind of not completely conclusive ones.
See, she has time, but it just gets stuck there. It wouldn't go any further. And at that, when you look at it from this angle, you get the feeling he hasn't gone past the line. You know, of course, we can't see the other side. We can't see the heel.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a
you
tight
can't see
call.
the heel. For me, I think you've got to go like umpire's call. So they've got a suspicion
Doesn't look
there.
good, though, does it?
It looks more out than in. And in fact, the decision goes the Dutch way. And that's a great bit of keeping when it's all said and done from Rosalie Lawrence. And it was a tough one for Andrea in her first significant innings. And you can see the Dutch are very happy to get over to Rosalie Lawrence. I mentioned she's kind of got big shoes to fill. I mean, Babette Delater was a magician with the gloves, really, when we've seen her during the year. But unfortunately for Andrea, she's not able to get off the mark. And as she departs, it's 13 for 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, and Derek will be there to escort her off.
People are excited to meet the ECN family, and that makes me happy. But no batter really wants to meet Derek.
No.
You don't want Derek following you. But it's as long as the sun will come up in the east and set in the west, you know, death, taxes, and Derek making an appearance.
Can I
in
just
an
say
ECN
though, I
day.
will say this: she was out there for a number of deliveries. Was it 11 balls? It's the classiest 0 I think I've ever seen, because I know she didn't get a run, but the
Played
shots
some nice
she
shots,
played,
yeah.
she played some lovely shots. Cover drives. She played the off drive, but like you said, was a little bit hesitant to take the run. Didn't take the run, ends up not scoring. So, yeah, I think that's the classiest 0 that I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the difference again between surviving and I suppose being able to score and get away. That's a nice shot as we start the 5th over. Naomi Huma-Bameko, again, for me, look at it. She's faced 6 balls out of the first 24 and really sunk, I think, any chance of Spain getting a point out of this game. Not really her fault, but like I said, maybe with a more experienced opening partner, maybe you can kind of instill some more confidence in her. Because that's it. Her talent kind of belies her age at this stage. And you got to realise she's still a young woman.
Yeah.
And so you can't really expect her to have, what's the word? You know, that confidence when she's playing with a lot of girls that are older than her.
This is going to be high, I think. I'd be very surprised. I think it's been called straight away on the field. That's too high. Once again, this is Schmidt this time. Goes for the Yorker length delivery, gets it wrong. It doesn't end up over there. I think that's our camera going AWOL. But well, we're getting a proper close-up here. Well, this is going to show us.
Like a giant.
We can't even see the ball. That's a proper zoom. But it
Well,
was
she's
high.
hit it around there, then it's got to be a no ball.
It got called straight away. The camera went big on us then. Hey, me and Vinny, we always like to take any of your random questions. It feels weird. It's the 4th match, but it's the last match after having done almost 3 weeks of 5 matches per day. But that's a lovely moment. Cuatro carreras. And Naomi, beautiful shot. Look at this. The footwork, epic. Holds the shape. I mean, the upper body was great. Uses the feet. Keeps the upper body nice and straight. Lovely shot.
Great shot. But as like I say, I'm equally delighted and infuriated watching Naomi bat at the moment because I just have a case of what might have been. Had she, you know, taken Zwilling head on in the first over. That one, I think, just sneaks inside. Good comeback from Schmidt.
Yeah, you can see that Stefan Gooch was humming an eye and thought maybe, but he gets it right.
It's a good ball.
It moves a lot, but it stays inside. It's a really good ball.
So, yeah, tactics are so important. Hit with some authority down the ground, and Harris Filling will do the fielding. That'll be the end of the 5th over, and the score is 24 for 2. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box. Well, Vinny Sandu here, and, well, maybe I'm not going to welcome you in just yet.
hello.
The scorers might have been so quick today that, well, let's not go to me just yet. They're scoring things so quickly that I'm losing track of the balls. Okay, let's go last ball over one more time. Push and run, and I think it's almost about Naomi not wanting the single here because she wants the strike and she'll get it. End of 5. It is 23 for 2. Well, now, why don't I welcome you into the Dream Box? I'm here with Rico Full, and he's behind me. And if you wonder what Rico's doing,
hello everybody. Well,
he's just picked
found another one of
the tree.
these, another one of our cricket board baubles. Isn't that lovely? And thanks to Jay Wild and the crew that have put this together.
They are
What a
pretty
lovely
cool.
tree we've got. There you go. But we haven't got a golden one.
We haven't got a golden one, but yeah, give us ideas for the Christmas tree. It's the first time I think we've ever had a Christmas tree in the box. But you know those Christmas decorations you buy normally that they'll break if you drop them, but this one, that's only going to break Rico's foot.
He doesn't really. I'm only joking. We're all right. Nothing happened. No
what
harm
a great
done.
day it's been, though. Yeah.
I love the idea. I love the idea.
Someone spray painted these balls, right?
Yeah. Well, all right, have a look. What we got on the screen?
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second because now let's go back to the action. And it's going to start with a good shot from Naomi again. She'll want 2 here. And she'll get it if she, again, these little differences between experience levels here. Because you've got to be looking to get Naomi back on strike to maximise your score. But it's a one and done job here. You see, just not turning with authority when I think the 2 was there on the fumble. Having said that, Saeed plays a nice little back cut there, and we'll get a single.
It's good to see Saeed batting. I like her batting. I know she can bat.
So yeah, we're starting again in 2024 in Cyprus, and then we'll be back in Barcelona. That's the plan, including some ECIW cricket and men's ECI cricket as well. European Cricket League next time will be in Khartoum. Let's go back to the action here, and it's going to be a full toss, and no issues there with the height. But got to say, Pollard, like I said, she doesn't mind giving the ball a bit of flight, and she kind of tempts the batter out of the crease. She also bowls a lot of the time outside the off, gets batter stretching for it. Yeah, nicely cut away, looking for a run, but turned down. And Chris has a good question. Chris Pearce is watching, I think, from Czechia, asking what's the size of the women and girls setups in each of these countries? Great question, Chris. This is a push and run. We're going to have a run out here.
Yeah, I mean, this has probably been one of the issues, isn't it? And once again, I don't think it's a bad shot. I think if you go straight away, I think the single's probably on. But no communication, and unfortunately, it's going to be Saeed who's going to have to go. She plays a nice shot.
I think if they'd gone, I think it would have been out anyway, if I'm honest. It was straight to the fielder. And, yeah. Well.
Thing is, I think Naomi does start to go, and that's what, so Saeed starts to look, they go. She then stops to look. And in the meantime, we see her going back. I want to have a look here. Does the gloves hit the stumps before? So let's have a look at this.
She does disturb the bail, but is there still one on? She disturbs it there. But then what about the other bail?
The other one then comes off. So,
but does it come off because she knocks it off, or does it come off? Otherwise, I don't know what we'll do. Right. Because look, I think that is the other bail already falling off.
Well, let's keep a look on this. One comes off. I don't think the other one was coming off until she touches them again. So
yeah, I probably think they'll end up giving this out.
Yeah, they give it out. Yeah, I think because you're right. One sort of stays on until
it was very hard to tell why it fell, not when it fell, why it fell. Did it fall because of the initial contact, or was it dislodged by the hands with the ball and the glove? It looked more out than in. The question I said, what are we going to do, is because no one ran there, so no one ever went to that crease. Where are you going to put the batters? Anyway, they agree to disagree on whether there was a single there or not, and it's the end of Saeed. And in the 6th over, 26 for 3.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, it was for Saeed. I think I started saying when we got distracted by the Christmas tree and other things that she is a good batter. I've seen her play. I've seen her in the nets. She hits the ball pretty well. And I think the run, for me, the run is on there. And I think what happens there is she looks at Naomi. They both start to go. Naomi then decides she doesn't want to do it and starts going back. But by then, I think Saeed is already committed.
By the way, we have gold bails. We haven't even touched on that. Did you know that?
We have gold bails.
They are shiny gold bails. They should be on our Christmas tree. All right, left-handers out there now, Chilangia. Just to clarify that, the law, or the wicket is down law. So one bail was dislodged. That if there's still one bail on top of the wickets, then you could break the wickets legally by just knocking that off. And that's, I think, what the officials decided in that one. Last ball of the over. Pollock's been excellent, and she's going to finish with 1 for 5. The score is 27 for 3 after 6. Now, we've talked a little bit, Rico, about the fact that obviously the infrastructure, particularly for girls and women in these countries, is quite different. If Corey was here, we'd get a much more rounded look at the Dutch setup. But I'll just say what I know, that cricket in the Netherlands has roots that go back well over a century, including organised competitions that have gone over a century, and that girls can take up the sport at an early age there in an organised, structured setting. I do think even there's more than one tier of their women's competition there. So obviously that's why obviously the cream of the crop make it up to the national team and get opportunities then to play against full member nations in some cases, and that's kind of the setup there. Of course, you've got turf pitches there, quite a few of them. You've got practice facilities, indoor facilities. This is in the air, and she's overcommitted here, and now she's going to get run out. So I thought for a second that DeLange might go to the bowler, but she said, no, I'm going all myself. 10-pin bowling style, so 2 run-outs in 2 overs, basically, and it's 27 for 4. And you check it out in the replay here. Chilungia just overcommits. Again, Naomi wasn't keen on the run. You can see why. Yeah. And Chilungia well short.
Yeah, this time Naomi is not at fault at all. I mean, it's her call. The ball is going over the head of the non-striker, who is already halfway down the pit. Not a single there. It's a direct hit. It's going to be another wicket that goes. So another run out. Well, one thing that Netherlands are showing is that they're pretty decent in the field, because that's going to be another duck. It's going to be another normal duck. So Derek's been busy here again. So, yeah.
That's a funny one, because she only faces 1 ball. So is it a golden duck or isn't it a golden duck? No one knows. But what I will say, that is a tendency that non-strikers will have. When the balls hit well, they'll just start running. And that was a case where she just overcommitted. That's a nice cut shot off a ball. It's pretty wide of it. It's going to go for 4. So again, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo is a beacon, isn't she, in this Spanish batting lineup. Hannah Landia has come on now, but that one I think probably would have been a wide, but good reach from Naomi. Gets it away for 4.
Yeah, good reach from Naomi. Fielder can't reach it, and that's why it goes to the boundary. Good little shot.
But this is something that, as a non-striker, yes. By the way, I've liked the batting up for the backing up for most part today from all the teams.
Yeah.
Looking to score, looking to kind of steal those extra 2 or 3 metres legally. This is going to be pulled away, and it's away from Svilling, and it's another 4 for Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. So she's playing an exciting array of shots there. She cuts one, she pulls one, just a fraction short. Not that short, to be fair, from Hannah, but well struck by the youngster.
Yeah, gets through the fingers of the captain, Iris Svilling. There's going to be 4 more.
So, but the key is, as a non-striker, don't watch the ball, watch your partner's eyes if it's been hit, in front of the wicket. So that's the key, I think. That you don't have to sprint if the ball's been hit in that region, because you're not the one in trouble. It's probably not going to go to the keeper's end, right, if it is a run. So I think that's how she overcommitted. As we see Naomi Bermejo getting a single out to deep cover point. Yeah, so that's the thing. There was no reason, really, when she looks at it back, and that's why this all happens in an instant, right? But Chilungia, as soon as the ball's hit, she starts sprinting. But that's not where the danger was. The danger was never going to be at the keeper's end. So she just had to kind of hold and then see what Naomi was doing and then match that. Amy Brown Carrera getting a bat here. First one is going to be down the leg side. An acrobatic attempt from Lawrence to make the stop. She's not quite able. That'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, I think she takes the pace off it, though. I think, though, she gets a bit of glove on this. I think otherwise, I think this would have sped to the boundary. It may have even been 5 wides. What that does allow is that Naomi goes back on strike. 30 of 18. She's batted well, but nobody's really has been able to give her any support. And this is going to be 2 wide. Will be bowled again by Hannah Landia. Thanks for everybody for all your lovely comments and for being involved here on this. Well, you got to call it. It is a super Sunday, isn't it? Because
I can't believe it's Sunday. I'm still sinking in, because we would very rarely start a tournament on Sunday. So it feels like a Monday to me. That's hit okay. Down the ground finds the gap straight over the umpire's hat. And so that'll be a single. Yeah, because I was asking something in the fan zone, I was asking where people were. I said, are they at school? And then someone told me it was Sunday.
Well, we did have a long day yesterday, so.
Well, you know, certain entities, let's not get into it, but they rested on the 7th day, not us. Last ball in the 7th over. And Amy Brown-Carrera just keeps this one out and will hand the strike back to Naomi Hillman-Banamejo. At the end of 7 overs, Spain are 40 for 4.
Okay, 40 for 4. So I suppose at this point, the job has been done, if you like, by Netherlands in the restriction that they had to do. As we have a look at this. Tomorrow, first up, Italy versus England 11. That is going to be an exciting match. Austria and the Netherlands. Netherlands, well, they are looking pretty good as well, aren't they? Then Spain and Italy. That'll be a very interesting contest. I think it'll be an exciting one. Two teams going head-to-head. Of course, Italy falling short against Netherlands. And then we have the England 11 versus the Netherlands. I mean, that's a contest, especially in the men's format. That has been very exciting over the last few years. Of course, it's been the final a couple of times, and well, it's been sort of shared evenly as well, the way it's fallen. Okay, here we go with it's going to be Gulvik that comes in, and that gets played around the onside.
It just hasn't been required to do so much, Caroline van Gulvik, this time. Because obviously the opener's doing the job with the bat, but she's been excellent today in the earlier game. Again, she's a bit of a triple threat. We know she's a good fielder. We saw her batting with authority before. And let's not forget, the Netherlands, they lost a few early wickets in that earlier game to Italy. This is going to grab a bit of the pad, I think, down the leg side, and it'll run away for 4. Let's wait on the signal. Yeah, 4-leg buys. That's going to be annoying for Amy, who I'm sure would like the runs against her name, but it will go to her country. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, getting up to the 50 mark, and that's what they've got to do here now. Be saying, right, okay, just set ourselves to the boundaries, a little challenge for each over, see if you can get there. Preparing themselves for a big day tomorrow.
I've got some food chat coming up. About time. This is kept out with a straight bat by Amy Brown-Carrera. But, of course, empanada shop. We always talk about it here in Cartama. The empanadas are kind of like little Spanish pies or pasties. Okay.
Yeah.
And I was actually in Barcelona yesterday, and I got a message from Don Mundo, the boss of the empanada shop. He spotted it. Oh, it's gone. That's really well bowled, and unfortunately Amy isn't going to be able to score. It's a good delivery, full straight. Once again, we see about it trying to find that leg side, but it wasn't really an easy ball to do it. Spain lose the 5th wicket, 45 for 5.
Yeah, and Kuvuk gets this nice and straight. It's a good delivery. I get the feeling that's the slower one as well. I think that drifts in the air a bit, and she does get Amy playing this very early. Have a look at that. Plays very well with the straight bat, Amy, but on this occasion, deciding that she wanted to go across the line, misses out on it, and unfortunately, the ducks are lining up. We're having a bit of a duck party here.
Hey,
that's an idea.
Though.
We want a duck in our tree. A couple of ducks in the tree.
Golden Derrick at the top of the tree.
Yeah, could be.
Look, you know, it's, again, a good example of getting the length right. And length is 9/10 of the law, I think, in ECN cricket, no matter if it's men's cricket, women's cricket, whatever. I just think it's super important. Fowler batting a bit low for me here at 7. Coming in with just over 2 overs to go. Just able to get a little bit of something on that one. I'd say the keeper, she's still 16 years of age, Rosie Lawrence. So it's my first look at her. I've been quite impressed with her ability. I think she turned 17 before the end of the year, so has a birthday coming up. So happy birthday in advance. But yeah, really good signs there, and you can just really feel the team welcoming her and enjoying her success in this innings. A good stumping. They turn off the run here, but I think this is all about trying to get Naomi the strikes. I mean, already you see Elspeth is thinking. Unselfish, I think, to turn down that run. Keeps her on the globe. It's 45 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Who do you think turned it down? I thought Elspeth was pretty happy to take it. I think it might be Naomi that overrode that one that time. But either way.
Soft power dynamics. We've got the established batter and the captain batting together. And so, hello to Sam Phillips. He's watching, I think, from Barcelona International. Yeah. It's good to see Sam in the chat. Steve McVeigh, I know he's planning to visit. And to everyone else, what have you thought of the first day? Yeah, so empanadas. And so I got a picture message, and it was Don Mundo, and he'd spotted the Austrian team at empanadas yesterday, yeah.
Oh.
So he sent me the picture going, basically in Spanish, saying, Austrian team spotted.
Wonderful.
And I'm just a bit jealous that they got there before I did, because I'm definitely going there tonight. No Corey, but I'll have to eat for him as well. Anyway, here we go with over number 9. And Anamine Thompson's going to get an over. This would have been a wide. Naomi, now she's... See, this is the thing. She's thirsty for the strike now, but this would have been handy in the first over for her to almost demand that first ball. But Thompson gets away with the ball that would have been a wide, and instead it's a dot. Nice shot, good footwork, but drags it towards the fielder. Riker out there, good player. It's a bit of a challenge, isn't it? Afternoon sun, fielding to the right of screen. You can see it, that deep square leg. I think Iris is fielding out there at the moment. Really having a hard time.
Yeah, first time we have a look in here now of Smith Flower, the captain. Can bat. I'm a little bit surprised that she is coming in so low down.
Again, decent looking shot, but that short cover is a pretty important position. Like you said earlier, it's kind of a Swiss Army knife for positions. You're a run saver, you're also a catcher, and you're a run putter-offerer, because even balls that might get past that fielder, batters tend to be worried that they're going to field it, even if they don't quite get there. So it just stops you taking off for the run straight away.
Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands, of course, they're not worried about giving singles away. If you want to, if it was a closer contest, maybe against any batter that's not Naomi, you have your mid-wicket up as well. So you're basically starving the non-set batter of any singles, but they're quite happy just to push everybody back on the leg side. There's apart from on the 45, there's nobody in on the leg side. So this is another way where the captain is basically saying to the bowler, if you want good bowling figures, if you don't want them to take the cheeky singles, then keep the ball outside the off, because I'm going to pack it out.
Yeah, good observation there. Spain will head into the last over. 5 down. It's 49 for 5. Good over from Thompson. She'll just get the one in this one. And she only concedes 4. So Zishan has a question. Which is the strongest women's team in Europe? I suppose that's the whole purpose of this tournament. Yeah. Obviously, with the 5 teams, you can make arguments for I guess an Irish 11 and a Scottish 11. You know, hopefully we'll get to that level. If you want to talk in the T20 international women's structure, yeah, you've got teams that are kind of, I suppose, at next level compared to a lot of the continental teams, except for the Netherlands. Obviously England, but then you've got Ireland, Scotland, you've got the Dutch as well in there, and then you've got kind of these emerging teams. I think like Italy, like Sweden. And we've seen a few of them this year, and I suppose a lot of teams at different levels. I see the future of ECCW, and again, which is our first day, but you know, within say 2, 3, 4 years, maybe to have 15 or 20 teams, but it grouped in 5s. So and having maybe one go up, one go down, depending on who wins it and who comes last. I just think that would be a good structure to get teams playing competitive matches, because I think there probably is a bit more variation in between countries in the women's game than the men's game, and so. That's just probably something I'd like to see aspirationally, rather than just having 20 in the one competition. Let's have a look at this one. I think that might be worth a no ball call. Yeah,
Wouldn't mind a free hit at this stage, Naomi, would she?
I think now, is that waist high or not? I think if look at the contact point there, you might make an argument it's not, but for me, that she's hitting that level with the waist of the belt. I think you got to call it. And they won't.
They won't.
No home ground favouritism here.
Wait, stop it.
Making the guests feel welcome. 50's up, by the way.
Trying to wind people up here. I think, when I'm looking at it again, I think the ball is dying, it's dropping, so I think that's okay. I think Vinny. Okay, that gets played away. That's a nice looking shot. There's going to be 4 more. So a terrific knock, really, this from Naomi. Naomi Humo. Nicely played this time. I like the way that she's in control of the shot. She uses her wrist, opens the blade up, guides this, gets 4 more. It's been a super knock. It brings Of course, then past the 50 mark here as well. A really good knock. I mean, a little few things that she can work on, but I'm liking what she does. And I want, you know, if this one hits, I don't know. Maybe the bat is in. I know the feet weren't.
Yeah, I thought maybe she snuck back. Quick thinking, though, from Rosalie Lawrence.
Yeah, just I think the bat gets down.
Good awareness as well.
Yeah.
To turn around. Has a bit of a smile. Two teenagers just having a chat in the middle of the Cardimer Oval. Van Koolwijk doing a good job at the moment. Again, I think you just see a lot of depth in this Dutch side. And look, the two sides, I suppose everyone had their eyes on as far as real contenders for the trophy. The first that come to mind, it's the Dutch and the English sides. And they've both been very impressive. That's not to say that the other teams can't push them and get some results going their way as well. Well bowled. Yeah, knocks over Fowler. Again, it's that full, straight delivery. Fowler plays all around it, and a 6-wicket will fall with 1 ball remaining on the opening day of ECCW 23. It's 56 for 6.
Yeah, great delivery there from Van Koolwijk. And this is all, once again, that's the ball, isn't it? That's the wicket-taking delivery. It sort of draws Elspeth out to try and guide another one on the onside. What she's trying to do here, Ellie, get bat on the ball, just trying to get the single and get Naomi back on strike. But plays around it, it gets done, good bit of bowling. And the captain of Spain will go for 3 of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, so don't forget, we're talking about the Netherlands and England when we're thinking about who we think could be, you know, the principal contenders for that first ever ECCW trophy. They'll meet tomorrow in the last game of the day. So put that one in your diaries. Hopefully you can stay with us for as much as possible. Tasbiha Mirza, the keeper for Spain, will get 1 delivery. Now let's see if she can get a run. Short answer, no. End of the game. And so, comfortable victory for Netherlands. They'll scoop the points in this game, match 4. And it was set up with a brilliant opening partnership from Annemine Thompson and Iris Villing, and then followed up with a very solid bowling and fielding effort. You wouldn't expect anything less. So, Netherlands are cut above in this one, and Team Spain, well, they'll be back to the drawing board again. They've had some moments today. I also think that they have probably made a few mistakes that they'll be able to look at and try and correct before we see them again tomorrow. But still highly entertaining days cricket, and what a wonderful addition this is to the ECN calendar.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. I think a lot of people, including myself, were waiting for this day for a long time, and it hasn't disappointed. It was great to see the teams out there do battle. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Italy, England will start things off. Austria then play the Netherlands in match 2 of day 2. Spain, Italy, that'll be a good one. But what a cracker to finish off with.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I think there's plenty of good games coming your way tomorrow. 8:45 a.m. GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe. 2:15 p.m. in India, day 2 of 6. There's only 5 days left in season 2023. It started in January. It's finishing in December. Who will finish champions here at the Cardimer Oval? Like I say, Mr. Trick with I think holding Naomi Hillman-Bermejo at the other end. And when she did get down there, she started doing some damage, including hitting a pretty nasty one to Zwelling, who couldn't hold on. But yeah, as far as the batting goes, I think Naomi has a very good day. Shows she can mix it with teams like the Dutch. I mean, I like that she'll be challenged in this series with some of the bowling she'll get from the English team, for example. But the Dutch also show they've got depth in the bowling stocks. I think Schmidt was a great addition. You saw she had a wicket to her name straight away. But really, pace, spin, they're very balanced. They're a good cricket team, the Dutch.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Schmidt, yeah, I liked her. Now, this was one where I think you can see there was a little bit of a, oh, okay. And then they went upstairs and they got the decision. Really good work. I mean, some of the keeping today has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, I loved what we saw from England. I think there was absolutely superb work from their wicketkeeper, of course, Maddie Ward. And, well, this is that terrible mix-up, which I was looking forward to maybe a good partnership developing there, but it wasn't to be.
The more I look at that, the more I think he probably did break the stumps with the ball in the hand with the other bail. But anyway, it was kind of all academic, wasn't it, in the end? And Chilangi, unfortunately, she got run out just committing too much, and Naomi kind of shrugs her shoulders like, I promise, that one wasn't my fault. But in the end, I just think you learn from playing against teams that are a bit above where you are. You know, they had their moments, they couldn't quite string a game or even an innings together really today, Team Spain. But, I mean, I'm really excited to see how they develop during the week. Got to say, I really like the work of Caroline van Goldwijk today as well, with the bat and the ball. He really contributed. So at the end, she's a really good death bowling option, I think. She can get it full and at the stumps. And so, there were 7 boundaries in the innings. They were all off the bat of Hilman Bermejo. Fowler, like I said, I kind of like the idea of her batting at the top and just, playing that support role. I know she's not necessarily super aggressive, but I know she's smart and she can probably manipulate the strike to get Naomi the best chance to face the most balls in the power play, because she is a boundary hitter. And ultimately, that 39 sticks out, doesn't it, in Spain's total of 56.
Yeah, it does. Well batted from Naomi. She did run out of partners. There's a little bit of self-inflicted wounds there from the Spanish batters. Having said that, though, I think in this contest, I don't think it would have made too much difference, because I think Netherlands were well on top. And even if there weren't some of those run-outs there, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference in the outcome of the match or the score that Spain got to, because I think Naomi did get most of the strike there, didn't she? But
she did towards the end.
Towards the end she did, but you're absolutely right. I think when you've got a batter who's shown she's got real ability and real class, she needs to be batting high up the order. And then I also think that maybe the captain, like Elspeth Fowler, has to be up there as well.
Yeah, you say higher up the order. She did bat number 2. We're saying she needs to bat number 1, but Iris didn't bother coming back after that maiden first up. And I suppose, yes, she ended up getting a lot of the strike, but I think that the pressure had built to that point, and it was probably unnecessary pressure, in my opinion. But that's the great thing. Tactically, a lot of these players and coaches are doing this not for the first time, except for the English, but in a lot of cases, they've had maybe a handful of matches. Yeah. So these are things like that we have seen after thousands and thousands of men's matches on ECN, that certain tactics come in about how to manipulate the strike late in the innings, for example, where you can bowl most effectively, and little tricks that this field will play on you. We saw some misjudgments in the outfield today. But all in all, what a great start to the ECCW. Been counting down for what seems like ages. Today really delivered on the field.
It was great. And, the one thing that I think a lot of people have to also understand, and I can, verify this, that I remember, I think I mentioned a bit earlier, when the women's cricket started here in Spain. It started just before COVID. And that was a time when it was all softball. All softball. Yeah. And then, of course, plans were in motion for hardball cricket. COVID happened. Of course, nothing happened for a while. So a lot of these players are young. A lot of them have only probably played maybe 6 to 8 months with hardball cricket. So
and probably not a lot of actual matches in there, right, as well.
And hardly any match practice. So you can sort of understand with 1 or 2 of those that go high up in the air and they don't quite fancy it, because the confidence isn't there. That will come. And it has to start somewhere, and it starts here. And I think that's what's amazing. Eventually, one by one, they'll go for those catches. They'll get the confidence. They'll take those catches, and they'll improve. So little things like that. I'm using Spain as an example here, but all the other teams, I think, apart from maybe the Netherlands and England, that a little bit more experience and play more cricket. But the likes of Italy, I think we're going to see that from them as well. These teams, the more that they play, the better they get. The more they play hardball cricket. And that's what we're seeing here. That's what this is all about. And we're going to see these players develop immensely. But starting here, need a starting point, and this is the starting point. And I think myself and a lot of people, especially here in Spain and wherever you're watching, people are watching that are supporting the Italian team, the Netherlands, England. You're going to be very proud, and Austria as well. Don't forget Austria. Austria very much in the same boat. Teams, players, young players, played softball, haven't played hardball, starting to play hardball. They're learning to play. There's going to be days when things don't go well, but it will click, and it's clicking together. The pieces are fitting together, and it's just a wonderful sign, wonderful thing to see. And once again, I remember saying this when we had the very first ECC here, and I said, I can't believe what I'm seeing here in Spain. And now I'm saying I can't believe that I'm seeing virtually the same thing happen with women's cricket. It's an amazing feeling, and I think everybody that is into European cricket, everybody that has a club or that has any part to play with European cricket, whatever federation you are, this is a really proud moment, and it's a game-changing moment. I can understand why today there's been so many emotions about today, because
there really has.
It is a huge day, and what we've achieved today is just, I'm finding it hard to put it in words. It's an amazing day.
Yeah.
And well done to everybody involved. And this is going to get bigger and better. Fantastic.
Cannot
Great
wait.
achievement.
Cannot wait for more. Yeah, we're running a little bit over time. But yeah, I echo those sentiments 100%. Everyone can be very, very proud of what's been created. But it's just a beginning.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look again at what's coming up tomorrow with matches 5, 6, 7, and 8. And look, we got some great contest. Italy versus England 11 first up. I suppose a lot of people eyeing off England 11 versus the Netherlands last game of the day, but also, you know, battle of the neighbours, Austria and Netherlands a little bit, and then Spain and Italy. I mean, they're in a similar place as well. Well, just a final reminder, if you are watching, let's try and get to that 380k subscribers. You can do that by obviously liking this video, subscribing on the YouTube channel, our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Check it out, including the fixtures and all the squads. Also, our social media. That is going to be chock-a-block. Well, speaking of choc, I'm going to look for some chocolates under the tree and see if we can get some chocolate out of these ornaments as well. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of the opening day of the ECCW. Thanks so much for joining us. Pretty sound to hear, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. See you tomorrow for more action. Will it be the Dutch and the English continuing, or will they be knocked off their perch? Join us to find out tomorrow. Here's some of the best bits of opening day. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.